It over to our
picking up that role, and you have one of the best offers of all time on your team, and that does, I think, raise question marks. There is danger there, but if they can lean into those agents where he is going off,
like
Jet
the
on
Jet on
Abyss,
Abyss. I mean, he
they
plays
can win.
Chamber on Haven, for example, too. But I think there's also another win con when you take the op out of his hands, where he can play the Neon and run around and kill people with a rifle.
Yes.
But at the moment, when I'm watching EDG, I'm seeing Kang have to do too much. Like, he is overextending in some positions because he feels like, I have to be the carry for this team.
Who picks up the slack then in that case?
Well, I think it should be and has to be CB, the guy that they got in to actually play the Yoru. But from what I've seen, he's still quite a way off from like somebody like Martine. They're in different tiers at the moment.
Yeah,
so
but that's problematic,
that would be,
though.
well, that would be the learning opportunity of playing at an event like this, where you get to play against people who are genuinely excellent and learn from them.
Yeah, and by the way, you saw his agent picks there. There is a pretty significant, just on paper, you can't dispute disparity between when he's playing Neon, Jet, Chamber, putting up like 0.85 plus kills per round on all those. The other three duelists, it's like low 0.7s. It just straight up is a difference even in the numbers.
Well, let's go ahead and keep the conversation going about Kong. We have Jen Lee standing by with the man himself.
Hey guys, Jen here with Kong and VALORANT. Now, Kong, a lot of people are looking forward to the Martine versus Kong matchup today, especially because Martine recently set a new record. So what do you think about facing him today, and what do you think of him as a player?
我觉得跟一个强力的选手去打比赛应该是一件很激动、很开心的事情，所以说我很期待今天的比赛。我希望能够不留遗憾，然后打出精彩的比赛吧。
I think it's very exciting to face against with such a strong player on the stage. So I hope it will be a very exciting match, and I'm really looking forward to play against with them on the stage. And hopefully it could be an exciting match, and I will give it my all and do my best in this on the stage.
All right, we'll be looking forward to that. Thank you and good luck.
Well, if there's one thing that we know about Kong and his EDG lineup, they do leave it all on that stage. But of course, the champs curse struck this squad in 2025. They were only able to make it to Masters Bangkok last year. And in 2026, they have made big changes, right? And we've talked about this extensively. We're talking about what's going on with Kong and the op, how does CB kind of play into this as well. There's obviously a lot of these like conversations that need to be had here, but there still are a lot of familiar faces on this squad that fans of VALORANT Wyatt should know and love.
I think, as always, EDG, they're going to need to also, we're talking about Kong, but lean into Chichu. I think it's that duo that is always going to be the
I always see Chichu as the guy.
Yeah, those are the two that can propel EDG to an unexpected run at this tournament where most people are rating them as the lowest ranked team coming in. But on top of that, I don't think just two players are going to be enough to make a deep run, upset map, maybe an upset series win, right? But they're going to need someone else to be that guy along with the two of them. A trio is going to need to activate.
Well, I think if there was a chance of an upset, it might even happen in this match. I don't think that...
Yeah, I agree.
I don't think necessarily EDG are the strongest of the Chinese teams or anything, but the specific way that the map pools interact here, I think is interesting because the two, they both ban the same map. Both of these squads like to permaban Breeze. And if you can play chicken and force General Mates to be the one to make that first ban, then you can try to access Corrode or Abyss, where you've actually got an opportunity. Look here, they don't play Breeze, which gives you an opportunity to pick into Corrode, which they're 0 and 2 on. That's a map where EDG plays Sage, Yoru, Phoenix. It's an odd map that you've got to be prepped for, and I also think their Abyss is a potential weakness here too. I think EDG have got to recognize we are the underdogs. We got to gamble in the map veto. We got to ban Split immediately, hope that they ban Breeze, and punish them on Corrode. And at that point, maybe the series is winnable.
Yeah. Wyatt, what's your make on there?
Well, look, this Gentlemates team, they are traditional with their VALORANT. They like to play the first 3 maps that came out in the beta. But yeah, for EDG, they have been across the board playing it all. I think it's maybe difficult to you know, like give them a hard, this is their home map. But the last 2 outings on Haven where they swapped to this Chamber comp, they found success. They beat BLG there in their qualifying BO5. Abyss, they've had success mostly off the back of Kong being able to just play Jet, max out Comfort Agent. He dropped a 30 bomb in his last game there. So I'm looking at those two to be significant points of strength for EDG. Everything else, for me, feels rather mixed.
Yeah, well,
even Corrode, which is like 3-0, by the way. I'm not convinced of them being phenomenal on that map.
They're not amazing at it, but it's all about finding those upset chances. You have to put yourself in position to get an upset here as the underdog.
That is very, very true. Of course, now let's see where we're going to be playing. What's the battleground for our first match here in Masters Santiago? Our coaches are standing by for today's maps, picks, and bans. Let's listen in.
So we are starting map selection for M8 against EDG. Because M8 is the better seeded team, so are choosing to be Team A or Team B.
We choose Team B.
Team B. Okay, hold on a second. M8 Team B, EDG Team A. So EDG starts banning a map.
Ban split.
Ban split. Now a ban for M8.
Ban breeze.
Ban breeze. So we're going to the first map pick with EDG.
Pick Haven.
Haven, side on Haven for M8.
Start attack.
Attack. Map pick for M8.
Pick Pearl.
Pearl. Side on Pearl for EDG.
Defense.
Defense. The second set of bans, starting with EDG, you have Abyss, Bind, and Corrode.
Abyss, Bind, Corrode.
Yep.
And bind.
Ban, bind. The last bind for M8, you have Abyss and Corrode.
Ban Corrode.
Ban
Decider,
Corrode.
Abyss.
So decider is Abyss. Side on Abyss for EDG.
Attack.
Attack. That's it, guys. Good luck, have fun.
I think they did a good job there of forcing Channel Mates to be the one to pick the permaban originally, but they didn't go in the Corrode or Abyss direction early on. They've gone for Haven, a map where Kang plays Chamber. So they're putting a lot of stock in that map, working well to even get them to the third where they could win.
Yeah, map where Mates are undefeated. I do think this pool is pretty good for EDG, though.
It's not bad.
Overall, yeah, I feel like it could have been worse if Split, Bind were in there. It could have been really awkward. Could have been a dominant win for Mace. If they can get the win on Haven, because I do think EDG played some great rounds there, but there were some rounds on defense where it just felt like their setups were not particularly well thought out, not a lot of intention behind them. If they clean up more of those defensive rounds, clean across the board, great setups across the board, they steal that map. Okay, Pearl, that's definitely your favoring Mates there. This has not been good for EDG. But Abyss, Kong Jet, he puts up a crazy performance. They've got a shot.
Yeah, there's a real possibility here. EDG put themselves in a great position, but of course, it's still all going to matter what happens on that stage. Now let's go ahead and jump into our MasterCard fan poll, because earlier we asked you a very simple question. Who do you think's bringing home the trophy? 50% of our audience says Pacific. And I got to say, somewhere out there, Achilles is punching the air in a happiness and joy, but really, I don't necessarily disagree with it.
I am surprised, actually, that there's not more people going for Americas.
I really thought there were.
Across the community, I've seen a lot of belief in G2, generally speaking. But Pacific are just so good at the double duelist meta. They've got a bunch of teams here.
You got T1 and PaperX in a double duelist meta.
Yeah,
I mean,
they're not even the
no
number
way
1 seeds.
One of them is going to go crazy.
Yeah, it has to. I mean,
I mean, also really good. But
you got to check the statistics.
But I'm going to the teams here that are not the rookie teams, because that's the real danger for Nongshin. But yeah, you're looking at T1 and PaperX. They've done this before. They both won trophies last year.
And again, we really haven't talked much about it, but you got to factor in this atmosphere in here is insanity. So it's going to really just put a lot of pressure on these players.
इससे कॉपीराइट नहीं आएगा नहीं आएगा
कॉपीराइट deafening audio.
I could sorry, I was going to say I could see some players or some of these new teams like Gentlemates, they're off to a hot start. Crowds going crazy. They're feeding off that, but if things start going wrong, that's when some of these new teams crumble because they don't know how to get that momentum back. And losing feels even worse when it starts getting silent.
When you look at the other side, though, too, EDG have got a new player that's never been to a global event, who's... He said after they did well in China, I think it'll actually be easier to play at globals because people are not going to anti-strat us as much. Bruh. Get ready. He better perform well, because otherwise he might be regretting those words.
Oh, yeah. Well, I know we do have our talent predictions. We want to show that real fast. We have a minute before the show starts. We can just kind of react real quick here. Wow, okay. Gen only EDG.
Mike knows ball. Mike knows ball on the XLG pick.
I think that second game, XLG are probably a better team than EDG. I think the matchup here might even be a little bit better. Yeah. Where if you get the EDG players and they are feeling hot instantly, maybe there's a stronger chance of an upset in the first one.
Do you think only one EDG pick is representative of their actual odds of winning this game?
I think there'd be a couple, 2 or 3.
Yeah, I feel like their actual percentage chance a little higher than that.
Wyatt, you got me believing on this XLG stuff, man. It's bad. It's bad over here. But I tell you what, though, no matter what happens, it's going to be awesome because the wait is over. Our first 2 squads are about to take the stage. So let's start. Masters Santiago.
भाई मैं थोड़ी मेरे को काला काला दिख रहा है भाई थोड़ी सा ये वही ना बात
Puedes sentirlas por toda la ciudad.
क्यों ये सैंटियागो कहाँ पे है? बेबी बे भाई ये क्या खेलता है भाई?
Cada acción crea una onda que viaja a través del tiempo. Una onda que viaja a través del tiempo.
Your expression matters more than thoughts.
Cargan el peso del pasado.
हाँ ना अभी देखो तो सही यार तुम अभी.
Pero lo que importa es lo que sigue.
The moment you lift a trophy reverberates throughout the world. But not many teams have ever won a title and won the tournament after.
I went through a lot of depression before joining Tier 2. Questioning if I should play more. But just the memories that I had with Ascend that kept me dreaming.
So react to every single place. Okay.
Now this is just like pure fun.
Thank you, I think. मेरा 20 का नोट उड़ा जा रहा है यार.
可能更多的是重新找回最初在赛场的感觉。
Just like Toronto, the train is coming.
Así que hazte escuchar y grita con el alma.
ये भी अच्छा खेलता है.
We're confident for sure.
एनर्जी क्या टीम है यार, क्या टीम है भाई. W टीम भाई, W टीम.
Es momento de gritar con el alma, Santiago.
ऐसा इंडिया में भी होना चाहिए भाई. कितना अच्छा लगता है भाई, है ना ऐसी जगह जाने में. ओ भाई साहब.
Here we go. It doesn't get any better than this. The first match of Master Santiago. Gentlemates versus EDG, a first-time matchup, but players who are so familiar with what each and every one of them are capable of. And here's the series layout sideshow. This is going to be a brawl.
Walking out there, can you imagine what Starkzo, Martin, Kong, these players that have been to events and either reached the very heights or crumbled when it mattered. The emotion of seeing that, of walking out and realizing your destiny's got another chapter to write.
Champions winner team going up against a player who was just on Winthrop University, a collegiate player.
Damn right, Winthrop all day, baby.
From Gentlemates, a crazy offseason pickup, and now going up against the likes of Kong, Chichu on the other side.
Only in VALORANT did something like this happen.
Dialing into the first map, Gentlemates were very fast last time they played Haven.
Yeah.
They were quick, they were conditioning pacey hits, and then they would slow it down to try to throw in a bit of a mix-up. I'm expecting something similar again, and the question is, can EDG hold on against that style?
When I'm looking at EDG picking into Haven, reflecting back on the last time they played it, I thought they had some outstanding rounds on defense, great setups, but other rounds where it just didn't seem like the plan going into it was sound at all. So I'm hoping that with them selecting this against an undefeated team on it, that they've really refined that entire half.
That's also the hope that you have. But the problem is, it could also just be a matter of, well, this is what they know, and this is just what they're going toward. So could this backfire on them?
When we're talking about Kong, and I think the importance of leaning into the comfort roles for him, where he can be the X factor on the team, where he can specifically pick up that operator, Haven is going to be a go-to. His chamber play has been really phenomenal, putting up some of the best stats he's got, and obviously can op there a ton.
I think, though, when the sides flip in the second half, that means there's going to be much more pressure on the entry. Because Kong can't really be doing that on this map if they continue playing the chamber comps.
Correct.
So you're looking at Kong in the first half, but then in the second, he needs his team to be there in order to keep that momentum going.
To look at Gentlemates, I feel like this is one of the maps that honestly best displayed how good their understanding of the strategic fundamentals around this Yoru actually are.
Yeah.
Martin is just constantly set up with beautiful little set plays to get easy first kills. Even cheeky things like playing around the Astra Wall, they'll send it out so he can dimensional drift behind it, pop out, get free kills. Those are little micro plays that EDG are going to have to be concerned with on many rounds throughout this map.
How apropos is it, though, that Haven, the map that they won in order to propel them to this point, Gentlemates, now they have a great opportunity to be able to continue the dominance on this map. They beat Fnatic on this. That's no tall feat, you know what I mean? That's difficult. That's a good-ass team. And they gave it to them, all right? And that was an excellent series. So for Gentlemates to be here right now, shows a testament to their skill. But on the flip side to that, you look at EDG, a team that has been here, has done that before. I do have to kind of rest a little bit on that confidence of these are people who understand what this atmosphere is like better than most.
And I think if there is going to be some doubt creeping into the Gentlemates camp, it will be, what if Martin doesn't put up record-breaking performances? And hold on,
expectation is outrageous.
What if Kong does? You know, there is so much that could flip the balance here that just comes down to individual performance. And this, out of every meta you've ever seen at a global event, is the one where individual performance matters the most. Which means upsets and form and all of this kind of variance can happen.
You mentioned form, a common theme that we see at these global events, a la NRG winning champions, is peaking at the right time. Those guys weren't even the champions coming out of Americas, yet they are our reigning world champions right now in this tournament. EDG, they got knocked down to that lower bracket. They go on a four-match win streak to qualify out of it. And maybe that is just going to put them in the mind state of, oh, we are peaking at the right moment. We've been on a run. We have the confidence going into this.
All right, there you can see Kong busting out that chamber. As we talked about, CB on the neon. When those sides flip, look for CB to be the guy that needs to step up in that moment, Sideshow. But really, no crazy surprises here based on what I can tell.
No.
Yeah, I think we're looking good.
nobody throwing a massive spanner in the works early by changing around compositions enormously, but I just saw a shot there of Beepo taking deep breaths, eyes closed, soaking in the moment, trying to calm the nerves. I think this game, early on, with so many people, especially on the mate side, that are a little less experienced, it's just a great temperature check.
Listen here, I've been in a situation in my life where I came out to an audience that was yelling and screaming, and I had no freaking idea what to do with my body, what to do with my hands, what to do with me. I can't imagine what these young men are thinking about on that stage right now, as the world is just, so many people in this venue are just waiting on bated breath for anything that they do.
And I think especially for the Neons on both sides, it's so easy to overheat, to accidentally make a mistake, and that's where the pressure is often going to be.
Especially when you're a Neon in CB debuting globally, and you're going up against the natural Neon counter, the not oft-picked Cypher in this current meta, the bane of Neon's existence. So if CB is scrambling, keyboard hand a little bit shaky, he's going to be running into trips. There's some danger there. But
it's going to be exciting, though, nonetheless, guys. Great discussion here. Great setup for the match. And we're ready for the first map of Masters Santiago. And who better to call the action than the freaking GOATs? It's Pansy and Hypoc.
God, yeah, what an incredible prospect here, Mike. I think the desk led us in so well with so many kind of touch points of storylines. We've got the current record setter against the one he beat. We've got a return from like championship players. Where are you going?
Insane to have that draw in the opening match here. Obviously with Gentlemates, the journey they've been on. This is effectively now the next step in the redemption arc for somebody like Starzo, and also further validation of this team in the form of Gentlemates. I'm so excited for this to start on Haven as well, just because it's so interesting to break down a real compositional difference here, but also two very different play styles.
Yeah, and I really want to touch on that, and I think even the desk kind of alluding to the difference on the attacking side and how we're going to see this kind of play throughout, but already Beepo willing to take those first steps, mates on the attack, and EDG will be on the defense. Kang played in well as Beepo already down.
Martin elsewhere, trying to find a little space towards B, but then the first blood engagement firmly in control of EDG. Nobody's actually found Martin as well. Mini trying to find something into
अबे कितना obvious था यार सी पे इनका तीन लोग थे इनके सी पे.
In terms of recovery here, Chichu getting very interested.
They've got numbers to play with and a real tone to set in my mind. As Mini's looking for opportunities. Yes, the front line of Martin's a thriller to look at, but Mini did do some incredible work. So far though, EDG handling this very well. Starzo, that's not impossible. Nobody's really low. They're trying to stay stacked up here.
Whoa. Big 4K from Nobody here, holding down the fort.
WEDG.
Again, look for Mace to do this. Their attacking side is all around disruption. The ability for Martin to find space elsewhere on the map, be it on the back of a TP or actually quite often lurking, inserting himself into space, because one thing mates have done fantastically well domestically is read the map.
But I think domestic is something we'll come back to throughout this series, is does it translate to stage? We saw the highs of Martin in especially 2 series, you could say. It had been a decent run from him even outside of that. But we've also seen the lows of Martin as well, and what then becomes of mates without him. Same to be said of EDG without Kang. However, we'll find out those answers throughout the series as Kang still up for a bit of a brawl and takes Martin down very low.
Yeah, that's HP does actually have a scope in hand though, so Martin certainly trying to get something done. We'll actually cycle out to Beepo here.
I like the re-clear as well.
Elsewhere, Mini hasn't made progress here, but EDG very paranoid that mates are going to sit behind this.
I'm surprised that it's taken this long to find a reaction, but I guess with that Neon, they can just kind of throw CB over there if they feel necessary, but this will be down to just Smoggy. Can he handle what's coming his way? They are only on pistols. There is going to be that outlaw with Beepo, do you remember? But Smoggy willing to posture up, man. And again, look at the garage slip as well. That's Mini trying to find a little bit of backline pressure. Isolating the fight on the C site with just 2 there now. It gets a bit dangerous. It's still way better weaponry. Still got shields. Still got, well, I was going to say util. Not too much of that left.
Kang's got to be careful. He looks like he wants to try and clear in. He's actually shut down. Mini Starzo's down one as well.
Oh my word, is this really the answer? Back a little slow, a little behind the curve, EDG.
Outlaw se aise pick kyun kar raha hai wo?
Yourself on that site. But still, no plant yet. Still 2 players alive.
Itne close kyun ja raha hai bhai?
CB one of them, Chichu the other. Overwhelmed. Gentlemates Is this how you're really going to set things off? 1-1, instantly answering back.
Then early on pushed into recovery mode, and a round 2 flip has got to feel fantastic for Gentlemates.
And I just have to highlight that wasn't just the Martin show. The start of things, he was already taken down low by KongKong, that lovely little tag at the beginning, cycling it out, really good mental work, heading towards that C site, just figuring out that next path.
Credit in that regard to Mini, who again finds himself in these sorts of positions to find impact. I wonder now if EDG was rattled a little bit by that round 2, but 3-player stack here towards C, and Gentlemates, no secrets about this on the way in.
Yeah, they're pretty direct in this one, and Starzo going to continue on. This is a very light reinvestment from EDG, so you're looking at maybe KongKong doing a bit of damage, maybe with the Headhunter here, but otherwise it's a Sheriff and a Stinger, so any more would be great, but they're being really robust with this. Not going to let too many issues start to compile. Ult there for Mini as well, so that should be in the pocket if necessary. Going forward, Starzo though, willing to go for a bit of a hunt here. Oh, I think they'll try.
Confidence here in the anti-eco as well is key for me. Gentlemates not straying away from what's worked for them previously. That's what you will see coming up against a big name, big players on the other side of the scoreboard. Certainly a positive.
And I just didn't think that was going to translate so early from what we saw in EMEA. If I'm honest, I thought this could be a really big after EDG to kind of be like, look, yeah, it's all cool that you guys did that regionally. It's not going to work here.
Well, in terms of this sort of pacing, I'm more concerned about EDG's second half. The desk touching on this bar.
Entries,
KongKong is going to struggle massively. They can't really keep things in check in the next few rounds here on their defensive side. Mates now switching things up. Take comfortable control of A-Long immediately here.
See how they work the map, and something, again, I think Sideshow was kind of alluding to was also the tempo that we've seen that Mates play with, that kind of very high tempo, very fast pace, high pressure, but they can sit back into a slower pace as well, kind of really play and toy with those expectations.
Nobody's still going to invest in the drone here. Again, EDG paranoid that there is pressure behind this initial probe towards Long, but Mini and Glyph elsewhere.
Oh, lovely adaptation.
Smoggy.
Right, we saw this late pivot towards C. There wasn't the same reclear on A. Look at this. EDG are lapping this one up. So Mini once again gets to slip. He spotted Chichu for sure, but does he think about Smoggy? No. The plant's on A. They're going to be in a post plant for V5.
We'll be conscious here actually already. CB very close in the backlines here. Glyph now turning his attention, but he'll be able to slip into sewers here in a comfortable post plant setup for Mates.
Let's see, okay, Paranoia finds nothing, so still very much shouldering up on CT. Good trades from EDG, and a better follow-up from nobody. Takes away Starzo, and EDG clearing house. That was a clean as hell retake.
Credit in that regard to actually back away from A, respecting this pressure that's building towards C. EDG barely break a sweat there in the retake. Mates really forced off some of these early angles. But
लोगों को ये चीज़ भी पता रहती है भाई कि मतलब
Smoggy or Chichu got this first one seemingly
वो कितना अस्त्रा देखो न्यून ने बैकस्टेप किया था उसको पता लग गया था भाई अब ये जा चुका होगा नीचे.
Maybe looking to catch somebody in the trap outside CT, but doesn't amount to
anything.
Timing
भी पता रहती है इनको भाई इतने टाइम में चला गया होगा यहाँ से अब.
We've seen strengths from both of these. Some of that, I just love seeing that experience from EDG, just calm on that retake. Even with the Paranoia finding nothing, maybe a little overstep from Mates, as you said, trying to find something on that CT side. But as we go back in, full buy for both sides. A couple of ults starting to come through. Nobody has his, but KongKong taking a walk. There's some of the util. Mini can be trying to at least keep some notice that there is presence here, but KongKong finally forced away.
Key to remove some of that comfort from Mini as well, in terms of not allowing him to lurk around. No ping there. No ping there, Martin slipping.
Oh, this could be a hell of a way to open it up, but that wasn't clean enough, and you don't get away with stuff like that against EDG. We can Mates make something of this still. 3 players on the A site. That's a lot of bodies to try and get through, and Mates are having none of it. They're on the run.
Try and get ahead of Smoggy here in transition. Again, still a bit of a gap to close. Rotation coming through from EDG, but
Smoggy's
on site here. Smoggy's TP'd across.
He has. Hunter's Fury coming in as well. Starzo having to dip, dodge, and dive between all of this, but they're playing the cards close to the chest. CB's here as well. And that's going to give away a little bit of the game, and they're going to try and clear back sight. EDG once again having none of it, but Beepo coming alive, securing at least a plant now.
Just down to GIGAflick. A clean plant here, and he's got the camera set up as well.
Spotted him. GIGAflick's got to go big. It ain't going to happen. Nice. Mates with a lovely pivot there.
You get ahead of the rotation here, and initially it looks like they're going to fall short once more on the site, but Beepo finding 2 crucial kills here to guarantee the plant. Advantage here in terms of numbers.
Goy did well there on that follow-up, didn't he?
It'll be a little frustrating again, because I'm expecting Mace to clear back. So as soon as the paranoia comes through, there's a Hunter's Fury from spawn. You've got solid information on 2 people. Nobody really oversteps the mark. Great work from Gentlemates once more. Hey, Kung tour de force in hand now. Smoggy going to feel the heat once more in the early round.
He's been put through his paces so far, hasn't he? Still got the paranoia. Guardian is all he's got to play with, and they are close in that smoke. Looks like it's going to be a burst towards backside. He is going to be caught in that stun, though. Smoggy, do you get to live? Do you get to keep your life? CB is going to be trying to fight for you. Mates just scaling up a little carefully here, but backside is no longer safe.
GIGAflick's tagged up, though. I'll sit and wait this one now. That's just shocked off. Gonna land onto Smoggy.
Okay, the captain making it look casual as Mates handling EDG so easily.
Another situation where they're catching players in rotation. EDG just throw bodies towards site. Mini capitalizes once more from Garage, and Mates call the freeze.
God, and look at the paranoia in GIGAflick's head. He's like, well, they're not here. They're not gone for the plant. Have they slipped Garage? Are they trying B? Okay, I've seen him again, but now I can't do much to deny this. Nice pickup on a kill, but the trade comes in instantaneous. So they're going to spread the wealth and try and get Martin ready with that ult as soon as possible. Once upon a time, I'd be paying attention now. I'd be like, well, there is a chance. There's a reason this man will always command our attention. I've seen things on this site. But right now, need a miracle.
Recon will go up. Stall Kung a little further. Nice now with the star gun up. Yeah, there's no way he's digging all 3 out here.
He might get 1, maybe a second if the gods are favorable, but Kung, he knows the win cons are just not there, mate. Mike, it's that slip from Mini. It's that really diligent, clear backside on Smoggy. We're seeing some good signs here.
And another thing that Mates are good at, we talked about this time and time again in the EMEA, Mini will find the kill. Mates are happy to just cut, sound, sit, and allow that paranoia to build. They're always looking to catch people in transition. Never want to hit these sites where somebody's comfortably tucked in. EDG actually forced into a very early timeout here.
Martin,
do you see a clear adjustment, or do you just think this is again seeing that strong suit of Mates kicking in? We haven't even really seen Martin at the helm.
I mean, here's the thing, on the defensive side for EDG, they almost have to just absorb some of these site hits because not really many tools to put CB into an aggressive. What, you got the paranoia right now? Smoggy's tucked into plat. He's using it to slow down a C-long push. There's nothing really that EDG can employ to really get the ball rolling in their favor.
No tangibles.
They're relying on basically being on the receiving end of some of these engagements and hoping they're going to win them.
I'm a bit worried. I'm a little bit worried. Now look, they're a good caliber team, great quality players for EDG. But this is the side that I was probably least worried about. And I'm starting to see those strong suits from Mates coming online. And again, Martin is at 3 to 4 right now. He's not your headliner. It's the C site takes. It's the catching rotation. It's all these other things.
To be honest with this matchup, it'd be very easy to sit here and talk Martin versus Kung, but here on Haven, I think it's more about the macro that Mates are going to employ that EDG are going to struggle massively with. They don't have enough tools to take the initiative, be decisive here, unless it's Kung swinging left, right, and center and finding kills, which again is the recipe that's worked historically for EDG.
Is that what we're banking on? It feels sketchy as hell, doesn't it? But warded away. CB not going to get what he wanted at the start there, or uncollected. But Kung trying to be the difference maker.
No check on the cam yet.
He's found a little bit of room. It's going to be held in place for now. And he's going to be rewarded!
Well, there you go.
Deadly as ever! You summon him to it, and he gets you out of danger, but still, can they still make anything else happen? You're looking at Beepo's progress here. He's got freedom. He doesn't know how much yet.
Does he get ahead of Kung at this angle, though? still a little cautious in approach.
X Factor player, man. Ooh, dealt with great from Beepo there. Good timing. And again, the composure for Mates is solid. Looking at EDG, though, still going to have the Sheriffs here, so a decent amount of threat could be potentially spurred on, but Martin wants to invest behind this, wants to ensure they have something for safety on this post plant.
They have a TP to safety as well, so the plant's going to be open. Of course, further issues for EDG. Information firmly in Gentlemate's hands here, especially with the neural theft going through.
That. Because you saw that break on the trip behind, so it could have added that additional layer of paranoia, but instantly quelled.
Swoggy going to try and smoke across here.
Retake was good before.
These weapons.
It's a lot to ask, isn't it? Especially if Mini's having a game. And really, it's not getting play here. Struggling to find the pixels on the other side. Tap on the spike, gonna try and call in command. Someone to react. It's all too simple. With a little bit of a moment there from Kong, but there was no further threat.
Definitely, and what was I saying before? What's the adjustment, right? Kong starts walking mid, starts swinging C-long, or A-long even. Here, it's another example of why Mates are so good in terms of converting. This is 2 free kills, right? Yes. Gets back, TP's away. Yes, it's an anti-eco, but numbers firmly favoring EDG. And even on buy rounds, that's why Mates are so good at flipping disadvantages. Their freezes, their mid-rounding has just been sublime.
Buy back in, Operator in. This could be the X Factor. I'm pretty sure Kong caught maybe a pixel then on the jump spot. See how long he stays posted on this one. But for Mates, they've got to be reading the economy, understanding there's a high chance this is in effect. What's the plan? It's looking like pressure B. It feels simplistic, but it feels like maybe the right option. Do they split Garage? Can Chichu handle what's coming his way? Mini on the shoulder. Going to catch the first glimpse. Can he stall this out?
Yeah, Martin's just going to TP in. It's a free plant here. They're going to be able to reset as well. No pressure into the back lines.
And Starzo. I like this. How late does he play it? You can see Smoggy's consideration. He's worried about this. Even a deeper flank from Mini. They're leaving it quite light on the B site. This could be a bit sketchy, but hard to play retake with that Operator. Martin, there he is. That's what you don't want to see here for an EDG fan, is him starting to come online. Can Mates still hold this down? I think they can. Look at Mini in the checkmate position. If anything gets deadly, he can swing in. They may be aware of it, but they can't clear it, and they know that now.
Again, reading this perfectly. The Operator's on the table. They're stacking bodies to help Kong. He's not there to solo anchor. And Garage is just wide open. Mates running away with the space again.
I have to say, look, as much as a lot of the praise can be put elsewhere when it comes to the kills and the passionate about it and how it works out, these calls and these considerations are great. I want to look at Starzo for that one as well. I want to put that in towards his hands. I mean, okay.
Yeah. I mean, again, these are the other variables. Just like you get rounds where, okay, we just can't play.
Yeah.
What do we do?
We're out. Yeah. Okay, Glass Cannon. They're trying to get this one going, right? They're trying to get anything.
Finances are shattered. CB's down on the judge. There's ultimates here to play with. Yes,
I am serious.
This time around, Kong
Ascendant.
Switch things up.
मैं खुद नहीं ascendant जा पा रहा भाई,
तुझे कैसे बताऊं? Being invested outside.
लेकिन एक चीज तो है भाई.
This time around, CB tasked with
teammates यार बहुत वो आते हैं भाई, toxicity बहुत ज़्यादा है यार इंडिया में.
On the back of B's side, so
उसकी वजह से लोग कर रहे हैं, लोग rank up नहीं होता बहुत से लोगों का.
Isn't it? Because you kind of want to try and find Kong, but he finds you first. People are gonna know that.
कम मारा यार. ऐसे operator सीखनी है चलानी.
And they keep control here. Again, disadvantages seem to be where Mates can thrive. Now they're gonna load the judge as well. I'm pretty sure. Ooh, big chip damage, unconfirmed. That's huge. Big damage on CB, so that's a bit rough for him, but they can reset here. Still about 50 seconds. They're looking like they want to maybe shift away from where they saw that Operator.
They have a little bit of space towards A, but certainly still guarded here by EDG.
अपने में improve करना क्या aim है, game sense है.
Yeah, got a little sketchy. Smoggy is posted up.
हम कैसे round निकाल सकते हैं? पर बात तो वहीं आके अटकती ना टीम पे भाई टीम तुम्हारी बात सुन रही है कि नहीं सुन रही है
pop on this. Can they hold from the side? EDG looking to try and create these crossfires. Maybe still create a
improve करे और क्या?
taking down nobody. Smoggy is in a whole lot of trouble here. How is he alive still? Kept alive by a couple of smokes. A little bit of a shift through towards backside by Chichu. Can he alleviate that pressure? No! Clip with it. And now Smoggy in response. Still trying to hold a corner. Play something in, but Mate's still trading in well. Plant should be up, but look at CB. It's an operator though. He's got to pop the ult. He has to try and do damage. Kong is still held back by the divide. Mini denies again. Kong, you got a 1v3 in front of you once more.
Just no way back in here behind the divide. Again, if CB potentially finds a kill, he's traded so quickly. And Kong still out of the round. Has to hold on to this now. As you said, the glass cannon in round 9.
God, it starts feeling like a poison chalice as well. Just always wanting to save it, keep it, try and build around it, do what you can with it. And it has bailed them out regionally, I'd say, but here, man, Mates seem to just have great reads, even in the disadvantage after that opening pick.
Well,
they still figure it out.
Even if Gentlemates decide to hit the site that Kong's on, the way that Beepo and Martin have been playing, you've got to argue they're going to be well equipped to get themselves at least into a favorable trade or get themselves onto site still.
या तो आज डायमंड वापस लगेगा या गोल्ड
Beautiful shot here to obviously open things up.
मैं सुबह फ्री होऊंगा भाई पूरे मैच देखूंगा.
It's the solid mid round in here. Put themselves into a 4v2 effectively to take the A site. And then they freeze behind the orb. It's Smoggy's stuck in the worst position possible, just banking on the smokes lasted.
दिन में स्ट्रीम करूंगा 2 बजे 3 बजे के लगभग.
Very concerned at a 5-round gap, and honestly not many positives for EDG to really pin their hopes to. Again, they're stacking bodies behind this operator once more. Can Mates figure out what's going on in this round?
It seems so similar, doesn't it? The additional adjustment being Beepo's position, maybe? Dedicated and kind of tucked in towards Suo, while we've still got this consideration on the B approach. Waiting stacked up in case there was that operator. Not to be the case. So they've already got past the first hurdle. They've left Kong on the other side of the map, posted down A long. Beepo is a checkmate to that, though. That's an issue they're going to have to deal with that they don't know about. Information coming towards the B site. How does EDG prepare themselves?
Nobody really holding down front side of site, but again, with Chichu on a sheriff, you don't expect him really to be posted up. Smokes will lay up. Nobody actually in a chunk there off the shock dart, down to 54 HP now. Kong still cautious yet. He's outside here. Beepo's actually behind him as well.
Ooh, nice shot. There's so many more, right? They were so scaled up behind that, so they're able to trade in. Chichu is doing seriously well here, making something out of nothing, and maybe there's still a chance. Bullet to the back as EDG still hold the numbers. Martin and Glyph, can you navigate it somehow? You've got problems on the site. Nobody's still here. It's all down to 1. Martin wants to plant, he can't get away. EDG scrapping for just a round.
This time well-equipped to greet that mid-round, the pivot elsewhere with Kong. I was saying I was hoping maybe it'd go a little deeper towards lobby, but actually able to hold his position here, catches Beepo at that crucial moment of the round where somebody slips forward from Mates.
Oh, Chichu's done well there.
How did the snakebite kill come through? Oh, okay, so yes, it was a tag and then he obviously finished off. So a response found here in round 10. These back it well, some sort of buffer for the final 2 rounds here in terms of the finances. Nobody in Smoggy with ults to play with. Side of Mates.
Ooh, the challenge.
Oh, hang on.
They're actually going to Kong this time. Normally he hasn't had this level of play. It's just not been going his side. Nobody. He got a couple of tags off that potentially, but Kong's still on patrol. Yeah, that's not
with the longest arms I've ever seen. How did he get the smite there?
I have no clue. And Beepo again left a little alone, but doesn't get cleared by the owl drone. So does he get left to work? Yeah, he does, but he fails. CB's got him. That's a big hold towards the A site. And they're going back towards him. Kong going to bow out of it, play it safe.
Now they're reading this as pivoting elsewhere on the map, so conceding this A site for the time being. Still on a very deep angle. I think he's holding probably towards the backside of default. Mates will have an opportunity here.
3v5. I mean, Martin maybe gets his ult. If they even get that far. Kong's close. CB might swing on Actually, no, playing it really cautiously because they've still got Kong. Keeping eyes on, it's down to 2. Martin and his ult might be the only saving grace they have, and it's read so well! You've seen this man work, and you'll see it again. Oh, he's feeling himself! Putting on a show! EDG with a little reminder of what that man can do.
Again, the sort of round you never want to see EDG bank on, but they certainly have as an ace up the sleeve, time and time again. Unfortunately, no coverage towards heaven here, and Kang just runs away with it.
Audacious work.
Let's go! Somehow now on the brink of potentially a 7-5 half. Gaps in the purchase here for mates. But plenty of ults to work with. Might just be a lifeline in terms of coming into the second half here, and EDG having a little bit of momentum. Finally.
It's a heartbeat. I'll take that. It felt dreary, but spotted early. Does Kong get to live? Tagged up. Huge info. Kong on the run. He's being hunted down. Stars are going to get Chichu. Kong stays alive on 25 HP, but plays from CT. They've already taken sight. Big tempo shift here from Gentlemate. Cliff takes away Kong. Spots out more. They're down at only 3.
Go.
He'll be trying to get past this trip now, but again, there's so many bodies looking his way.
Just sheer numbers, sheer force. Nobody in Smoggy. This is more than uphill. There's an army in the way. I don't think they're going to make it through that choke point. Yeah, they're absolutely not. They are dead to rights. Mates answer back with a flawless round, establishing a clean scoreline.
Again, another example of the turn of pace that just suits them so well to secure this 8-4 half.
Oh my god. नियॉन इसलिए मैं कम खेलता हूँ भाई, नियॉन के अल्ट में और उसमें स्लाइड में भाई बहुत जल्दी मरते हैं। लोग फ्लिक मार देते हैं भाई नियॉन में।
Can I help you, sir? Here's the bill from the dealership where I got my car, and I'd like you to beat it with a better deal on one of these fine cars. Not how it works. Guess you're not as cool as Verizon.
Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill for a better deal today.
God, round 1, and we're already getting moments like we just saw, but we can't get away from the scoreline. It is 4-8. As flashy as Kong is, the scoreline sits very well with Gentlemates, and this was the side that there were some concerns about how they're going to implement someone like Kong on the chamber.
Again, sure, we could sit here and say brute force is the answer, right? But it's just, it doesn't feel comfortable, and particularly with mates, the way they like to play on the defense, on Haven, they will sit 3 people in backside of B, just ready for something to happen. Again, Martin is always on point with his TPs. Even if somebody's challenging A long, they're still happy to dig their heels in, basically fight ahead of the execution. So I'm very concerned now. You could argue, yes, a little bit of momentum building, but that round 12, the perfect answer for mates to end that first half, to just strip away any sort of confidence to carry that across.
You can feel it in here, the atmosphere.
Electric.
We've said it before, we'll probably say it again throughout this event, but it truly is. Kong wanting to start with a bang already. spots out one, and sadly there was a second.
अबे चैम्बर की तो फील्डिंग सेट कर दी भाई,
फील्डिंग सेट कर दी चैम्बर well to be rewarded.
Look at the trap here
on
no. C-Long.
Oh no. Good luck. Have fun. Yeah, absolutely not. Cliff, beheads too. It's easy work. Mates, feel like they just have the playbook in front of them. Are they? How the hell did they have them so perfect?
So again, it's a similar ethos to what they show in the first half, just catching players off guard in these situations so many times.
It's tailor-made, man. That little like crossfire on the C push-up, the catch on long with a double stack. It felt like they had more players on the map.
Yeah, you're right. It's almost like they have an extra body. Like, again, for Kung to go forwards here, be caught so early on, it's tough to really get anything to string together here in the pistol. The buy back in going to be well invested from Gentlemates. For a shield in, still trying to make something work with the headhunter here. That's where Martin will start to excel, though. A scope in hand and just looking to wreak havoc on this defensive side of Haven.
See how he fares. He's currently sitting towards the bottom end of the board for Mates. I mean, he's not been called upon in the same way he's had to before.
I mean, yeah,
fine.
Could be concerning, but for me, it's just a positive to see Mates bring across form in the rest of the roster here.
Absolutely.
And still look very comfortable in terms of what their win conditions were. Starzo obviously still calling very solid mid-rounds.
Really good game here so far from him.
You almost wouldn't want to see Martin come and put up another record-breaking performance here in the opening game.
Yeah, adds a bit of validity to it. As Beepo going to get that first real committed contact, and actually pressure off the back. They're trying to scale up, but that felt a little out of sorts there. As Mates making light work. EDG, I don't know. High hopes, I guess, was the game plan. And
Smoggy.
You got more of that, Smoggy? No. Okay, fair enough. That's
good.
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 Oh, good.
Thank God.
We've had a couple moments already. It's game one. Game one. 10 rounds, though, Mike. There's only so many ways we can kind of look at this one with high hopes for EDG. This is a rough start in my mind.
I mean, you come into this now, a huge advantage in terms of the purchase, but it needs to be just flawless here from EDG.
Yes.
Have any sort of faith that they're going to be able to string together solid ideas to find 6 rounds on the attacking side. Again, statistically, it's not necessarily weak at either side of the coin, but the stylistic change is what we're really leaning into here versus Gentlemates. And actually, Mates actually switching things up. This is not traditionally where you see them posted on some of these defensive rounds.
No, it's a little bit curious. And maybe something that's just tailor-made, knowing what EDG like. Maybe a preference.
The anti-Kang.
It kind of is, isn't it? Let's be honest. And it also makes it really hard work for CB, who's meant to be that kind of like back line. If all goes wrong with Kung, at least we've got CB who can maybe open up something, but... And yeah, look at that. Oh, God. Just don't go in the smoke. Go elsewhere. Oh. Feels like watching moments before a disaster happens.
But again, buy round, and look what's been achieved so far. It's next to nothing here. I mean, Starzo's holding down the fort with a ghost.
Okay, forced off. So humbled somewhat. Do they now pivot away? Do they want to explore this A side further? I think you would, right? You'd start maybe questioning what's going on, but CB's going to catch Martin. They're still holding by B. They haven't fully committed towards this A rotation, whereas I think Mates were maybe thinking they would have done by now.
Spike is walking mid here. Glyph again, the second ghost catches a headshot, but nobody going to shut him down. Still 5 standing. I wanted it to be flawless, and so far so good here with the plant coming in.
Yeah, this is good. Spike planted. EDG managing to navigate the path perfectly thus far. Okay. Beepo, 1v5. Have I ever told you the story? No. 5 to 10. EDG, they've started a very long journey. They got the boots on. They're looking at the hill. They're yet to even get to the hill, but they've got the boots on.
Well handled here, but obviously for Mates now coming back on a purchase, you expect it to be very different. You see a similar sort of approach here.
Let's go.
And EDG had to take that slowly. Again, in terms of how you want to see them approach here, I don't think we're going to see CB barreling onto sites. No. So we might see an example here of maybe an all-in
Oh, Martin, how far are we going on this? Because Smoggy's already slipped ahead. Okay, he's got one and he gets away. But Beepo's lost in the trade. And now the question and the challenge becomes, does EDG want to pressure this further, or do you then slow it down?
I mean, you take that trade with Smoggy being the one to fall in the early round for sure. Certainly going to make the approach to A almost unthinkable.
Well, there was CB and Kong that. They were thinking about it, getting a little closer, but backing away.
And good coverage elsewhere. It's actually Glyph and Mini both posted up to greet potentially a pivot towards B. Very shallow drone here, conscious somebody's lurked forwards here, maybe to put Chichu in a position. But Starzo, the timing on his drone.
Speaking of shallow drones, neither of them finding anything, really. And the absence of information, not really giving mates any indicator, but they've stayed put. Now, Martin could be a problem. Does he get noted on all of the util? I don't think he has yet. Okay, yeah, he's dead! Melted in a second with 30 seconds remaining. Not going.
Chichu can't make a step here. He is stepping in garage. Yeah, Glyph's going to come forward through mid.
Does he catch this? Does he catch Glyph?
I mean, he's heard the steps for sure.
But he could be on for God timing. He's not. He turned away. Oh. He's just maybe paralyzed by choice almost.
And unfortunately now Kong's made his way all the way through, right?
They've rope-a-doped him pretty well here. Easy plant, no problems on this front. And you look, as said, where Kong's gone off to. He's deep in CT. He's got no problems in this one. And for Chichu, I don't think he caught anything on the back pedal there. But very aware someone's nearby. Gives him a haircut, takes off the head. Mini gonna follow up. EDG. All right, they're starting to get closer now. This is 4 alive.
Big wins.
I'm liking this.
Progress towards some ultimates here, but not really. Thing available for the start of round 17 and get EDG to stable to whittle their way into a position here. Again, the catch on Martin. I'm not sure at the time. The TP was still there towards CT, I know, and they were creeping up long, but I think noted on sending the recon in. See, nobody's util identifying Martin's whereabouts.
7 to 10 feels possible to me then. I don't know why the scoreline, it's only a couple of rounds,
I mean,
like 3
here
rounds.
Yeah, the purchase is not going to be good at all for Gentlemates. Like I said, no Ulster, Reliant really looking at Beepo in that regard, but Starzo one away, potentially.
Yeah, I'm paying attention. Before, I was a little bit concerned this was going to be a bit of a shutdown and a shutout, and I think it was fair considering how that first half somewhat felt. And then you get the pistol in the second, and you're thinking, oh, okay, it's compounding. With a little bit of magic. There's a little bit of feeling of something here. It's too early to tell, but a timeout comes in. Mates need to get their heads in the right place. Again, they don't have big stage experience. I know, as I said, yeah, there's a champs winner. There's a few on that stage. But again, Starzo, it does feel like a different lifetime. There wasn't a crowd. There wasn't this pressure. There wasn't this environment where things do suddenly become possible. So you've got a mid-walk, it looks like. That is what mates are just going to get this round done by. Why do I get nervous about these, though?
Again, nobody from EDG going to be shoulder and window here. It's Kong the closest. Nobody out grass early. CBE is peeking now, but a big tag onto nobody.
Yeah, okay, so they're going to leave him down, but it's Kong all ready to clear through on Starzo. That was good. Glad to get some, bodies dropped out of this. Kong can't just get a connection through all the util, but Chichu in the meantime slipped. That's pretty nice, giving some space towards the C site. I think Mini, the pennies dropped, but it's too late. Too little, too late. But again, you took a risk, you took a chance. Right now, they might just take another couple bodies as Chichu has instantly secured safety.
People did a ton of damage before going down there, but still a 2v5 to be found. Make that one.
That's 5. That's flawless.
They have such a huge cushion now in terms of this string of rounds. Ability to piece together 3 very solid responses.
But this is what the timeout was for, right? This round coming was the timeout from mates, and I'm seeing a couple of big purchases. Mostly good Starzo, not something I was really thinking of during EMEA at least. But Operator's in.
Let us hunt.
Taking on Kong?
Yeah, I was going to say, you're almost hoping mates will sit back a little deeper here and rely on what's worked for them in terms of retakes on Haven, but going forward once more, Beepo shut down.
And it's one, oh, what? Starzo with the bailout. He got 2 out of nowhere, maybe assisted by the damage done, but KongKong in the meantime has already started to work up towards B. Glyphs on a very passive angle on that A-side connector. Mini sitting super deep. Look how deep mates are sitting here.
KongKong will note the trip here, so solid information. They can't lurk out into B too comfortably. And now, actually, the benefit being, Smoggy's down. There's a sight line for Starzo to post up with that operator.
I just don't know what he's like with the operator. Apparently pretty damn good. On for 3, eyeing up 4. Now drone coming in, but KongKong, there's a reason he strikes fear in the hearts. It's a 2v2 now. Mini's pretty far away. Starzo wants to do some more work on this, though.
Shock darts burn up, so we can't pressure this plant. Trade out here with Mini. And the paranoia that Mini's actually lurked up behind EDG.
Exchange of darts. Nobody still on site. KongKong behind him by quad. Nobody gonna just slip up towards BT, but KongKong, there's a reason you don't tussle with this man, EDG. Making it look possible now. 8 to 10, and mates still frozen on those double digits.
You see, they're still wanting to take the initiative at the start of this round, but Beepo just can't pin down that first kill. Yeah, the follow-up's great.
Yeah.
From Starzo, but it's just so risky. Unfortunately, EDG have been able to stick the landing in terms of some of these mid-rounds here on their attacking side. Again, with no real nuance, it's KongKong catching players off weird positions. These aren't really having to rely on many plans.
It feels so repetitive now, trying to maybe isolate it. I think it's Smoggy who's been trying to get up towards long, scale in, and he's done really well in a couple of rounds to actually just best the opposition, but now they don't have that challenge. How do they read this? But the buy's shoddy at best. It's Ashiko. Divide there. Beepo's 1 away from ult, but not to hand. 2 away from Martin, but he's having a quiet game. And EDG starting to make it feel possible. Make me believe in something here. Flash goes in, and once again, EDG hold the line. 2 players remaining. And then they are so close, Mike. They are knocking at the door, and they've been near on flawless in so many of these rounds.
There's been not many kills, at all for the side of Gentlemates in some of these losses. I said it needed to be flawless to get 6 to tie things up. Now just within 1. And look at the ult starting to stack now for EDG. Like I said, they're not really relying on many plans or set pieces. They're just winning out some of these engagements that Gentlemates are, I don't want to say feeding into, but they are certainly opening up for EDG. It's like I said, it hasn't been where their successes have lay on Haven in particular. No aggression this time towards A-Long for mates. It'll just be Martin posted up now, op in hand. Something potentially to get the ball rolling for him. Well, see KongKong creeping.
That is a scary silhouette. He's close. Go through that protocol list of where to clear. Starzo on the A site. Chichu going to slip down sewer. I don't know if that Aldron's going to quite make it. It does. So information's there. In the meantime, still working other opportunities. You can see that spike slowly and cautiously heading towards C.
Mini's actually,
I like that.
Yeah, pushing further forwards here. Have the cam to play off, so he's got coverage towards Garage and Long, but plenty of bodies here, and unfortunately, nobody's still got a drone.
That is the only...
Mini's all in here.
Yeah, there's no way out. And there's the drone, and he should be dead. He still gets 1. Wildly surprising, but nobody there on the trade, and KongKong's going walkabouts, man. This guy is something of just nightmares. Gonna take away Glyph, and then just slice mates in the middle, the pit on top. Wrap it up, man. Surely this is 10-10.
It's got to be. Gentlemate's probably now discussing that very decision. Martin does have his ultimate, but it's an operator in hand for him. Mates have to give this up. will concede the draw. And again, it's only 1 to fall from EDG. Finally investing in ultimate. thankyou's pit to secure this C-site hold. Again, flawless and frugal. So they're so well equipped now for these rounds later on in the half.
Yeah, we've got like full money on nobody. Everyone just cashed in, looking great in this.
But now they can start taking some more risks if they want to.
It's up to them. I'm concerned for mates. Their lack of X factor with Martin is now going to becoming a question. He's 7-13, very quiet here. That's fine if we were still in that first half. Now, I do start putting a question mark behind it. I want to see him activate. We're seeing Kong doing this. I want to see a star on the other side.
How many times do we see Genome sitting comfortably back as with 3 on B side, on the defensive side of Haven, looking to catch players like this or looking to proactively rotate and flood sites as the spike is planted here? We're just seeing a completely different approach here. Almost a little overzealous to go forward and challenge Kong. And like I said, you're giving EDG the 1 win condition that's glaringly obvious.
Yeah, it's a bit strange.
He's not even going crazy.
Which is wild, right? When you're talking about Kong, the expectation does just become obscene. When your average is excellence, 18-10 isn't even that crazy on a debut game here, but still, I think you're right, because in my head, when I was looking at this on the second half, I thought mates would be really well equipped stylistically to deal with this.
Because the other thing as well, defensively, Martin, he plays very different on Haven. He's happy to be self-sufficient going forward. We're calling it Mr. Multi-Kill for a reason, and that part of that was how aggressive he was playing on the defense. Yes, we're seeing it here, but in weird scenarios, I'll say.
It just feels a little bit out of sorts, a little off timing, a little out of position, just never quite right. Time to put up or shut up, it's 10-10. Buy on both sides, operators in play, ultimate there. This is the best round for mates to give it another go, but EDG start feeling untouchable.
राज है वो.
Up here, EDG again.
मुझे बता राज फिर.
Happy to sit back in this early default. No aggression this time around, but Beepo gonna take some space.
राज तूफानी भाई भाग गए क्या तुम? जवाब तो लेते जाओ अपना.
Another situation where Mini's not really been able to find much space on the defense. I guess ahead of EDG finding a kill or.
मोहित यार मतलब कुछ भी लोग पूछते हैं यार कुछ भी. मतलब कुछ भी पूछते हैं मतलब कुछ भी.
EDG still yet to show their hand.
Playing very carefully, making it hard to get that beat. It's Martin who might receive the first real challenge. I think it's CB on the other side, just forced off by that smoke. Still wants in though.
What is this orb?
I don't know.
Are they expected to play into that angle as well?
I'm not really sure. Okay, so then if they're pathing towards A, it's Beepo. And he's got it. That's a good shot. 40 seconds. Tempers his pace, trying to back away. You see the trade there. CB wanted that. He's actually just hunting him down. Pops the ult. This guy wants to go wild. And he's got Beepo. Still chomping in the bit for more. Cliff, Martin finally finding something. But CB fully off the leash. Did some good damage, but maybe not enough. As there it is. Mate finally stopped.
समझ नहीं आया कि नियॉन ने मार दिया भाई उनके बंदों को.
Huge kill to find, but still able to get back to sight. Make it difficult to EDG to scale up behind that. I think EDG probably thinking, yeah, there's max 1 more here on site, but this is the sort of example, mates, he able to throw bodies towards the site. Almost a pre-take scenario.
Let's go. Ek round jeet ke, let's go.
Finally, stop the bleed. Well, stop the bleeding.
लेकिन मानना पड़ेगा EDG ने जो कमबैक किया भाई, क्या कमबैक किया.
We'll see. They are. They're so aware the mates have been just pressuring this time and time again. But
तो 6 राउंड से लगातार हार रहा है.
We're seeing a little bit of a switch up now from mates. Kind of with that kind of 1-3-1, we started to expect to know a little bit more. They're going for a late mid walk though.
This is more like it for mates.
Yeah. This feels like what we'd come to understand, and you can see why. Chichu's beheading opens up a problem. The back line now isn't secure. They don't know about C. They don't know about Garage. They don't know about Window. So all eyes turn towards the A side.
Mini now positioned here with some util. Starzo, a late drone. Will it spot? Actually, a ton of information.
Is there anything that can tilt this back in EDG's favor? And already, Mate's going to give up the site, though. This could be another pre-take. I doubt it. Looking like they're going to respect this for now. CB just making sure plants in.
Still got the cam to deal
with
here. Give some information for Gentlemates here to potentially convert this man advantage.
Flash, ult, time to go. Martin trying to set this one up. Nobody, got to be careful. It is! Martin breaking the back lines. Mini from heaven, but Kong standing guard, still holding his ground. And now it comes down to the two, the one who took his record, the one to try and go above and beyond. The defuse in play at 12 rounds made now by Martin.
The TP back up to heaven, just breaking the ankles of Kong. In the chaos there, so hard to keep track of what's going on, but Martin just always a threat with these ultimates.
God, these two.
The reposition is perfect. Kong nearly hits the adjustment there, by the way.
That's a coin flip.
A big 1v1 for Martin to come out on top.
God, you can hear it even in the replays. You feel it in your bones, that sort of stuff. What an incredible quality game we can have if we get these sort of levels of performances from the individuals. I think that was the first time we really saw Martin show a glimpse of what he looked like before. Kong so close to pulling off another legendary moment. But at 10-12, the tides have turned. This is now looking like Mensa just, Mates are so close right there within touching distance now. They can forget about the run of, 6 rounds on a trot and get into map 2. But for now, EDG are not done yet. They had that buffer, Mike, you were talking about it. We were looking at it. That's starting to come to an end. But obviously, it's now or never. I
was talking about the comfort they would have in the last few rounds of this second half, but everything but the TP invested. It's Mates to actually string together 2. Starzo 2 away from the Hunter's Fury, only the neural theft for them to work with, but certainly an example here to show they've still got their finger on the pulse.
Yeah.
A solid grasp on how they want to approach the defensive side of Haven, even though we've seen some switch-ups. Kong back on the operator. Still positioned early on here to maybe greet a member or 2 of Mates.
Oh, here we go. Stars are going to be noted. A little exchange. This time no mid-slip. At least down towards window, there is obviously Martin's position.
All posts outside B, and EDG starting to stack bodies behind this. Martin is ahead of it, though.
Ooh, Martin!
Oh, he didn't have a TP ready!
Oh, it's a fumble, it's a mistake, and it's a chance. That's all that really EDG would need, but Kong's fallen and the B side is not secure. There's bodies here. Smoggy with an outrageous play towards backside. Do not tell me EDG are done yet, as Beepo's options are looking rough here. A judge, a sheriff, and no teammates anymore. One body dropped.
No way he's going for this. Yeah. Look at the money here.
No shot.
On the side of Mates, it's only 2 rounds. So Starzo and Glyph going to be struggling in terms of the follow-up purchase here. Benefit being Hunter's Fury now secured for them. And a spanner in the works from EDG. Martin, again, I didn't quite catch the timing there, but you could see almost the panic trying to send another TP out. So a total misread on the timing for EDG's pivot, and this was only on the confirmation from the drone down A long. So it should have been well equipped, really. I believe Mini and Glyph still positioned outside that C window.
Are we getting OT game 1? Map 1?
I mean, it would feel that way.
I'm not mad about it. I know exactly. Again, great work from Smoggy. I can't underestimate that, really. Kind of breaking the line so well. That's a rough mistake if it was a mistake to be making there. That's, again, suddenly...
I mean, all just heartbreaking timing for Martin. Like I said, I didn't know when that TP is expired, but he's just on an island there. And the fact that CB's shouldering it and sliding back is just insanity.
Yeah, it's a 3-play walk. We got a 3-man walk down C long, jumped for now by Chichu. okay. He gets away pretty, actually, unscathed. Down at 87, sure, but that's not a bad outcome.
I believe the first time they've dealt with that trip that's posted at the end of C-Long. It won't necessarily force EDG out of this default just yet. Hunter's Fury gets posted. No connections, though. And you become coming in the end. No, nothing.
They're clutching at straws, man. Double stacked up down C-Long, but I feel like you clear that now. That's just part of the protocols, but EDG not going to rush their decision. They're making the right choices.
Stinger in sewers.
What do you know about that? All right, just you wait and see what he's up to. I mean, Stars is trying to draw eyes on him, right? But good luck, Glyph. In the meantime, Chi-Chu's still being a nuisance and a problem, right? Can just keep these players still curious about the other side of the map. But while this happens, the A site is under threat. But felt like hesitation there.
That's an upgrade.
What do you know about Glyph in sewers with a Stinger, apparently? And now it gets a bit weird. We're at 20 seconds. Have they overcooked this, or was this the right call? We got TPs coming into backside. Blood from Mates. Mini on the swing, takes down Smoggy. Chi-Chu trying to hold the site 13 seconds. They need a goddamn plant. 10 seconds. It's only CB left alive. Is this how it ends? That's how it closes down on map 1. 13 to 11. Dear God, we are going so deep in this series, aren't we?
The resilience from Mates here to withstand this level of pressure. Again, just a cheeky kill here and there, but that's the end of map 1. We'll be right back with map 2 after this break.
He's hunting down that title!
The time to write the next chapter in the esports history books is finally here.
And they fold it in his hands yet again! He steps up to the plate, and he can knock this one out of the park! Now they shall be engraved alongside the greats!
Gracias a Dios, Ave María, todo el día, todos los días, tuve mi Dios y yo gozándome en la vida, así que DJ, ponle la música pa' que ella se guíe, y que la rumba no se acabe, dale sigue, ponle la música pa' que ella se guíe, y que... Now we flexing Schwarzenegger, now we flexing y un saludo especial para todos mis haters, que estoy adelante, ya we made it. Si ama la vibra, sigue alegre, cause now we flexing Schwarzenegger. Todos los días, bendecido, gracias a Dios, Ave María. Todo el día, todos los días, tuve mi Dios y yo gozándome en la vida. Así que DJ, ponle la música pa' que ella se guíe, y que la rumba no se acabe, dale sigue. Ponle la música pa' que ella se guíe, y que... Now we flexing Schwarzenegger, now we flexing Schwarzenegger, now we flexing
Ponla pa' subirle esa chapa, me gustan pila y tú sabes que yo soy puto que estoy la es mentira. Full de los bolsillos pa' darte lo que tú pidas, ya están dándole a la tu si va con un vuelo de ida. Ponla pa' subirle esa chapa, me gustan pila y tú sabes que yo soy puto y que estoy la es mentira. Full de los bolsillos pa' darte lo que tú pidas, ya están dándole a la tu si va con un vuelo de ida. Ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla.
Jen with Coach Paco of Gentlemates now. Coach, congratulations on Haven. Now, you guys must be thrilled about this map win. This is your global event. First one for the org and for most of the boys on the team. Stars' first Masters in front of the crowd, and also Martin's chance to prove himself yet again. So I just wanted to ask you, from the coach's perspective, what are your plans to manage the emotions that you guys are feeling right now? Is your plan to kind of keep the emotions in check, keep them cool and collected till you guys close it out, or is your plan to let them enjoy the moment and stay pumped up?
I mean, first thing, what we want is to enjoy. We really like the crowd as it's our first international event, but we worked really hard throughout the whole year to actually be in the control of our emotions. So we want to enjoy it, but we don't want to let it overflow. And I already see a lot of the positives from this first map, and yeah, I believe that we will come even stronger in the second one. So like we will be cleaner.
Okay, thank you, and I'm gonna let you go enjoy.
What a grueling way to start off Master Santiago, as Gentlemates managed to pull off the win. But if you were watching in the beginning, you're probably thinking, yeah, of course, Golden Boy, that makes sense. But EDG managed to fight back to a 13-11 scoreline, Wyatt, after really struggling in that first half.
It was almost a Gentlemates 2025 moment, and it was also a team getting so hyped up at their debut event, and then things start going wrong, and they can't get back into the game moment. But that wasn't the case. A quiet Martin for most of the game came to life at the most important moment to win out that 1v1 clutch, which was the turnaround round.
It absolutely was. Those A defense rounds, they finally got working, but throughout it all, Mini was there, putting in the shift, making sure that on the attack side, he was constantly finding them openings. On defense, he found it a little bit more difficult to get involved in a lot of what was going on. I do think it is a bit concerning, though, that both Martin and Bipo had wobbles out there. Like, if you're just looking at the duelist matchup, in fact, it was CB who started picking things up a little bit towards the end.
Towards that end.
So for Pearl, where you have that clash of the double duelists, form is actually looking pretty good for EDG.
Well, you want to talk about form, and even though they did hold an L in that first map, we got to talk about Concon, because he's your HyperX Reflex moment of the day. You knew we were going to do it, okay? So you knew it was happening.
Insane, man.
He manages to put together a nasty round, 3 kills, and then he says, you know what? I
want
some force. And he goes for the no-scope shot.
Yeah, the Aura Farm shot.
Crazy.
That's the Aura Farm play. This is something we were talking about heading into this game, though. The importance of getting Concon on the comfort roles, the chamber, the AWP, and that was leading the way for EDG's chances of winning this map. But crucially for them, I think that's the case throughout this series. We're headed to Pearl next, where he's going to be playing Neon, one of his other dominant agents, and if they win that map, he gets to play Jet on Abyss. I think we are set up to continue to see him at his absolute best.
But I'm interested how much they actually put the op in his hands.
Right,
because
versus
I think,
CB.
Yeah, versus CB, because I think, yes, the Neon he's great at, but actually most of what we saw here was his op was looking spectacular, like, you know, Tokyo or like
you guys are pitching
level.
me on the whole, hey, he's not going to be upping that much, and it turns out that was not
only on this map,
and
maybe Abyss as well.
He's not opping on Phoenix, but we're not getting that today. But I think that his rifling, I thought it was, in the moments we saw it, actually really good, too.
Good.
I think he's still, going to be on point in that way. Like that one round where he did almost clutch, it was the Martin 1v1, but the switch from the AWP to the rifle, instant headshot, like, he still had those moments. I think he's going to continue the form.
I think if Concon had pulled off that round, and if Martin had not made the hero play, they were going to win that game. And now you're kind of in this conversation here where we're waiting to see how things are over in the EDG camp, but I am curious how this map 2 is going to play out, right? Pearl is coming into play here, Sideshow. I mean, and guys, there's just like a lot of opportunity here for EDG to really step it up, as we've already seen. And I thought we were going to see a team that was struggling, and instead we ended up seeing the opposite.
Yeah, in terms of attack side calling, I really liked what Starzo was bringing out. He was running these like fast conditions, pump the brakes, and then see how maybe Mini can open up an objective somewhere.
Sure.
But on the other side, they were getting really effective contact plays out of EDG, walking up on somebody down A long and then surprising them springing into a post-plant scenario. And Chichu was finding those same lurks. Like, this looked like a team that actually knew what they were doing on attack, which that was my big worry for EDG, was maybe they're just going to fumble around on their attack side and it's going to look a bit lost.
I was really impressed when EDG were on attack with their ability to nullify the aggression that was coming from Gentle Mates early. It felt like no matter what they were throwing at them, EDG had their number. They were trying to mix things up where you saw early, for instance, there was the Neon plus Martin Yoru pushing down A long, wasn't working out.
Yeah.
Then later in the half, they mix it up where Martin has the clone going down A long with Beepo, but he's actually pushed deep into mid. They catch Martin there. There was only maybe 1 or 2 rounds, I think, where Mates actually got something productive accomplished with the early aggression.
Yeah.
So I was really impressed with that aspect of the attack side play from EDG, which will hopefully for them continue on to Pearl as Mates just play double duelists everywhere. We're going to get Neon and Yoru again. So
yeah, well, let's actually see what's going on over in the EDG camp, because we do have Coach Autumn with some words with Jen Lee.
Jen here with EDG's Autumn. Now Autumn, Haven slipped away, but it was so close, and utilizing Kongkong on the operator was a huge win condition for EDG. Now moving on to Pearl and Abyss potentially. CB will be that guy on the Yoru facing Martin on the other side. What are your expectations and how important would it be for CB to perform? 감독님, 확실히 좀 헤이븐에서 캉캉 선수의 오퍼레이터를 최대한으로 활용해주는 게 굉장히 중요했는데 헤이븐을 내주고 말았잖아요. 이제 남은 2세트에서는 CB 선수가 요루 대결을 말틴 선수 상대로 잘 펼쳐줘야 할 것 같은데 좀 어떻게 보시는지, 그리고 어떤 부분에 집중하면 좋을지 궁금합니다.
CB 같은 경우에는 요루를 하고 있지만 저희가 CB 선수를 사용하는 방법은 그 마틴 선수처럼 이제 캐리롤보다는 좀 팀의 플레이메이킹적인 부분을 많이 부탁하기 때문에 사실 운영적인 부분에서 CB 선수를 기대해야 될 것 같고, 화력으로 봤을 때 이제는 에이스 대결은 결국 캉캉 선수가 첫 경기랑 똑같이 해야 될 것 같습니다.
Well, CB, although he's on the Yoru, the same agent as Martin, they play a bit more different. We're not asking him to be the hyper carry of the team like Martin with Gentle Mates. The way we run him on the Yoru has to do with our strats more. So in terms of firepower, matching up with Martin and Gentle Mates, I think Kongkong would have to keep the firepower up and put out his best performance. Now, thank you, Autumn, and good luck.
And seeing CB more a part of the structured approach and slowing down the speed by, let's say, at least 20%, I think will be helpful for him, because there were moments of overheat, a lot of deaths off, sliding in, playing a bit over aggro, and I do think a slight pace adjustment from him could be the recipe for a better map too, though I think he did start to play better as that map went on.
Well, EDG are going to start on defense, and that's where you have to pay attention to the Yoru gate crashes and how they create these strong and weak sides of the map. And I think that has been a real critical issue for me with a bunch of the Chinese teams actually, but EDG in particular, is that they do seem to be a bit poor on Pearl at constructing good defensive setups for themselves. They leave gaps in areas, and CB does tend to like waste his second gate crash, kind of collapses your macro a bit once you get a minute into the round. There are going to be opportunities here for Starzo to get another lead, but we already saw them get an A4 lead and they almost threw it away.
I feel like this game, really should come down to one huge aspect of the meta right now, which is the marginal differences in the strategic fundamentals of the teams running Yoru. And there is, I agree, just a gap with Gentle Mates, one of the best Yoru teams, and EDG, where I do think also in this double duelist meta, that margin has to be made up for by pretty much straight up firepower.
Which it kind of was on Haven.
Kongkong almost made up for it with just that. So maybe they can do it on Pearl, which I feel like is a pretty good targeted pick, pretty much at the bottom of the pool for EDG of the maps that they've been playing, losing to teams regionally that are even behind the meta on it. So
All right, well, here we go. Agents coming in, and as you guys were talking about, Kong's going to be going to that Neon. You also have CB on the Yoru, so we'll be keeping eyes on that. But you can't forget about Martin and Beepo. These guys, this tandem duo has been deadly for the mates, and they're going to continue this here.
Well, they've been deadly for mates domestically, haven't they? But
That's
from
true.
what we've seen, if Martin hadn't had such an important 1v1 win against Kong, the majority of the rest of the stuff that we saw was actually lackluster.
But I look at it like this, though. That's why Martin is on the team. That's why he's there. That's when you earn your paycheck. When you get onto that box and you shoot him in an angle they did not expect, you got to make that play.
It was a very smart play as well. He used his intelligence to be able to win the 1v1. But I also want to see him be in positions where he can dominate the game. Like they have the potential here for Martin to run rampant, and yet we haven't seen it.
I'm also going to be looking absolutely towards Mini to continue the performance from that
he was phenomenal.
first map, because he was the one putting them in consistent positions to win the attack rounds off the back of great calling from Starzo, who in turn was putting Mini in good positions where he was getting great lurks through Garage. I think Pearl is another great attack side lurking map. Cypher not super common here. Defensive setups can be awkward at times, but there's a lot of lanes on attack I feel like that you can exploit.
And the Cypher ult was actually super valuable on Haven. Every time he got it off, it would inform Starzo as to where to pivot. And that's not a tool that EDG have access to.
Folks, this could very well end in a 2-0 here. But if there's one thing we have learned from EDG over the years of watching this squad, you cannot count them out. Here we go. Map 2 is about to begin. Let's send it back over to your casters. Here's Pansy and Hypoc for the call.
I like the call to action. I like what the desk is saying. We need more from mates. If they want to continue and keep my attention on them, especially here, I need more. But Mike, where do you stand on this? It was a close map one. 13-11, a corner check or not is a difference in a win. Is that going to be the same in this situation? Do you think it's going to be that close here?
I feel like it might be, yeah. Obviously, Martin, call it the elephant in the room.
Yes.
Again, mates still winning out on an aspect of their play style that looked solid domestically. Issue being, they could rely in MEA on Martin just hand-delivering rounds on his own. We didn't see that, and it was a 13-11 scoreline. That's how close it got. Can Martin bounce back here? Is certainly what I'm asking.
Because EDG, individually, I'm not too worried about Kong yet. Maybe I will on the Neon, let's find out. Smoggy with the first challenge, going to take away Martin. And already, a very direct approach, tailoring towards the B side of the map. Kong getting curious and takes away the head. Beepo's down and looking for some more here. Kong not really resting. Very proactive work from EDG. Oh, come on! Come the hell on!
And just caught totally off guard here by the mid-crunch, and Kong runs away with the pistol round.
आज खेलेगा नहीं.
Spike caught a million miles away from where you'd expect it to be.
हाँ आज खेला देखेंगे
Beepo
हम.
and Glyph are close enough here where they can double swing onto this angle. The 3K from Kong to kick off map 2. Again, you can get into the comp discussion here as well. Chi-Chi's going to struggle massively in terms of solo anchoring here on the Killjoy, but look for those sort of plays from EDG to really disrupt Gentlemates in the mid-round.
Now, if I'm not mistaken, on map 1 we had a round 2 flip coming in from very little investment. I doubt it's going to happen here as Kong once again starts to do what he does best. Going to find 2, tease up the rest. And that weapon should be policed here as well, so shouldn't be a problem on that. Glyph and Mini both trying to make some pressure happen, but I think the door's somewhat shut in this.
बाकी टीम साथ नहीं देती है.
Mini does have a sheriff, so that could catch them off guard.
बाकी टीम
Probably
साथ
gonna read
नहीं
into
देती
that
है.
sound
हाँ.
cue now that there are 2 players
बाकी
here.
टीम
Mini does
मतलब
find one
बाकी
Chi-Chi.
टीम बोले तो
All full.
किसकी बोल रहे हो?
Good for a second though, CB to seal the deal on a second here.
Yeah, 3 Bulldogs, I think, remaining. Yeah, so they should be happy enough with that.
मतलब नॉर्मल जो अपन खेलते हैं गेम में वो टीम की बात कर रहे हो ना?
Mates, certainly on this attacking side here, we'll see them be decisive early on. Certainly don't want to see them shy away from some of these engagements because,
हमारी रैंडम वाली.
like I said,
हाँ समझ गया.
Haven was kind of the
साथ
story
देते हैं
of
उनको 5 stack. अगर अपन 5 stack में खेल के ऐसा गेम खेले ना,
to be the
ऐसे ये लोग
ones
खेल
to
रहे
take
हैं.
an advantage
बहुत आगे
early
जा
on.
सकते हैं.
And whilst mates have been fantastic in terms of recoveries, it's just not something you want to play into versus EDG.
मेरे को ऐसे लोग नहीं मिल रहे भाई जो मतलब मेरे जैसे सोच के हों भाई, मेरे जैसे सोच के थोड़ी से इस गेम को लेके.
Should have a good feel of where Chi-Chu's going to set up early on here as well. See previously that contact off the turret here into Art. Team going to take away some of the tools available to EDG. And still the alarm bot to deal with. And actually see this slipping deeper and deeper on B-Long.
God, I was a little bit worried when he's got the spike on him and he's...
वही ना यार.
I mean, not vulnerable there really, but he could get
ऐसे अगर
isolated.
प्लेन मिलेगा ना मेरे को भाई तो मैं.
And already CB comfortably
ऐसे
picking up
प्लेन
Mini
मतलब
in the end, took a little bit of damage for it, but
मेरे जैसे.
that's fine. But Kung Adrift does open up a window of chance.
चार
Nobody's only got a
प्लेन
share.
खोजे
It
मेरे
must
को
be
जिनको मैं 5
incredibly
स्टेक बना
hard
सकता हूँ
with
भाई.
people
Always
doing
5
that.
स्टेक खेलूँगा फिर.
Be enough room to work now. They can scale in.
Very pacey decision here.
अरे बात तो ये ना कि मैचिंग नहीं मिलती भाई.
Capitalize on this. Chi-Chu now locked out of sight.
सोलो तो खेलने
Sheriff
पड़ेगा.
to hand. Starzo a tap on the spike wall.
लेकिन हाँ उस 5 लोगों के साथ में आगे जरूर जा सकते हैं टूर्नामेंट्स वगैरह में.
Thinking about it. He was thinking about it, but again, the window of opportunity becoming very, very minimal. Not going to get much done. 4 standing for mates as they make it through the first kind of hurdle that was more on their favour.
Got to be conscious here of CB. Feels as if there's some space to play into.
मेरे पास वक्त नहीं है इतना ग्राइंड के लिए. हाँ भाई बहुत लोगों के पास नहीं होता है.
That's why I said a map where you can.
अब लोग इतना सीरियस नहीं लेते ना गेम को. अपने बाकी काम देखते हैं.
has a solid hold on these mid doors.
बहुत कम लोग हैं गेम को सीरियस लेते हैं. उनको मतलब अपना as a hobby
very deciding in terms of forcing mates to make those pivots.
Yeah.
Basically pulling the pin out in terms of mid rounding for Starzo.
And we go again. You already noted that B engaged. That
नहीं तो लैन में
This is good though for mates, showing presence here early.
CB gonna have to respect that and fall away, leaving just one. And Smoggy's down, so they've actually come up with a conclusion pretty fast, and actually a solution as well. Martin going to take away CB as now the gates towards the B side, I do want to say are open, but Kung Kung's a little bit close, and I always get a little bit scared.
Connection on the shock dart here from nobody. Actually, Kung Kung going to find Beepo though.
Kung Kung's starting to build in here. He's got a fight on the backside, but Mini's won it out. That's brilliant from him. Can't double down. Chi-Chu steps in, steps out. Nobody now in a 1v2. Both playing towards long. Look for an angle. He almost caught Martin there for a second. But man, this is a tough post plant to break. Glyph going to hopefully play to the time he does. Really smart stuff. Mike,
लेकिन BGMI को
लेके
लोग काफी सीरियस हो चुके हैं.
But mates instantly wanted to correct any sort of errors there.
Bigger picture-wise, this is such a crucial round to keep EDG in check in terms of finding explorations across the map. Smoggy just caught completely blindsided by this reveal. Maybe a little bit of a miscommunication there between CB because he feels the pressure as well. Yeah, crucial in terms of information available at the start of these rounds. EDG back down on pistols, but Kung Kung does have his ultimate already here in round 5.
And does he get a chance to do much with it? Nobody that's ambitious, as Kung Kung's killed Beepo and he's gone away, and now there's 3 players here.
तेरे को चाहिए मेरे को 2 मिले हैं एक में
available when he gets the classic kill regardless when it looks like mates have a punish on the orb.
And now they're clearing behind them. If CB's timing's right, if he plays it just right, this could be so nasty to try and re-clear. You just feel like you have no map control. You can already see that mates are trying to backpedal away, kind of re-clear this space. They have no idea what's been going on.
What's just happened there? You didn't have anybody.
मतलब जो एकदम टूर्नामेंट लेवल के खेले भाई आगे जाके मेरे साथ.
Diligently on this, do we think?
क्योंकि मैं तो इस गेम में पूरा घुसना चाहता हूँ भाई जितना घुस सकता हूँ. अब जो स्टार्ट कर ही दिया है भाई तो क्यों ना एंड तक एंड करो भाई.
Absolute position. Oh my God, he gets 2. The dream is still alive for EDG and the map feels unsure for mates. They don't know where they want to go.
कुछ अलग करके देखते हैं.
Send Martin forwards here to try and plant the seed towards B. The Glyph's going to be caught. His steps are going to be heard. Nobody's got full information here.
It's only a classic, but that might be more.
अभी स्क्रीन पे मेरे को मिल जाएंगे और.
Okay, it's okay. Everything's okay.
स्क्रीन पे मिलेंगे मेरे को आगे.
How did Glyph lose that? I don't know what's gone on here. Martin has just felt the walls closing in around him. Wrap this round up and forget about it. If you're mates for EDG, it's a dream come true.
उसके पीछे कहानी बता, स्टोरी बता कुछ.
The trip placed here, but CB gets into a position that goes completely unchecked, and Martin will fall here. Smoggy sealing the deal. The MasterCard Thrifty.
That's nice. That's nice. And for Mates, they've got to be kicking themselves about that one.
मतलब तेरा दोस्त ही है.
These tendencies are already on display in these early rounds. Again, the fact he gets 2.
दोस्त है क्या?
It's outrageous from CB. But again, mistake early on in the half. Now should be a reality check for Gentlemates. An adjustment in diligence. Some of this mid-round calling.
Basic at least.
Beepo, throw it at the wall and see what sticks. The C's does nothing, and Beepo shreds them. Look at that utility on the assist towards Kung. Took 3 of them to set that up.
मिलाना उनको
That's
मिलाना
an early
मेरे से
volley
मिलाना
dropped,
ठीक है.
and a play it to the good for Mates.
And already pretty deep down B long as well. CB had to reset to put another TP in place.
Oof.
Flash out here to try and set himself up, but this is bold from CB.
CB, I don't know, man. Like, this could be the death of him, but he's been given a new lease of life. Martin
देख इसको सिखा रहा
looking to
हूँ.
kind of scale around towards that CT side, get the deeper information, but the rest of his team can't make it up there. Martin comes out of the TP, finds a pocket to play from as Mini then doubles down. Sight now on the scrutiny. Mates making it work. 4 against 1. Chichu's gone.
किसको सिखा रहा है?
It's so funny to see as well. Nobody going to check that pocket in heaven behind the divide, but Martin still capitalizing. Starzo will clean up Chichu here. Again, CB a little off kilter in terms of what he wanted to do. I don't know what the actual initial plan is here. Puts himself in a position to make a bold play.
Yeah.
Get this opener set up perfectly from Starzo and Glyph. Gentlemates stick the landing here.
We're on the board, Patricio.
Great conversion in terms of that purchase.
Time to jump.
We have Starzo's ult here. On the other side, EDG starting to stack up. Only missing Chichu and nobody.
Chichu's close, right? 2
Yeah.
away.
Again, the purchase not really there. Judge about the best thing that EDG have pieced together here.
I just feel like the dust hasn't settled yet. So many of these rounds have so much danger.
EDG का जो है ना, EDG का.
This could be the one that finally puts it into
पिछले मैच
more
में
of a
क्या ऑफ कर रहा था
standby.
भाई
They're willing to
चैम्बर से?
invest ults around this
क्या
Mike.
ऑफ कर
They're
रहा था?
putting a lot to this. Kung takes a walk. Glyph gets noted, but Mini, I think, goes unchecked. So he might be able to keep this secure. He does. Takes away Kung. That's the big threat that was kind of lingering behind the ult that CB invested.
मतलब क्या मार रहा था भाई. मतलब चैम्बर से सीधा स्विच हो गया डुएलिस्ट पे भाई.
Still
Crazy.
holding down B long. Chichu will show his hand, but Beepu inserted, I don't think is noted just yet.
No, I think he's been somewhat given a lot of freedom here. I don't think he's going to hear too much until that rotation happens. And how much do they commit? They back and forthing.
But now they're trying to sell a fake on B. Beepu's not heard a rotation.
No.
They are sending the spike elsewhere after feeling a little bit of pressure here, but it's a judge on main.
Yeah, this is still sketchy. Like, Starzo's trying to like posture up, right? Like, look, it's all coming this way, but it is still...
Nobody's not moving.
Nobody doesn't have to. This could be a disaster. Let's find out. Nobody might be breaking their hearts. Shot by shot, he bought great time. He's made this doable. And we made that chunk of damage hurt a whole lot more. 4 seconds. Round is wrapped up. Gentlemates overcomplicating this every time.
Another example, we saw some rounds on Haven where mates are maybe 10 to 20 seconds late to some of the decisions that look so cerebral. I said just overcooking this massively. EDG happy to leave nobody tasked with holding down this choke point and fumble.
मतलब उसके साथ खेलूं मैं ऐसा कह रहा है.
EDG a 4th here to put them 1 round ahead. They said the judge the best thing they had, and it pays off.
Oh, it paid off and then some. And now Kung's got the operator. Iconic. Oh, nobody could be. Oh, you're not meant to win that, nobody. And you're going back for seconds. Famished. Wanting to feast on those players, and now you can see the Gentlemates one more. They have to try and win somewhere in this. Eyeing up deeper, but CB's aware, man. This positioning, it's so good. Great control from EDG. Starzo and Martin. Nah. Okay. Starzo. This ain't where you wanted to be. This is not how you wanted it to go, but EDG styling on him now.
अबे क्या हो गया ये? अबे यार
To that. Yo!
Yeah.
There we go!
इसी की बात कर रहा है क्या? अरे कौन सा ओमनी भाई कहाँ गया? अरे पर वो तो है ऑनलाइन ही नहीं है क्या कह रहा है भाई किसको देखने को बोल रहा है छोड़ भाई किसी को कॉपी नहीं करना है किसी को कुछ भी नहीं करना भाई अपनी यूनिक स्टाइल बनानी है भाई लोग हर एक उसको पसंद करते हैं भाई हर एक टाइप के लोगों को लोग देखते हैं अरे मैं ये कह रहा हूँ कि लोग हर एक टाइप के लोगों को देखते हैं भाई हर एक टाइप के लोगों को देखते हैं बस लोगों को थोड़ी सी क्लियरिटी चाहिए पड़ती है हाइड्राफ्लिक भाई वो भी सीरियस रहता है मेरी तरह वो देख मतलब उसको भी लोग देखते हैं भाई वो इतना ज़्यादा हंसी मजाक नहीं करता है ना ज़्यादा एंटरटेन करता है फिर भी प्रॉपर फोकस करके खेलता है वो
A メインはアクション取る必要ないと思うんですけど、まあオペレーターをどこに配置するかですよね。A メインを無理に取りに行く必要はおそらく EDG しないかな。
थोड़ा सा टाइम मेरे को थोड़ा सा टाइम लगेगा क्योंकि
B 本目 A フェイクの
मैं उतना ज़्यादा वो नहीं करता ना लोग अगर 2 महीने लग रहे हैं तो मुझे उसी चीज में 4 महीने लग जाएं क्या पता
B によるという形かもしれませんがエドワードゲーミングなんか読めてる配置
面白い配置ですね。
はい。キルジョイそして
देखते क्या होता है अभी
ネオンが B
まあいわゆるトラップ配置ですよね。
ओके नो ऑब्जेक्शन
プレイヤーを2段階に置くことによってオペレーターの存在を隠せる。しかも
नहीं तो सही कह रहा है लेकिन मेरे को लगता है कि लोग हर टाइप के लोगों को देखते हैं बता बात मतलब मैं सही कह रहा हूँ कि नहीं कह रहा हूँ लोग हर टाइप के लोगों को देखते हैं बस लोगों को थोड़ी सी क्लियरिटी चाहिए पड़ती है
さあゲートクラッシュはまだ時間はありますまだ飛びませんそしてゲートクラッシュの時間まで待ってる可能性もあります
क्लियरिटी समझ रहा है कि वो इंसान कैसा है भाई मतलब वो कैसा है
後ろからカンカンですダブルキルそして手放し
अपने आप को वो एक्सप्रेस किस वे से करता है वो क्लियरिटी लोगों को मिल गई ना तो फिर लोग दिखते हैं
そうですね読めてますね
さあジェントルメイツとしては A のフェイクが刺さらず
एंटरटेनमेंट
B で3名
हाँ एंटरटेनमेंट में भाई एक टाइम तक ठीक लगता है एंटरटेनमेंट भी फिर ज़्यादा हो जाता है तो फिर बोर हो जाता है उससे भी बोर हो जाते हैं सब लेके चलना पड़ता है भाई सब थोड़ी थोड़ी सब ऑब्वियसली लोग एंटरटेन होने के लिए आते हैं मजे करने आते हैं लोग देखने आते हैं एक दूसरे को
20秒ワンチャン出ますよワンチャン結果コズミックディバイドを失ったは
あなんかすごいラウンドだったなんか本当にコズミックディバイドだけでありそうだったしすごいな今の
いや、カンカン強かったな、これ。
まあ、小田さんもおっしゃっていた通りですね。本当にここが読み勝ったラウンド。
अभी तेरे को पता नहीं शायद मेरे 3 दिन से एक भी सब्सक्राइबर नहीं बढ़े भाई 3 दिन से स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ मैं सोच
発動したかなと思ったんですけど、ギリギリだったんですね。
ギリギリですか？
ギリギリ手前でスモーク抜かれたのかな。
कह रहा हूँ ना मैं मतलब जो लोग
使った判定になりましたね。
जो चीज लोग करने में 2 महीने लगते हैं मेरे को 4 महीने लगेंगे वो चीज करने में。
ここはタイムアウトです。ジェントルメンツ。まあそれほどラウンドは大きく離れてはいませんが、ただ内容を見ていると。ラウンド差よりもエドワード・ギミングのテンポ感で戦えてるなって感じはします。
おっしゃる通りですね。まあとはいえ印象のいいセットアップは持ってるんですよね。それがまああるとすればまずは A メインの取得からの A セットアップなんですが、やっぱこう今ラウンド不利を背負ってる時ってやっぱそういう作戦を出したくないのが多分 IGL の考えですよね。すんなり取れてるところをとりあえず取るべきなのか。そこを利用してうまくオペレーターを回避したいか。
あと今の P も非常に印象悪いんですけど、特にミッド、アートあたりもね少しジェントルメイツとしてはあまり取り切れていないかなというところもあります。AP に関しては非常に印象が良さそうです。
まあ一旦ディメンショナルドリフトで、しっかりと情報を取っていきたいラウンドですね。
さあ、キルジョイが A 側、CB 夜も A 側に置いてるエドワードゲーミングです。3-0に配置。に対してジェントルメイツはまずは様子見、そして B の手前を確認しようというところ。
मेरी थोड़ी सी एक कमी मेरे को अभी तक महसूस हुई है मेरी कि मैं थोड़ी सा ट्रिगर जल्दी हो जाता हूँ。
かつ見ていただきたいのが、
वो मेरे को ठीक करना पड़ेगा。
今 A メイン2人で進行してキルジョイのアランポット高めに
मेरे
置い
खुद
た
की
ん
कमी
です
मुझे पता है。
かつ高めに置いた上で夜を隠してるんですよね。
मेरे को थोड़ी सा अपने खुद को चेंज करना पड़ेगा。वो मैं कर रहा हूँ。
CB としてはワン勝負してゲートクラッシュで引くことも可能です。
まあそろそろゲートクラッシュ切れるんで次の
このタイミング。ディメンショナルドリフトを使ってマーティンがアート側から様子を見に行きます。高速にタレットを破壊してもらい、これ来た。いやーでもそのまま中で
अभी नहीं गेम में ट्रिगर होता हूँ मैं ऐसा ट्रिगर नहीं होता। मतलब गेम में लोग कुछ टॉक्सिक हो जाते हैं, कभी मैं टॉक्सिक हो जाता हूँ, तो वो मेरे को थोड़ी सी हैंडल करनी सीखनी।
さあこれで情報も取れましたね。
अभी ट्रिगर नहीं हुआ था मैं गेम में ट्रिगर होता हूँ。
スモッキーの位置が分かります。これで3対2。エリアを広く取りに行くのがジェントルメイツ。ちょっとリスクはありそうですが、いやグリフそのまま打ち勝ちました。こうなるとカンカンとしては取り返しは不可能か。きますね。
चलो भाई अब VCT पे चर्चा हो जाए भाई थोड़ी सी。
形を作ることに成功したジェントルベイツです。
そうですね。はい。EDG としてもこのアラウボットも最初は残っていたこともあって、
I am well with you always want。
アート進行やハサミに対して対応できる形はあったのかもしれないんですけど、ディメンショナルドリフトで姿がさらされてしまったことと、チーチューが逃げれないポジションにいたというところで、援護に回った結果、最終的には CB が孤立するという結果になりましたね。
あとは今の B のワンクッション、初動のワンクッションですかね、まあ結果的に相手にこうリソースを少し吐かせたラウンドになりましたけど、ああいったのもまた効いてきてる。
अरे मैं अपने खुद की अलग स्टाइल बनाऊंगा भाई अलग स्टाइल。
なんか一方向の攻めというのはしないようにしていて、常に相手のローテートを遅らせるような動きは徹底していますよね。
ウェイト。
こういった状況において、じゃあ勝負するリソースが足りないならもうジャンプで勝負してしまおうという思い切りの良さも感じられましたね。
खुद को समझना पड़ेगा पहले कि मैं कैसा हूँ।
ミニーとグリフが勝たないといけないファイトに勝ちましたね。
そうですね。CB ももしジャンプの飛び出しを抑えていれば守れていたチャンスはあったかもしれないですが。
さあ前半ラストラウンドです。ジェントルメイツは B に向かいます。
हाँ बाकी ये क्या बोल रहे थे साले सैंटियागो की लैंग्वेज
ジャッジで前に出ます。相手のケージ手前。
अब मेरे को ये नहीं पता सैंटियागो कहाँ पे है भाई।
出せませんねミニ。
वहीं की लैंग्वेज बोल रहे होंगे लोकल लैंग्वेज और क्या।
アストロのスモークがあり、
ऐसे अपने की हिंदी वहाँ की वो बोल रहे होंगे।
うまく形状体でプラウダーも差し込んで
अपने देश की भाषा बोल रहे होंगे।
マーティンが瞬殺です。
इंग्लिश नहीं है ये सैंटियागो की भाषा है।
4対2。
स्विट्जरलैंड की साइड से।
リンク側からは
स्विट्जरलैंड में है सैंटियागो।
2段構え。
सैंटियागो देखना कहाँ पे है।
行くしかありませんからね。
ポール側に2人いるのは分かっています。あと1人はどこか。
वहीं की लैंग्वेज बोल रहे हैं ये लोग।
そのまま入ってきたカンカンをカーテン内で抑えることには成功です。さあ結果タイムアウトを取ってから、非常にいい形で前半を終えれたジェントルメイツです。
चाइनीज भी बोल सकते हैं।
ラストラウンドにおいてもね、こう夜がまず1段階目勝負、ゲートクラッシュをさせずにカバーを取った、そして2段階目、実はサイトの中まだ2人隠れてるよというところではあったんですけども、フラウラーで情報を取った先に対してしっかりとフラッシュも入れて確実な形で取りに行きました。
अबे जापान की भाषा बोल रहे हैं भाई ये लोग। सही कह रहा भाई, मैंने गलत लिया भाई, क्या बकचोदी कर रहा हूँ मैं। अबे यार तूने ओमनी के चक्कर में मेरे को कंफ्यूज कर दिया यार। पिच पर ट्राई कर। भाई विमन को बैन क्यों दे रहा है ये? वो हमने तो उसको अभी गाली देके आया। क्यों गाली क्यों दी उसको? Oh,
Now, I feel like we're seeing the best of both sides here to an extent, right? I feel like Mates are starting to see some more stability in how they're looking. They adapted well. I thought things were starting to go wrong. They recovered. Good time out. They're back in the game 6-6. The explosivity of EDG, that individual impact online. Now on the side switch, where do you see this starting to
I mean, I'd counter that with that. I don't think we're seeing the best from Kang Kang and CB just yet. An opportunity here in the second half for sure, but again, there's certain situation. Kang Kang, again, the age-old played out around, right? Figure out where he is, go somewhere else. And unfortunately, seen CB, yes, find some kills in some of the more unorthodox rounds, but really, EDG could have sealed the deal on comfortable sight holds in terms of him being the anchor towards A, for example, just falling short. Curious to see what the approach here for Gentlemates will be on the defense. Like I said, there were so many examples on Haven of straying away from
identity.
Some of the comfortable macro that they'd employed back in the EMEA.
200k.
Pistol rounds here, posted up deep on R.
Yeah, double stacked up. Martin, joined by Beepo, and they're in the right place. How long do they hold this?
Within a month.
Timing. He just goes walking forward, but still with a reward. He takes the TP out, and Beepo is going to then fall away as well. Next reaction, chain reaction, the walk through from door, back line, going to cause the eyes to turn as Smoggy tries to make sure they're warded away.
Yeah, catch actually onto Mini, I believe, through the doors. So under 51 HP. Meanwhile, CB will deal with a trip on B long here. Hasn't pulled a rotation. Still Glyph and Mini comfortable. Maybe reading this. Is a full-on lurk, but the spike's making its way here.
Okay, so two players in the smoke currently. That's a really wild position from Glyph. Does manage to catch nobody, but Mini's surely dead. He is. EDG. They've got a pathway forward, and Chichu is in a mad spot as well.
30 seconds left.
You can hear all of this, surely.
One's
coming in. People's close, though. But surely you wait for everyone else. But now the flank's coming in. I see a turn of eyes from Starzo.
Starzo
just
exactly.
Something doesn't feel right. The timing. Starzo just looked away. And Chichu just closing in. Step by step. 2 towards heaven, 1 below. The timing's still right. CB, though, with Smoggy, has to keep the attention here. Keep the eyes turned. Keep them busy for a couple more seconds. The Smoggy just watching for the flank as Beepo's going to find CB. Where is Chichu in this? Finally gets to the plants. Not exactly ideal to try and defend, but suddenly springs to life and sends 2 to their grave as EDG picking up round 1 in the second half.
Chichu spends an eternity behind Gentlemates here. Again, initially when Beepo finds the kill, you think Gentlemates are going to find themselves a comfortable, at least half defuse here. Chichu with the first freebie, and then, I mean, Starzo has nothing to do with the situation. After checking so many times. The back of CB and Chichu, a pistol round delivered here for EDG in the second half.
इसमें ये लोग
certainly what I want to see
एक
from
बंदा है
to
इनमें
open up the second
हाँ
half.
यही ये जो है दिख रहा है ना
please.
नीचे ये वाला क्या खेल रहे बच्चे
Hoping someone comes towards him.
क्या खेल रहे मत वही ना यार क्या खेल रहे भाई क्या मार रहे हैं
but the dart not revealing anything. I don't think EDG are too interested in a roll of the dice here, considering, as you noted earlier, the round 2 flip is obviously still in the back of their minds.
It's enough to keep you on edge.
Time to jump.
And EDG sending the spike back a little bit. When's the alarm going to ring out? Now is the alarm. Now is the alarm that we're going B. Mini,
होना ही चाहिए होना ही चाहिए
Mini, no way. Oh, he's still got one. Hold on. Is this the
Marshall कैसे चला रहा है भाई
Is it? It's a 4v3. They don't quite have the spike on the site yet.
Kangkang's going to be so late to
this.
Nobody just wants to try and secure the plant, trying to at least keep the site safe. It's so risky at this point.
हाँ तेरी chat आ रही है भाई आ रही है
They can try and get the plant.
It
feels like it's on a nice edge here, man. They are so close to this. Mate's going to try and get involved right about now. Sacrificial Beepo allows for the trade. Kung, Smoggy, can you save the day now? A 1v2, and oh my god, we've been here before.
Martin's holding!
He's watching, shouldering. Kung's got his work cut out now here. Problems to try and overcome. 2 to be precise. Starzo 1, Martin the other, and he's got him dead! Another turnaround in round 2.
Ban कर दिया.
Getting the numbers favouring Mates a little better here.
मैं नहीं कर सकता भाई.
In terms of a retake with a very late lurk from Kung.
मैं कर सकता हूँ क्या unban?
Able to
भाई ऐसा कभी
maintain composure.
किया नहीं मैंने किसी को. ऐसा कोई ऐसा कुछ ban हुआ है. ये कर सकता है शायद Breaking Bad. इसका mod बना रखा है मैंने.
EDG just scrambling to hold down to this post plant. The bait and switch is perfect from Mates.
Breaking Bad इसको unban कर दे.
Another round 2 fumble. Put the scoreline at 7-7, and Mates, I gotta say it, back in the driving seat.
These are mentality killers, though. Those sort of losses, those sort of fumbles. EDG gonna have to try and course correct. Oh! Okay, you get one of those. Oh, you'll get a couple more of those. There is no access over here. A site is staying, Mates. Smoggy and Chichu.
ठीक हो जाएगा अपने आप.
Not much to say about the matter.
जाएगा.
Chichu still looking to do damage here. Rifle in hand for him.
अभी इसी से कर ले. अभी इसी से chat कर ले.
Finding Smoggy here. Spike secured, and Martin nearly snapping on it. He did actually connect. Well, yeah, 30 HP on Chichu.
What did he see? Give me that. Andy, if you're there, slow
One day max
what
ban
did he see?
दे
'Cause I
सकता
didn't see
हूँ
it,
मैं.
but I'm also old. Chichu,
नहीं,
30
ban
HP.
हटाने का बोल रहा है भाई वो. Ban
round
हटाने का. Ban हटा दे उसका.
Good luck. Time to have a talk potentially because I think
उसको ban दे दिया ना.
Vivan
को ban दे दिया तो उसका ban हटा दे.
The issue is that EDG have got to be kicking themselves in some way.
तूने दिया नहीं है पर automatic Nightbot ने दे दिया.
Maybe an
Nightbot ने नहीं, sorry, YouTube ने दे दिया.
Here or there, these small little errors, they've got away heavy.
30 seconds
Again,
left.
a situation where you're seeing Kung lurking on the round 2 with the Bulldog.
Nightbot ने दे दिया भाई उसको ban.
It's just
Nightbot ने दे दिया.
A little bizarre. Certainly with the sort of player he is. Really want him to be taking the fight to gentle, Mates. Again, Writer offers an anomaly.
Yep.
Chichu obviously, well, still fairly.
नहीं वैसे नहीं कुछ using abusing words.
Struggling financially across the side of EDG, but already seeing him trying to create some sort of pressure towards B in these attacking rounds.
Is everyone's tech still working? Double check.
Certainly an opportunity for EDG to explore the map in this round now. A little bit of a better understanding.
मैं भी नियॉन अच्छा खेलता हूँ यार इस मैप में.
Basically just walking into the blender here, the flash.
पर फिलहाल में मैंने वेले मेन कर लिया है अभी फिलहाल में. अब वेले ही खेलूँगा.
Man, he's quick.
Almost लगी गया था भाई उसमें फिलिक वो.
Now 7-8.
Almost भाई एक नैनो सेकंड में मरने वाला था वो. अगर पड़ गई.
Stinger in hand though for nobody. You noted there was a little bit of a gap in some of the finances. Posted up down B long. You have that outlaw with Martin. A lot of big shields though, so not gonna have quite the same efficacy.
One bot लगता शायद.
Unless he lands a shot. Not gonna happen. CB gonna power forward with 10 HP. Power forward nevertheless.
The setup to play around.
उसने इंग्लिश में टाइप किया हुआ।
Leapfrog off the back of that.
Oh. उसने कुछ ट्विच करके टाइप किया था। ट्विच पर कर ऐसे कुछ टाइप किया था।
Now again, big information for EDG showing to the alarm bot here as well.
Still दोनों बार सेम चीज टाइप की।
Poised outside B.
He has been good, but how much play do you get in this corner? I'm not thinking a great deal. Utility starting to be cleared. Still has a bit to play with. Now drone going to come through, and there he is. And he's still got two! Mini holding the line, making something out of what felt like nothing. And this is where you're getting frustrated with that utility. They showed it, the scaling, the timing, a little bit off.
thankyou now making moves, but now mate's got a comfortable period of time here to check their backs. Nobody just trying to posture up here. Puff in the chest, and thankyou will strike.
How is thankyou getting away with this, though? Down to a 2v2. Thankfully, Mini's still alive.
I mean, just bizarre timing here. The drone comes through, and everyone's peeking with it.
Yep.
It's not even cleared some of the crucial angles here. I was curious if Glyph was going to be able to deal with it and put Mini in a position to maybe find one, but...
One would be great. I didn't expect two and then stay alive till the end.
The scaling is just bizarre here from EDG. Mini will absolutely take that every day of the week. Will force a timeout here from EDG.
Oh, you can see the surprise on Martin's face there.
Ultimate's available here, EDG, but we already noted the finances. Almost strung out here. Looking like just pistols.
फिर सेम राउंड में सेम चीज करते हैं फिर मर जाते हैं और ऐसे ऐसे थ्रो कर देते हैं फिर हार जाते हैं
for Gentlemate certainly something to consider.
दिमाग नहीं लगाते
I just feel like this is the frustration though.
कोई दिमाग लगाता भी है तो उसको गाली पड़ती है
plans in the world, but if you're fumbling the fundamentals, what are you meant to fix? You know what I mean? Like, you're not even getting to that point yet.
आज मैं ऑल्ट आईडी से खेला था
अपनी 3 in a row now for
तो
mates,
मैं बोल रहा था मैं प्रॉपर ए साइड होल्ड कर रहा था मैं अपने साइड पे आने नहीं दे रहा था किसी को भाई वो लोग मिड जा रहे हैं कंटिन्यूअसली मिड जा रहे हैं बार-बार मर जा रहे हैं वे होल्ड नहीं कर पा रहे 4 लोग भी होल्ड नहीं कर पा रहे और मिड में मर जा रहे सब मैं उनसे बस मैं यही कह रहा था कि यार थोड़ी अपने साइड पे खेलो होल्ड करो कॉर्नर पे बैठो भाई एंगल होल्ड करके बैठो उनसे ये बोला गाली चालू हो गई बस अबे तू क्या कर रहा है जब से कॉर्नर पे बैठा हुआ है बंदे मिड में आ रहे हैं तू आ ही नहीं रहा है गाली वाली देके ऐसे मेरे को भाई मैंने म्यूट कर दिया
this is clean as possible to find double digits and also force EDG
क्या बोला
into the danger zone
सिखा मत कह रहे हैं सिखा मत
thankyou's the one with the rifle. He is here. That turret, I don't think is going to spot them. Yeah, they have no idea. thankyou's going to take away Beepo. This is now going to get deadly. EDG! Turret this around on its head! And Glyph is looking like he wants to evacuate.
Let's go forwards here. Again, situations we saw on Haven giving them these engagements that you don't want to give EDG. Will go up. Martin actually gets ahead of it. Nobody will fall. The flash out's perfect!
Look at Audacious now. They're trying to fight back in this mini. Still around backside. Still trying to work his way through. Divide now drop. They're trying to clear back on this.
Well, no plant while the divide's up.
This all gets a bit sketchy. Glyph dives back in. It's all on CB in a 1v2. He's got to be the hero with 18 HP and Martin sitting pretty. Time on his side. CB's got to make the moves. He's got to get the spike, plant the spike. He's got so much work in front of him.
Martin playing this to perfection here might be rewarded. Will do. Shuts down CB.
How they saved that round.
It's just wild. Another situation. The disadvantage created early on. And mates just sweep the site. A crucial kill from Martin. Like I said, not getting the plant during this divide on effectively an eco round, right?
Felt like a lost round. Glyph, though, so present as well. Martin denies it. Glyph then plays off the pillar. Really nice.
तेरी पहली चैट थी, तेरी पहली चैट है.
A real heartbreaker.
पहली चैट तेरी ही है भाई, तू कैसे मैं कैसा हूँ?
They're starting to feel it now.
मैं ठीक हूँ भाई, ठीक हूँ.
Tangible about these rounds. Hello, you're pushing spawn. Yeah, turn the screws, make it hurt! Make this stage your own. As Kung, Nobody, and Smoggy got to try and fight their way forward, and they've had some issues with the scaling on B. They've had some problems with the utility. Mini this time now armed with something a little bit different, but Martin, death from above, gives Kung a quick grave. As Nobody and Smoggy...
like कर दो जल्दी से. प्लेवा तो like नहीं करता है, बस सवाल
This is
पूछता
going to
है.
be so awkward if they can't hold it. Again, the buy is not going to be there. Kung want a very from Ultimate. Chichu got the
मैंने सुना है तो
lockdown,
like
but
नहीं करता है.
not necessarily things that are going to heavily offset
मेरे तो
the purchase
जैसे
itself.
Pinkman की
Mate's
जैसी
sitting
जिंदगी हो गई है
so
भाई.
pretty in terms of this old cycle as well. Just missing 1 point from Beepo.
क्यों क्या हो गया?
A beautiful pace change here to catch Chichu as well. You can see
क्या चल रहा है तेरे ऐसी
the
जिंदगी में?
confidence to dig that deep outside A after not feeling much pressure, and EDG just throwing out another B-side execute that's feels a little mismanaged on the way in.
30 seconds left.
And these seconds feel like a lifetime here for them as well, just kind of sitting with it, right? You're starting to go, okay, that's 11. They've got a good buy. They've got basically every single ult known to man. And we don't have a solution. We've hit a brick wall that we can't seem to get around, get over, or get through. What are we meant to do at this point? And I feel like they haven't had the bailouts that they've had before of Kung. All CBC's been fine. Everyone's been fine, but fine's not good enough when everything else isn't working.
अब breaking bad को बता दे भाई वो सब handle कर लेगा.
I think EDG, you're going to watch this one back in several rounds.
At least तेरे को तो handle कर ही लेगा, तू बच्चा है ना?
You got to expect, especially in the second round, for them to try and fight for these orbs. You're not going to want to see 3 potentially 4
जिम जाता है.
Weapons brought in here. Just doesn't feel feasible. I mean, looking at where the buy is going to settle. There'll be Nobody and Chichu with pistols potentially, unless I'm missing something on the floor somewhere. Kung, we hold on to a Guardian. Timeout called here from EDG because lots to consider.
Well, it feels like it's the linchpin of the rest of the game, right? It was a really late timeout as well. Maybe considering which ults to invest towards how they want to try and build around this very fragile purchase that has a couple of heavy hitters, sure, but they've been struggling in the full buys. So where do we go? Do we go back to that choreographed B hit that seemed a bit out of step? Have we figured out what A even looks like? I feel like they haven't probed that deep towards it yet or had too much success.
Mates are ready now. You can only see on the mini-map, just as we come out of this timeout, Mini's already anticipating an A side hit. He's already moving across to that side of the map, so it would be treacherous if EDG decide to shift the tempo slightly towards A. And again, it would be the response you'd expect after Beepo punishing Chichu there. Again, another example, Mace is reading the map really well.
And this is what I want to put towards Starzo. He's having a quiet game numerically, 6-10, but his work on the fade is normally very solid.
He's working overtime right now in terms of calling.
Correct, and you absolutely let him take that. If you've got Glyph having a great performance as well, who's kind of been the, I don't say the unsung hero, because I don't think he's quite that, but he's not going to be your headline star on this roster, but right now he's having great performances. Now we go back through. Starzo on the operator, a little curious, but also somewhat maybe subverting expectations.
Again, there is presence here for EDG. Gentlemates, the anticipation, the read is correct. Like I said, Mini moving his setup here is what's most indicative.
So telling, isn't it?
I must wait a moment.
They will be splitting the site though, so Mates aren't going to have a comfy fight one way or the other.
No, and you can feel how heavy these steps are landing towards site. It doesn't feel comfortable. The information's there, the utility's there, the bodies are there, but they're getting no breakthrough. Chichu wants to put the ult down, give him maybe a way to work in, but this is not ideal. And look at Mini. Oh, speak about confidence. This man is audacious in how they're working this. Zero fear, zero respect, and 0 kills for EDG. Smoggy, what are you meant to do? Try and run and hide. That's the best you're going to hope for here. With 4 players holding this corner. He's giving it a go, Mike, but 25 seconds.
God, so many angles to worry about here. Again, Mates have the money to throw in. Martin with a 3K to find number 12. And your eyes are drawn back to the bankroll here of EDG. Hunter's Fury available for nobody, and we're talking about Kang's ultimate as well previously. The lockdown just nets them. Well, it's net zero basically. They have a comfortable position all the way behind A site, and EDG barely scratching the surface here. Look at that string of rounds now. Got a pace here from Kang, but fortunately, Beepo posted up deep with an op now.
And they're starting to get more and more in their face, being a little bit trickier, taking more risks. Beepo going deeper, pinning Kang to the ground as Martin gonna find another. It's looking all too simple, all too easy.
This default was just spread so wide. There's no contingency if they don't win these opening duels. Be now trying to find something back into art as nobody considering double doors. Again, trying to posture up a little bit towards B, but there's going to be no threat behind this. Look at the hold on A that they'll be walking into.
God, it's a chokehold. You can't. You just can't go there. But B feels fraught with danger as well. Nothing feeling simple.
भाई मेरे को जिस चीज में इंटरेस्ट है ना सिर्फ मैं वही करता हूँ भाई और दूसरा काम नहीं करता.
Have to pick their poison.
जबरदस्ती की चीजें नहीं देखता मैं.
Talked about the combo between Glyph and Martin here. We Glyph to just wait out this plant. Happy to do so.
मेरे को स्पोर्ट्स खेलना पसंद है, गेम्स खेलना पसंद है,
from Gentlemates.
वीडियो गेम्स खेलना पसंद
to back it up.
इंडोर गेम्स पसंद है, आउटडोर गेम्स पसंद है.
As Hunter's Fury, but what are you meant to do with
ये
it?
सब मैं करता हूँ भाई, ये सब मेरे को अच्छे से आता है.
Standing, shouldering this up if he can. Nobody trying to support him. Ult's now coming down. CB looking for an easier target, finding nothing. It's Mini. Martin to shut this down. Holding their own under the bright lights. It's Santiago.
वीडियो गेम्स के नाम पर वैलोरेंट.
EDG.
A massive win here to open up their run.
अभी खेलूंगा ना भाई, जब PS5 आएगा तो और अच्छे से खेलूंगा, थोड़ा अपग्रेड करूंगा अपने आप.
On this stage, for me, a highlight performance from Glyph in this second map.
Absolutely.
It's just hitting their stride in the second half of Pearl when EDG just looked lost for answers.
And a tough one for EDG. There's mistakes in there that they can fix. The well they will is yet to be seen. That is yet to be figured out. But the moment right now is for Gentlemates. What an absolutely incredible feeling this must be for them. With a lot of doubts around their performance on stages like this.
Absolutely, yeah, there are still members of this roster that, again, there's still going to be question marks hanging over their international form. But I think here we've seen some great indicators here for how they want to approach their run to Santiago. Particularly for me, Mini, again, just looking so deadly. Martin, slow map one, but certainly got into the groove here on Pearl.
Yeah, you're right. And that's something that I'm going to be looking at is, does that continue? Does that comfort carry on going? Do they get stronger? Do they look more and more like that team we saw in those regional games as they find their form here in Santiago? What a moment for them. Starzo as well, again, gotta say it, calling was fantastic. However, you don't want to hear from us. We're going to be heading down to the stage to hear from the delights of the players and Velia with the Verizon post-match.
Santiago, ¿cómo estamos el día de hoy? Una vez más, por favor, para estos increíbles chicos. Estoy aquí con Martin. Martin, take a picture.
अरे अभी रुक तो जा भाई, रुक तो जा.
But this was an amazing game. First of all, I want to ask you about what do you think about Chile, about this amazing crowd?
भाई मार्केट में बना जगह बनाने में टाइम लगता है भाई, थोड़ा सा रुक जा अभी. इतनी जल्दी क्यों कर रहा है? मेरे को इतनी जल्दी नहीं है, तेरे को इतनी जल्दी है भाई. Crazy. आराम से आऊँगा भाई.
Y que realmente son una audiencia increíble. So now, Martin, let me ask you. You told your dad that you were going to break the
भाई मेरे को किसी भी चीज़ का बुरा नहीं लगता है. पहले तो ये अपने दिमाग में इस बात को एक गांठ बांध दे भाई अंदर दिमाग में. मेरे को बुरा नहीं लगता किसी भी चीज़.
I didn't say anything, to be honest. He's just happy to be here. I'm happy to be here.
मेरा चेहरा ऐसा भाई, तेरे को लगता है बुरा लगता है.
What's your objective? What's your objective for this tournament?
For sure, get playoffs, win the playoffs, and get the title for Gentlemates. Come on!
Come on! Y bueno, le pregunté
अरे full force से घुसते हैं ना.
también de venir para acá. Le había dicho a su papá que iba a quebrar el récord
से
de kills y lo hizo
नीचे भी गिर
simplemente.
जाते
Y
हैं
ahora le
लोग
pregunté si es que le había dicho algo
एकदम से जो
antes
उड़ते
de
हैं ना वो
venir,
नीचे
dijo
भी
que
गिर
no
जाते हैं
dijo
थोड़ी
nada,
से मेरे
pero
को
que su objetivo definitivamente era llegar a playoffs, ganar y poner a Gentlemates también ahí encima. So now for my last question, do you have any message for this amazing crowd that's listening to you right now? Any messages for the crowd right now?
करना ही है तो धोती खोल दे तो
It's amazing to walk down the stage and hear you guys. I don't know what to say other than that we guys love you. Thank you so much for cheering for us and we will make sure to win.
Thank you very much, Martin. Y bueno, mensajes últimos para toda la audiencia. Dijo que muchas gracias a todos, que los puede escuchar, que simplemente es increíble estar aquí y que ha sido perfecto. Thank you very much for this interview.
अभी स्टार्ट किया भाई मैंने, अगर देखा जाए तो प्रॉपर तरीके से मैंने अभी फरवरी से स्टार्ट किया है। दिसंबर में मैंने किया है, 1 महीने में मेरे 100 सब्सक्राइबर हो गए, तेरे को पता है? 1 महीने में 100 सब्सक्राइबर और 2 महीने में मतलब पूरा फरवरी निकल गया मेरे 85, तो खैर ठीक है। नहीं 85 नहीं, मेरे फरवरी में अभी 20 सब्सक्राइबर ही आया है बस, 20 ओनली 20। 20 दिन में 20 सब्सक्राइबर आए। एक बात समझ ले भाई, बिफोर मोबाइल वर्जन फेमस होगा तो ठीक है, नहीं तो गेम का वेट करता रहे जाएगा, मान ले लगी।
It's more than a game. It's a world shaped by you,
मोबाइल वर्जन
the
फेमस होगा
fans. And our mission is to
नहीं तो
elevate
गेम
that
का
world
वेट करता
by
रह
building
जाएगा।
technology that creates
मतलब
moments
क्या
that
कह रहा है,
last
क्या
forever.
कहना चाह रहा है?
That's why we're joining forces with the VALORANT Champions Tour to transform how fans experience live events on the global stage.
क्या कहना चाह रहा है भाई? अच्छे से बोल, पूरा डिटेल में बता, कम से कम क्या बता रहा है। इसका मोबाइल वर्जन आने से पहले चमक ले भाई, मोबाइल वर्जन इतना अच्छा है नहीं, देखा मैंने, पीसी वर्जन ज़्यादा बेस्ट है, एकदम कार्टून फॉर्म में है भाई, वो थोड़ी सा अजीब सा है, देखा मैंने। पबजी लाइट भी तो आ रहा है, पबजी लाइट भी वापस आ रहा है, तेरे को पता है? पीसी की औकात नहीं है, पबजी भी वैसा था। क्यों पबजी पीसी पहले लॉन्च हुआ था क्या? पबजी पीसी पहले लॉन्च हुआ था क्या? एनर्जी कितने बजे से मैच? कितना टाइम लगेगा अभी?
अरे
उन्होंने खरीदी है राइट वेलवेट की।
subirle esa chapa me gusta Billy, tú sabes que yo soy puto y que estoy en la G mentira. Full de los bolsillos para darte lo que tú pidas, ya están dándole a la tu si vas con un vuelo de ida. Ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla.
Welcome back to day numero uno of Master Santiago, and it's time for our second match of the day. NRG, the defending world champions, are going to be taking on China's XLG. Of course, I'm Golden Boy here, currently yelling at you as the embodied voice in the sky, and we are joined by Wyatt and Sideshow to continue to break everything down. First things first, though, wow, gentlemates, can we just give flowers to the boys real fast?
Banger tournament
already.
Yeah.
You're done? You're good? You want to hop on a plane and just go home, or you want to stick here for a little while?
I want more.
You want more?
Give me more.
Well, good thing, baby. I got you covered because we got more on the way. Oh boy, it's NRG versus XLG.
Thanks, GB.
I got you, Papa. You know, I'm a giving person. You know, Uncle GB's always here for you. Now, NRG, they look like they were unfortunately going to fall victim to that whole maybe we don't get to the next event because we won champions type of joint. But no, instead they rallied, got the reverse sweep, found themselves in this spot. And Wyatt, I mean, one thing you can say is that it shows the resiliency of the world champions, but on top of that, though, it just shows how crazy the competition has gotten that they were pushed that far.
Yeah, America's has been way more stacked this year, especially compared to last year. We haven't been able to watch too much of it, so NRG's run was extremely difficult. They had to go up against the new MIBR team. They lose to them the first time. Then they have to go up against G2 in the middle bracket, who had just reinvented themselves. NRG had no idea what to expect, and then they're able to get vengeance against MIBR in that lower bracket and win out that reverse sweep, as you said. Actually able to be here to defend that world champion status.
Everything that NRG do is about throwing the other team off their game.
Yeah.
So while everybody else is leaning into a huge amount of double duelist stuff, trying to set up these executes, NRG are relying on anti-strategy, relying on playing off meta stuff at the moment, actually. They're playing double initiator way more than the double duelist. The amount that they're playing double duelist is extremely minimal, but it means that they have tools with Brock and Ethan to try to push people off lines. And I think that really helps them when they go up against them. I think it's going to help this game against Raga.
Yeah, like if we call back to that middle bracket loss in the final there that they had to G2, again, that was against a G2 that just reinvented themselves, came in with all these crazy different comps, stealing stuff from PaperX. NRG didn't know what to expect, and they got crushed on account of that.
If you hit them with something weird, I think that's the weakness for NRG.
But we live in a world where 11 of 12 teams at this tournament, at least heading into it, are playing all of the exact same double duelist meta because it's just so good. Yolu is incredible. Waylay's been incredible. Neon's been incredible. So you would imagine that they're going to have a pretty set idea of how to counter all of these guys as we go throughout the tournament.
And it's a unique
story games मेरे को ज़्यादा पसंद नहीं यार.
There's actually a guy on Blue Sky who made his whole thread about like what to expect for the event, and one of them was, but NRG still runs double initiator. They just do initiator
story games इतना ज़्यादा नहीं खेलता मैं.
And that actually
मैंने
kind of
खेले
takes us to this really weird situation.
2-4 games खेले हैं उसमें मेरा इंटरेस्ट ही नहीं
a
आता.
lot of double duelists at this event, but NRG
बातें करते
they
हैं भाई
always
उसमें
like
पूरे
to just
बातें करते रहते हैं
go by the beat of their own drum.
मेरे को ऐसे एक्शन गेम पसंद है.
I mean, we were looking at the
ऐसे मारने वाले भाई.
win rates earlier on. Actually, Teho, Keho, they're almost at the bottom. Like they were not working for any team that isn't NRG. But because NRG are so good and they have Ethan, Brock, they've got different tools that other squads aren't ready for and maybe won't have been practicing against recently. If you don't live in America, you haven't been playing against a team that's this good with double initiator.
Yeah, I would say that in conjunction with the fact that they're able to kind of have a bit of a counter style to what's been going on, it is also just getting Ethan on his best agents historically.
Sure, yeah.
So it's, to an extent, also just a comfort maneuver. So it's kind of a twofold working out.
I mean, the stats are wild, though. 14% on the double duelist. XLG, they're busting out 93% on that bad boy.
It's the only haven they're not
get more
running.
different. You couldn't get more different in terms of two teams' approaches. And yet, both of these squads are actually very structured with their game plans of how they set things up.
Because they're not just like sending things into double duelist, right? XLG are actually prepping stuff for this, right?
I think XLG are our most structured Chinese team.
Game, man.
Unfortunately,
अरे मैंने देखा है भाई कुछ यूट्यूबर्स आज खेल रहे थे मैंने देखा. अच्छा है भाई ग्राफिक्स कितनी तगड़ी है उसकी. एक्शन भी है उसमें सब कुछ है. अच्छा गेम है.
Possibly. I mean, the other
देखने में तो अच्छा लग रहा था पता नहीं खेलने में लगता है कि नहीं.
but it's an anti-meta style that NRG currently
हाइड्रोफिलिक खेल रहा था.
No, it's a scary situation. It's kind of like it's this XLG team are at a solid place with the fundamental strategy with this meta comp, but they're not up there at the level of like the Gentlemates that we just saw.
Yeah.
They're maybe one of the middling teams, right?
You said they're going to make top 3.
Well, it's because the talent.
I mean,
it was crazy. I almost said something that would have gotten me pulled up stream.
I already did the one for today, so we can't do any more.
The talent on the team is insane.
खेलने का दिल नहीं करता आप तो स्टोरी गेम्स पे आ गए हो.
You're playing against a guy that knows the fundamentals and just plays by the book.
I
He's
love
better than
Valorant.
like the crazy dude that's just doing whatever he wants, like sending it
सबके
with
अलग-अलग
A3.
पसंद
You
है
know
भाई.
what I mean?
I know
But then that's the kind of guy that the top tier player can just snack on because he's so readable. It might be that kind of situation, but XLG. The talent is crazy, and that's what I'm riding on in this game, and I mean through the tournament, because my hot take was to make it top 3.
It's going to be a challenge no matter what, but thankfully NRG have the man
You like
for
a story
the task.
game?
Here's the IGL Ethan with Gen Lee.
Have
They
you
caught up
played
earlier
all
today.
God of War?
Jen here with NRG's Ethan, who obviously
sometimes
came prepared
Valorant
with
is
his
very
cool
damn
shade.
unfair.
And now, Ethan,
Bhai,
it seems like the double
हाँ.
duelist is the mainstream meta from at least what we know so far. But you guys have opted to swing the other way and, you know, try to run the double initiator, something that really plays into your strength. So in what ways can it help, and how significant would that be for your run here at Santiago?
उसमें एक चीज मेरे को ये लगता है उसमें जो जीतने की वो है ना जीतने पे खुशी मिलती है ना उसपे Valorant में वो भाई थोड़ी सा अलग है उसमें गेम में.
Hopefully it works out.
Can't wait to see it. Now, good luck.
Of course, so for NRG, it's going to be tough because their opponents on the other side of the field. It's
जीतने की एक जो ललक होती है ना एक ललक
that was 3 rounds away
मतलब जो जीतने के लिए खेलते हैं ना उस गेम में वो मेरे को मजा आता है
they are looking quite strong, so strong that Wyatt has them in his top 3.
I believe.
He believes.
The talent on this team is crazy, and they're coming into this year experienced. They're a more tenured team. They had those international appearances, Toronto champions, where they performed better than Toronto, and now I think they can take it to the next level. Rarga really showed out at champs. I'm looking for Happyway, who is the other guy on this team that is just an outrageous top-tier fragging player, to on the international stage do what he's been doing regionally, because I don't think he showed out in that way last year. That's what I'm really riding on with these guys. It is individual talent. It is that I think they have some of the best shooters at this tournament.
One of the things that concerns me is that I think they look really, really good when they stick to Havoya's game plan, the coach.
Yeah.
When they have an idea about what they want to do, oh, it's beautiful. It's really nice. But NRG are that team that throws you off. They're going to punch you in the mouth, and then how...
Because they're very good at being able to kind of like work around situations. They don't necessarily need it to come from on high. They're good at managing that on the fly.
So I do agree with Wyatt that it has to come... There has to be individuals who step up and find those scrappier moments to thrive. And that, I think, has been a struggle for some of the people in the squad. I'm also thinking about Raga when he's previously attended events and didn't live up to the enormous expectations that we've had for him. Happyway, I think, tends to be fairly good, actually, but doesn't dominate the same way that he wasn't dominating in China right now.
Regionally, he was outrageous. He was playing mostly like Viper, just getting all of the in a double duelist world. He's the one stacking.
Well,
up
he's like
a ton of
Mini,
kills.
isn't he? This team's Mini, except he's been more of a gap in China compared to everybody else. It's just about taking it to a global event and doing it here.
Yeah.
That's something that they still haven't done yet.
But the third attempt, Toronto.
Third time's a charm.
Toronto, they got hit with the curse of being the #1 seed. They start in the playoffs.
Sure.
They're getting their their bearings, and they can't in time.
Yeah.
And then champions, better. They knock out Sen. They're getting better performances out of Rarga there, I thought. And then now, you bring in a couple new players. Lysor is here.
Yeah.
He's ready to stand. All right, he's ready to stand
Who
still.
knows? Who knows? I mean, look.
Another experienced guy.
There really is. Across the board, you have a lot of guys who have been here before, but they've been here before and they've tasted just a little bit of it. This right here, we gotta highlight this, because if, the likes of Raga and Happyway and those boys are able to come out on top, who are they beating? They're beating the world champions.
Yeah.
That is crazy, Sideshow. And if they're able to pull that off, then I'm 100% on board with your top 3 prediction.
And I think that's where the challenge comes, right? You know that Happyway and Raga have been phenomenally good
age? I
inside
forgot
China. The question is, can it scale up further than that? And I think it is about also the raw aim from Raga is the thing that he really excels at. He's, you know, we talk about Martin, for example, being extremely smart when it comes to his Yoru gameplay. Happyway's got the whole kit, in my opinion. I think he's an extraordinary player. But for Raga, it's like, he will walk at you and simply shoot you in the face quite a lot of the time. And that, I think, is
good skill to have.
It is a great skill to have.
If I could do that more, I wouldn't be so trash at the game. I mean,
maybe you get that opportunity on stage. You've been clamoring for a while.
Look at him, look at him walk. Did you see that? But he didn't miss. That's the crucial part, man. No, he didn't miss. He rarely does.
I really, really am hopeful for these guys, especially coming off of that, you know, BLG matchup where they looked great. And also, I just want to see Lysor as well just get involved, right? Kind of get in their head with his standing. I know it's silly, but like
I actually think Lysor last year was performing really well regionally, but also was not at that level globally. These are the stats from the players in China sorted by average damage per round from kickoff into this tournament. Number 1, Happyway. Number 2, Raga. This duo is just quintessential to this team's success.
So you're basically looking at them as the win condition. I mean, that's a big part.
That's kind of what I said, you know, halfway through that EDG or before map too. It's like about having the trio, though. How far can 2 guys being incredible take you at a global? Like when you think about NRG's run to winning champs, Brock, MVP of the whole tournament. You have Mata frying, Scuba's showing it. Like, they had all 3 of those guys in prime form at the same time. I mean, and Ethan and Tom are playing well, right? Like, you need everybody, but I feel like you can trust those 2 to be top tier.
Yeah, well, it's a lot of pressure on Happyway and Raga, but let's actually catch up with Noman. Generally had an opportunity to chat with him earlier on.
7 साल difference भाई.
Jen with Noman of XLG underneath the Ultra Ray of Sunshine. Now, Noman, man, right off the bat, you guys have to face last year's Champions winner. So is there a mental advantage or disadvantage in having to start with such a major challenge?
I think probably both. I would say we're probably the massive underdog because of that. But in Valorant, metas change in the matter of weeks, so matter of days even, so you never know. I think it'll be a fun game to watch is what I can promise.
Okay, thank you for your insight and run to the shade.
Ain't that the truth, sister?
Wow, Jen's got some speed.
Yeah, you need to go, trust, because it is hot out here. But yeah, let's talk about Noman here because, you know, coming into this one, he's one of the individuals I'm the least familiar with. So what's the elevator pitch on Noman?
Well, I think the elevator pitch would be they brought him in to fill in like an initiator role originally and be supportive, and now he's actually transformed himself into being the space creator duelist player for the team in this meta. And he's very selfless. He will give you multi-kill rounds. He will dive in and sometimes give you big 3K rounds. He will also make micro mistakes more often, I would say, than an elite level space creating duelist.
But what you're seeing is there, though. The elite level is there.
It's feast or famine, in my opinion.
I totally agree.
And I think that you have to get, he's the X factor for that reason. Because if in this game they can get more of the feasting and less of the famine, then they're going to have a
there's
great
one thing
chance.
we know historically, you don't want famine.
Yeah, there are moments like this where he is just dashing in, getting destroyed by angry players. But I think when XLG are at their best, especially on attack, they're pacing their hits out very nicely. They'll get some of that early space into the site, maybe take like half control, and then be able to pop out back site with an additional sequence of utility. And you'll see Noman in those moments pop off, get an entry, get a secondary kill, or at least like get one. Raga gets that second coming in after the fact, right? But yeah, it's those other moments where he's just disconnected from the pack, out of position, not optimal dashes that he's getting caught. That if we reduce those and increase the multi-kills by 10%.
But he's also going up against NRG, man. Like, NRG is one of those teams that will punish you for making micro mistakes like that. So I think he's really got to be on his A game. And it's important he is too, because he is one of the 2 people on this squad that brings the energy up for XLG. He, before they added Lysor, was the guy that was always like rallying them, bringing them up, making sure they're feeling the moment. Now you've got Lysor, who's also just mogging people with his standing emoji. But the 2 of them are going to be, I think, really critical.
I'm too old for this world.
To make sure that they're like feeling like
कुछ
they're having fun out there.
ऐड कर रहा हूँ, ठीक है, डिस्प्ले पता नहीं क्यों नहीं आ रही।
When you're going up against the big names on NRG.
मैं नाइट बॉट में कुछ कमांड ऐड कर रहा हूँ।
How often does XLG get to play against the Odin?
अरे ये कैसे करूँ मैं भाई? मेरे को डबल 2 विंडो चलानी है।
Not enough for this.
Yeah, so
very much.
You go learn
चलती रहे भाई,
today.
लॉक कर।
All right, but in any case, though, let's actually find out where we're headed and get to today's maps, picks, and bans.
All right, hey guys, so we're going to get started with map veto. XLG, because you're a number 2 seed, you'll get started. So are you going to be Team A or Team B?
Team B.
Team B, XLG is Team B. All right, NRG Team A, what's your first ban?
Bind.
Ban Bind. XLG, what's your band?
Karot.
Ban Pearl?
Karot.
Oh, Karot, gotcha. Okay, NRG, what's your first pick?
Haven.
Haven? All right, XLG, your side on Haven.
City.
Defense?
Defense.
Okay, XLG, your map 2 pick.
I'll go for Abyss.
Abyss?
Yeah.
Okay, XLG chooses Abyss. NRG, your side.
Attack.
Attack? All right, NRG, what's your second ban?
We ban Split.
Ban Split? XLG, what's your second ban?
इतना नहीं पता।
Ban Breeze, last map Pearl. NRG, what's your side?
Attack.
All right, so we have map 1 is Haven with XLG on defense. Map 2 is Abyss with NRG on attack. Map 3 is Pearl with NRG on attack. Good luck, everybody.
करूँगा बाद में। Discord server बना रहा हूँ मैं नया एक दूसरा अपना।
Now, honestly, I feel like NRG were able to win this map pool out. Partially because of the fact that they don't have a perma, they can just target ban bind, which has been super good for XLG. I think that's where we've seen some of their best attack.
क्योंकि जो मेरा server था ना, उसकी access किसी और के पास है.
The fact that they're banning out Corrode as an automatic one is nice, so that's a top tier NRG map. But regardless, it opens it up for NRG to take them to Haven, the one map where XLG aren't playing double duelists and they haven't looked great there. That's NRG's one of their best maps in the pool, at least top 3. And then Abyss after that, I feel like XLG are just still in the danger zone.
Going into NRG's Abyss, I think, is really bold, because I thought they played an excellent game on that map. I would have liked, I think it's interesting that they're leaving Breeze open as well, NRG, because that's been the map that they've been banning since they lost it to MIBR. And so it heralds the fact that they are feeling more comfortable on it. We don't get to see it in this map pool, but worth thinking about for the future.
It should make you think, if you're watching this one and you're anticipating a potential match against NRG in the future, this is the type of team, Wyatt, that would like to float something like that
also,
at this event.
If you're playing Haven against NRG, XLG, they had to have watched the horrific scenes that we witnessed against MIBR when NRG were playing them in the finals, and Brock was just destroying them with the Odin at barrier.
And that's why I asked the question.
You are not safe to play any Valorant against them. You might die the second the round starts.
That's why I asked the question, Sideshow. How often are these boys running into the of the Odin, man?
The Odin plays that we saw in Americas towards the end were specifically targeted anti, like on positions where you knew the attackers were setting up. And this is why I said earlier that XLG's structure actually might be a bit of a downside for them in this game, because structured teams tend to be a bit more predictable with how they open up. And predictability is what Brock is eating alive in these games.
You just don't want to be playing against that on Haven. I am... Listen, I'm sticking to my guns. I'm sticking to XLG. But I am worried about this map pool. I do think this is going to be a situation in which XLG's victory will just be dependent on form. I think NRG are going to, they will most likely be the better structured team in this game, beating them on the strategy side, but XLG just have to outshoot them.
Yeah,
and they will. I'm sticking to it.
And they will. And they will. I tell you what, though, think about how massive it would be for this XLG team in the first round of this tournament to take out the team that won the World Championship last year in Paris. That is what is on the line here, folks. This is going to be a great matchup. We got a great squad from China versus a great squad from the Americans. So let's send it down to the stage and bring out our two teams.
ये मैच देखने में तो मजा आएगा.
Santiago, es momento de gritar con el alma y darle la bienvenida a Chile. Y
crowd is hyped and ready to go to see the world champions take the stage against a very ambitious and damn good XLG squad. This is going to be a tough match no matter how you shake it. But if you are an NRG fan, we were talking about this before as we take a gander at that HyperX map select. This looks good for NRG in this series layout. Haven, Abyss, Pearl if necessary. You could see NRG close this one out in 2, Wyatt.
Absolutely. Top maps in their pool. International debut right now with Kiko joining the roster. Just an easy 1-for-1 with Som. It's almost feels funny that we haven't talked about him much.
Yeah.
It just, in a way, didn't feel noteworthy because it just worked immediately. It was a simple
It was like a
fix.
glove. It was like a glove. He slotted in, but that's the kind of player Kiko is here. And he's going to make these big plays happen for his team, Sideshow. But you got a lot of big playmakers on that team, so you just have too many threats that XLG need to worry about.
Potentially so. I'd like to see Kiko come out here with big performances. In previous years, he's played better domestically, actually, than he has done at the Globals, but he was still putting up some big moments. And I want to see now with this team that he can become a serious force on the NRG side. At the same time, though, I fear that in a game like this, NRG might even be hiding stuff for later in the tournament.
That's what I think.
Dude, I'm thinking about Harbor and the buffs and the fact
that
Ethan was previously playing it on Haven.
Harbor.
And so
they love it.
If there was any team that
you
might
mean to
be
tell me
holding
Coach
something,
Bonkar wasn't cooking in the meantime? Like, come on.
He was also talking about Gecko being really good.
Gecko Harbor.
But do you throw that out in the? Do you throw it out in the Swiss? I don't know. I think that's the kind of crazy situation XLG are in. You've got to bring your best, newest theory, and NRG might not have to.
If I'm NRG, though, going into this game, they are more than likely going to be playing against the standard comps of the meta that they were playing against.
You have to statistically bet on that.
And so they probably just feel like, why? I mean, there's no reason to change here.
Sure.
What we've been doing has been effectively winning us these maps. They're currently 2-0 on Haven this year. Both wins blowouts, by the way, not even close. So.
And is there much of a reason for them to do that outside of like, hey, we're NRG, we just want to do things like, you know? And I don't think
you
so.
I think you would wait until playoffs, and you would just be confident in yourself that listen, we won champs, we're gonna make it there.
Yeah.
But you know there are obstacles in their path, and XLG is certainly one of them.
And we want to be clear here. This is pure theory crafting, right? For all you know, NRG could have just been like, listen, we just don't have time to implement these things into our system.
Yeah, maybe they went on vacation, took some time off.
Maybe got here a little early, right?
That sounds like them.
Yeah, but that's very true. That's not them.
Honestly, though, I feel like if they are liking this new Harbor, though, it wouldn't be too tough for them to just slide right back in. They've already liked it in the past.
Yeah.
It feels natural for them, like more of a comfortable
What would you like bring that out for them?
I mean, not this map, but when we get to Abyss, I feel like we could see it.
But NRG were actually playing Harbor on Haven.
They used to,
And Ethan was the one that was playing it, and it actually looked like they had some good theory. But remember, that was old Harbor, kind of, before they reworked
I'm actually curious how that wall interacts with Heaven on A side.
Yeah, you can block that off.
That really
that tall.
It's really tall.
It is see the size of that damn
like
thing?
8 feet tall versus 6
Yeah, I mean,
feet. I don't think it's, you know what I mean.
You could dunk over it, maybe. Maybe Ender can.
You have time, but I don't.
I don't think my short behind could. Mada's good. Mada's good. Yeah, he dunks on everyone, unfortunately. But look, there's a lot of ideas.
Trying to cheat the agent select screen, but
Stop cheating.
I saw a Sova on Haven. Oh my God.
Oh, revolutionary. No, but of course, we're waiting for that agent select to come through here to see what we get. For NRG, though, and it seems like it's going to be happening here. For NRG, there is just an assortment of things they could do. But I would like to think that for XLG, they're going to be prepared for some of this. But right now, they're going to be playing against the bog standard of NRG. And for Shilai Gaming, they're going to do their thing here. What do you make of these agents clashing against each other here?
As I said, this is the one map in the pool that XLG are not running double duelists on, and it has not been great for them. This is at the top of NRG's pool. NRG were winning mirror matches domestically. This exact situation, so honestly, I'm sweating.
But
if you're XLG.
But it is a good composition to take a look at Raga and Happyway and just look at the form. Because even if they lose this map, it might just be down to, this is an uncomfortable map for XLG. But if you still have a close game with Happyway and Raga popping off, they might still be hope in the series.
All right, folks, our squads are set and ready to go. So let's send it over to 2 other GOAT casters from the Pacific region, Achilles and Paper Thin.
Watch Party में जो टीम की What
a pleasure it is to be here at Masters Santiago and to cast these two squads. G-Light Gaming looking to punch above their weight, looking to go and try to take down the current reigning champions that are NRG.
It's a tough task, to say the least. And NRG is just a team that has tremendous resilience, tremendous mental. And
चलो भाई इस मैच को अपन देखते हैं बढ़िया ठीक है.
Sometimes lacked at these global events. That has sometimes crumbled as these events go on. They're going to need all of that and more here today. Let's get a little bit of an aggressive push for NRG down towards A. XLG going to leave their Killjoy on their own. 1-3-1 setup. Same thing they did the last time they played this map against AG.
Mana going for the entry, getting the spot out. Spam shots over to the corner, not unable to find it. No man pushing forward, will be able to come up with two.
Down A.
Kiko bring down the enemy KJ, but Spike now going to be recovered. Player advantage, swiftly taken away from XLG's hands, but then regained as Raga is able to find himself an elimination, but it's going to be Brock with that Sheriff. Delivering the pain, a 3K form. The Spike now in play. It's going to be WS Leo to try to see if he can clutch it out in the 1v2 to get the pistol under XLG's fingertips. NRG will be able to finish this one off.
Still some util for him to use here.
भाई ये जो वाइपर है ये भी तो अच्छा खेलता है.
To the corner, the kill found. Brock dead. And then Kiko with 15 HP narrowly closes out the pistol in the favor of NRG.
Yeah, so NRG just walk it down long A. They meet zero resistance. They get a pretty good read. They've done a little bit of their homework. You know, XLG likes to play these pistol
ये लोग भी तो
rounds
सीरियस खेल रहे थे देख मेरी तरह एकदम.
positions. You know, planting three players in the middle of the map, trying to see if they can just react to what their opponent does. No man doing a great job, just walking and getting point blank. You know, the desk was talking about how he can be really kind of feast or famine sometimes on those, you know, duelists, those entry duelists that he's usually playing. He just, you know, says, well, even though I'm playing KJ, I can still go a little entry.
Once again, NRG looking to just tackle this A side of the map. Leo, only one here for the time being. Gets himself tucked in just on that sewer exit. It looks like NRG at least pumping the brakes, not calling for an evacuation quite just yet.
Just trying to suss out where the stack will end up being. You know, and you know as well, you might have some time here to talk about a few things, some things you're already seeing. Maybe there's some little pieces of difference in terms of, okay, well, they were willing to put the KJ on A early. That's something that we need to be worried about in future rounds. If any damage can be done by Leo.
Paranoia had not connected, but does get ping revealed out and taken very low by those nanos. So Scooper will quickly be able to go ahead and collect the elimination. Plant now to come through.
हर round का पैसा मिल रहा है.
They connect their side into heaven, as they will be able to note the flank. So no man going to be spotted out in Scuba, showing some respect. Just going to be backing away. Doesn't want to give over that Sheriff. So it looks like they're going to maybe try to funnel this kill into Mata's hands.
ये लोग कैसे पता ये बात?
Widely just set up to go down the final three to the Spike as NRG looking to pull this off flawlessly. Does Mata push?
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. The Stinger?
Some noise from Raga to try to maybe draw him in. Try to see if they can find that elimination, but it's going to be Brock with the Ghost. Able to find one kill. Will get taken down, so no flawless, but still damn clean. 2-0 start for NRG.
Yeah, so it's pretty steady stuff here for NRG. Some good baits and switches in that to try to, you know, funnel the kills the way they want, to, you know, commit the early fights against the weaker weaponry. So if somebody's going to go down, at least it's those guns. And then they can come through with a very hefty buy into this bonus. And it's going to be the early Odin for Brock on this attacker's side. Already lined up over towards short A.
Here comes the pain. How much prep have they got? Studying every single wallbang angle. Trying to avoid them from this defender side. So now just some spam down A long. Trying to catch any player. Going on a jump peek. To be found quite just yet.
So you've got some tight angles being held over towards B. Again, the KJ over on A, so something a little bit different. Kind of letting Happyway be the guy over on C. Try to be that annoying Viper to really lock down the site. Use that toxic screen to your advantage. But for now, it's just a little poke and prod for NRG. They're trying to figure out what the defensive formation looks like. Where's the util? They haven't seen too much.
XLG playing this one pretty close to the vest, but it looks like they're not going to scale forward towards this B site.
But ने तो ऑर्डर डाली भाई. ऑर्डर सिर्फ यही कर सकता है एक ही बंदा.
The turret on that setup, so maybe we're anticipating that.
ये तो ऑर्डर ले लेता है भाई, हर बार ही लेता है ऑर्डर.
There's a pretty difficult little trap right outside of short A here.
Nano here.
Yeah.
This could get painful very quickly. Relay bolt looking for the sun into the corner. Scuba able to find the headshot. No man taken down.
इसको फर्क नहीं पड़ता भाई, चाहे अटैक हो चाहे डिफेंस. ऑर्डर ले लेता है वो.
It's going to be a very last second pivot from NRG. Rotating across now in towards the B side of the map. 20 seconds remaining. A little TP forward into the site. Don't have to worry about the turret, but Raga going to be nearby to try to slow this up. The time is starting to get away from them as Raga slides in, instantly finds one. Plant needing to be committed to. Ethan able to find that, but can he get out safely? Raga is still trying to poke and prod, get himself around the corner, gets a line of sight, but his teammates are dying around him as Mana strikes him from behind, and Raga has to do it all. 3 kills, getting so very close. But Mana finds the finisher, and NRG find a bonus conversion.
This is a classic NRG round from a lot of what was so successful for them in Americas, especially against MIBR, where they're going to poke and prod around the map. They're going to look like they're going to commit to something, and then they're going to make that last second rotation, but they're going to leave a player behind to keep pushing that direction that they rotated away from to get in behind their opponent. This time it's Mata. Keep your eyes on those kind of maneuvers. That's something that NRG loves to do on this map, and it's something they do incredibly well. Even when they lose a player early, they'll still commit to those flanks, to those lurks. They're so disciplined in their protocols, in the way they approach this attacker's side.
One of the things we were seeing from EDG in that opening series was those Turkeys coming online. If XLG can find something like that here, a massive spark to start the flame for this squad to rally back into the first half. Otherwise, NRG getting themselves up to 4-round wins very quickly as well. They just spam out that angle. Not sure if there was a bit of leg showing through, or it's just a game sense thing. Either way, Ethan keeps himself on the board with that spam kill.
Oh my God. Right over his head. Yeah, with that ult available as well, something NRG is happy to do is commit ults to post plants on their attacker sides or even on their defender side. A little bit of delay with the nano, but they're happy to do that against ecos. They want to make sure to secure them. Clear some util, showing some presence on the back side.
Trying to get this double insert on the flanks, but that KJ util spread out well enough. Get some of the early alerts. Oh, and Leo, just the timing found, waiting to hear that recon fly. Nice shot from No Man. We'll be able to clean up Ethan. Go for the tap. Team now trying to scale. Ride this Viper wall, and Heavyweight is able to find one. Mana planting his feet, however, sprays down for 3. Checks back over to the spike, and that will be the 4K for 4-round wins.
And it's again just fantastic discipline from NRG. It's having all of those flanks covered. You know, XLG here has a decent idea of, okay, well, maybe if we can get in the back line, we can catch Brock sleeping a little bit, remove that ult, remove that Odin from the round. You know, the Sovas want to go back to their attacker side spawn to go for that Hunter's Fury, but it's just read beautifully by NRG, and this is something that the desk was talking about that I immediately thought of when watching the VODs, getting ready for this, is that I think NRG plays even better against teams that are more disciplined, that have good protocols, that have good ideas, because they actually can use that against you so well. And you've already seen it on display here. So, timeout time for Haboya.
Yeah, needs to pump the brakes here, so point-based win condition. I mean, the desk was talking about it coming into this, and it's that they need to just be able to out-frag NRG at times. They need Raga to be able to be that guy to just walk at them, to run at them, and hit those shots. And so far, he's been able to do that at times. Saw a nice little moment from him on that B-site defense, cleaning up a couple kills. It just feels like XLG is kind of getting picked apart very slowly here by NRG.
Yeah, I think you hit on a good point. Something that I wouldn't mind seeing here is a pretty aggressive, you know, top A lobby push. Go for something big. Go for, you know, go big or go home. See if you can accomplish a little bit of space creation. Throw NRG off their game a little bit. Shift the KJ over to the other side of the map. Put some of that util over there. Make that a little more untenable as a secondary option for NRG. And that seems to be what we're going to see here, but it's going to be a brawl.
Just quick tuck into the corner. See if there's any counter aggression coming their way down that A-long position, but there is not. Quick TP just over towards this side of the map. Orb going to be grabbed up. Mata now getting the overdrive online. Gets the spot on the Nomad. Just completely disregards that alarm bot. Sprints past it. Paranoia will flip just barely onto that KJ, but Happyway here behind the box. Going to try to be the lone defender, but it quickly will fall. Only able to find the single kill onto Ethan. The site once again opened up. Spike recovered. Scuba now. Watching out from Garage, and such a quick peek and a quick headshot. That's Raga dead on the floor. Slicer and Leo to try to see if they can pull anything off. Leo the only one realistically with money, so both of them will just go ahead and make a quick exit back across towards the A side of the map. NRG 5-0.
And it's just this on-the-fly decision-making that NRG has that is so good, because XLG does a lot of probably what you wanted to see coming out of that timeout. They take that A main control, but NRG's response is to just turn up the pace. And there's a deeper alarm bot than you would normally expect there. There's that early plant from Noman of that utility. And like you said, just disrespected. And that on-the-fly decision to just go past it, to don't give XLG the chance to get those rotations, because you know there's a much larger stack over on that A side, and you know you're going to the weak side. Might as well just go for it and see if you can catch them off balance. The confidence is flowing. You've already ran 4 rounds in a row. Just go for it. You've got the ult too. Mata.
He's on one.
He is.
And now he's on his feet.
Can see everything from up there.
8-1-1 to start. Hunter's Fury's been online for Brock for a while, but hasn't needed to really invest it yet. If it comes into play, XLG are able to find a couple kills. You think at this point they're going to be starting to feel very... It's going to feel necessary to try to invest some of these ultimates, is what I'm trying to say. But either way, No Man going to get caught right there at the front of the site. And there's the Hunter's Fury to clean up Happyway as well. Ping reveal, but no one to play off of it. Slicer and Leo with those recovered weapons still in hand. Raga does have that overdrive, but is this a moment where you feel like you can invest it? Not been able to find basically any damage. It's only Kiko lightly tagged up.
No, I mean, I would think this is just going to be over, yeah. I mean, Scuba's holding the angle down.
Raga, good for 2.
भाई वो क्लासिक से कहाँ मार रहा है? किसको मार रहा था क्लासिक से? ऊपर गोली आ रही है उसकी.
Players surviving 6-0. NRG
अपने
continuing
इन्फो
to
बता के मर गया भाई, वो अलग है.
perfection on this attack.
It almost is starting to feel, whether intentional or not, that the call here is to just go for No Man. Just go for the KJ. Just disrespect the util and see if you can just get the job done that way. Because it's, you know, when No Man was over on A, they were attacking him. When he's been on C, they're just going at him, saying, you guys got to show that you can beat us. Mysore is going to grab that off. He's going to be posted top mid. An early stack towards C. Again, are they just going to keep digging into this well? A little bit of a change of position here for Happyway.
Oh, timing nearly found Brock. Taking a half. Sending the drone forward as the spam does continue. Drone gets broken before it's able to really spot out anything, but it doesn't matter for Mana. He just continues to go sprinting forward, but Happyway was able to find 2.
पकड़ लिया भाई, इस बार नियॉन को पकड़ लिया.
As that Neon.
इस बार नियॉन को दबोचते हैं भाई.
As the blind up Kiko right there in his sights. XLG.
बहुत आता है भागते भागते वगैरह.
Long last looking to get themselves on the board.
उसके wall में खड़े हो गए हैं बीच में पता.
Patiently, but WS Leo comes in from behind. Denies the backstab, and Happyway with 4 will get XLG their first round win.
भाई ऐसे मेरे साथ भी करते हैं लोग. हेवन में जब मैं नियॉन खेलता हूँ ना, मेरे बॉल के बीच में खड़े हो जाते हैं आके.
Early position into the follow-up, into the protocol that Happyway has for that round. He's got that early angle.
देख बॉल में खड़ा हो गया बीच
down
में.
the tight side of Platt, and then he shifts into the back. And he just has such great angles there. Do a ton of damage. And No Man being the sacrificial lamb.
There we go.
There it is. Okay. We missed that.
जड़ पकड़ ली नियॉन की इन लोगों ने.
0-5-4 at the moment. Let's see if he can get that off to sing in this round. Otherwise, 4 ultimates accrued for XLG. Can still very much rescue this half. Ooh. And Happyway is just continuing right where he left off in the previous round. Ethan now dead on the ground.
अरे नियॉन पता सेम चीज बार-बार करता है ना, तो उसकी नियॉन की लोग जड़ पकड़ लेते हैं भाई. फिर वो नियॉन नहीं एंट्री नहीं कर पाता है कुछ टाइम बाद.
They're trying to see what he can get, and it will be the Hunter's Fury out. Very nicely played. least alleviating some of the pressure that could still face them in this round.
That's so massive.
Now you can go for a lockdown. Will be traded, you would suspect.
Exactly. Just getting into this space now.
Neon entry करता है लेकिन फिर वैसे नहीं करता भागते हुए. फिर स्लो करता है आराम से.
Try to play anti-garage, but that was just some fake attention there. That's another thing about the Odin is it's making so much noise, you're just kind of attracted to it. It's like flies to bright lights.
Mata spotting out a couple. Kiko not quite going to get caught by that. Snake bites and now invests the pit. Some spam attempts to try to pick him off on the exit, but unable to be found. Now lockdown going to be invested. 6 seconds remaining. Brock
ये बता नियॉन लेके बॉल करो मिड से मत घुसो हाँ मिड से मत घुसो लेफ्ट अल्टरनेट करो लेफ्ट राइट या फिर
starting to be chaotic. Mata detained there within window. The defuse being held. It's already up past halfway and happy way.
अरे मैं ये कह रहा हूँ
with covering fire will keep it protected.
जो वाइपर का अल्ट करता है और फिर दूसरे वाइपर उसमें अल्ट कर देता है तो क्या दोनों की हेल्थ घटती है मतलब उसकी भी घटती है उस वाइपर की और इस वाइपर की भी ऐसा होता है क्या
the pulse of this game.
ये मैं नोटिस नहीं किया
hold their ground just a little bit. Find that little extra room on the map where they can go for that aggressive, quick attempt at the kill and a convert for happy way. Oh my God.
होता है क्योंकि अभी घट रही थी ना तो मैं नोटिस किया.
NRG fans hoping that maybe.
Well, that might as well be Bonkar, because he's calling a timeout after that round loss. Was not satisfied with how the team tried to pilot the end of that post plant.
Yeah, it felt like maybe the comms, like this is something that hurt NRG in America, is why they kind of started to fall down, is sometimes they do kind of get a little too loose, where they're not that cohesive, you know, util combo team that they're so well known for, that they can kind of get outside of themselves too much, and they're not playing together as a unit. They're not kind of hitting those sick timings like we saw early on in this map, where you know you're getting your relay bolt into some other good util, you're getting good spots from Mata, who's able to direct traffic, you know, call in the paranoia, do all those kind of things. Weren't really seeing that. This round felt more like they were just like, okay, we're gonna bait the ult, okay, we did that, now we're gonna go fake over here, now we're gonna go plant, oh, we don't have good ideas for how to deal with this lockdown, because Scuba wasn't in a good position to put a counter lockdown in,
right?
So there's no helping the Viper's pit. It's probably just talking about how to clean up exactly what you're talking about.
Let's see if they do. One away from guaranteeing the lead at the half. Still have money fly up going into this round, so critically, we'll not be seeing an Odin in hand for Brock. It'll just be that Phantom. There's a relay bolt. Out looking to delay this approach. Very quickly, NRG get themselves forward into sewer. Singular shock dart, not going to do much to take that one down, so will have to be respected. NRG just now starting to scale forward, making sure there's no linger, no tuck away over at long. Can now try to advance forward, but the detain is already dealt with as the plant gets ready to come through.
Enemy tag.
Bottom to one, there's the reveal, but kill cannot be found. Keeps himself back behind the box. Meanwhile, Raga, happy weight, both gonna be struck down. Lysor still trying to play his way in through the connector as Scuba gets himself a second kill. It's gonna be Timmy the Turret to go ahead and finish the job. Quick backpedaling here from Nomad, maybe can find a catch. Here's his movement, but also needs to hold on to the weapon. Maybe get a drop from a teammate, should it come down to it.
I'm worried about Lysor.
Doesn't have that op. They are just running right past Nomad.
इसका टीम कह रही है मैं ढूंढने को जमाने में.
Get a piece of the pie. Any kind of action coming his way. Looks like the answer is going to be no. Lysor, however, as you mentioned, maybe about to be at risk if he continues to slot forward. Doesn't even matter. The is already spotted, and that is the operator left abandoned on the floor. 7-2, the timeout call, working a treat for NRG.
Yeah, just back to basics here for NRG. Throw down the lockdown. TP into the site. Oh,
he should never, ever be getting that.
What? Oh, Mata is on one. That is so good. Just shutting down that retake before it really ever comes to fruition. Never able to catch that player who had gotten ping revealed out. That was pretty easy going for NRG.
Once again, this operator being purchased. Raga just with the overdrive in the back pocket, otherwise a classic in hand.
And Rarga's just playing in spawn, just waiting for the commit from NRG to pop his ult and maybe play kind of like a counter-execute to see if they can shut down the plant before it even comes to fruition.
Couple on the angle. Brock likely to get drone forward into garage. Not going to be checking around the B site. Sending that through. Will get the spot onto Happyway. Armbot triggered, but he'll just be able to quickly backpedal over to safety. In the meantime, the rest of NRG poking and prodding, trying to see if they can arise and get some util out of XLG on this A side of the map.
It's been relatively
जितने
disciplined
भी
here
Chinese
from
team है
Leo.
ना
Still has
उनके
the
पीछे
drone, still
गेमिंग
has the
लगा हुआ
recon
है
dart.
गेमिंग
Again, hoping that you can get some value out of Rarga. He's in the right place to do it, the right place to go huge. See if he can get the job done.
उनके टीम नाम के पीछे गेमिंग लगा हुआ है
Relay not going to be clipping. Raga able to backpedal the overdrive now in play. There's the ping reveal. Mata just trying to evacuate. Rotates back around over towards the suicide and just spams through the smoke to find Leo. Raga now dead. Happyway trying to lurk forward, but they are just leaping at him. No fear, no respect. They just dive on top and they pick them limb from limb.
They're
having fun out there.
Gaming
That is for sure.
Chinese है भाई, Chinese है.
Should be heading into no man's land.
XLG.
Try to keep
XLG.
this gun.
पिछली जो आई थी EDG.
They reinvested
EDG
in that
तो
op
Chinese
after
है.
losing it in the previous round. And that cost their
Edward
economy
Gaming.
mightily.
Zylai Gaming ये तो
If NRG wants to
crazy
keep the
ass
op
player
themselves,
in
Mata
every
was hanging
single
on to it.
team
No,
plays.
switch back over to the rifle. So they stack up and look and
हाँ ये तो है.
smiles, some laughter.
अब क्या ही कर सकते हैं यार, वही अटैक मैप है, दो ही तो बंदे हैं उनके एक साइड पे. अब 5 घुसेंगे 2 के ऊपर तो यार क्या ही करेंगे यार, या तो फिर रीटेक करें वो हर राउंड तो कर सकते हैं.
NRG
डिफेंड तो बहुत मुश्किल है.
Continuing the
वो भी मारेंगे अभी, तुम देखना अभी क्या समझ रहे हो.
Take a look now at the
हो गया क्या गेम
on
अभी.
the XLG side.
वो भी कम बैक करेंगे.
Not in a fantastic position.
No, and it's tough here for XLG because you're trying to rely on that neon ult and it never can
टर्किस बहुत
do it
सपोर्ट कर रहे
because
हैं
you've
भाई.
given up so much space. Your reaction time here as Rarga is minimal. He even gets pinged
Turkish
out,
team है.
so he has to try to be evasive to try to make sure that no one's going to just clip him off
टर्किस
that
है
info.
ये XLG टर्किस है.
He's going to go for more though.
He's not going to be too concerned about that given the way that he's
सब देखता हूँ
playing.
भाई बाद.
TP forward from Ethan into the quick plant on the B site. XLG going to be scrambling to try to get in a position to go for this retake, and it's a 3-player advance through A lobby to try to swing around the back. Meanwhile, Scuba nearby enough to try to hold this line, has that outlaw in hand. And it's a great read because there's basically no armor available to XLG aside from No Man. So into the spider's web they go, one after the other.
China है भाई, XLG Sport China.
A kill. Nano up and over the top. Leo with a backstab opportunity, but just cannot find the shots. The spot out, the spray down. No Man dead. Happy way to try to exit.
China, Edward Gaming China.
NRG looking to make this a 10 into a pair.
They are very much just in cruise control, and it's just little things
Chinese
that they're doing that are
Chinese
keeping XLG guessing. I love the way that they accelerate there with the neon, throw up the smoke onto B site, make some noise, and that forces a shock dart out. Ethan's TPing though, he's using his ult, so he just watches the shock dart lands in front of him. He says, no, I can just plant after my ult is done.
प्लेयर कहीं के भी खेलते हो उनमें भाई वो बात अलग है, लेकिन टीम चाइनीज है.
We've got this outlaw in the back.
XLG
We've
है
got
ना,
the
ये
KJ
चाइनीज है.
util to watch our flanks. XLG just cannot find any value. They've got to get aggressive on the map somehow, some way.
3 players susceptible now as it's double outlaw. See if they can get some early punishes going. And still for the swaps, of course, but Happy Way. A great shot that he found. Gets a shutdown on Amada, but Ethan just counter sprays through, making it a 1-for-1. Still has XLG on the
एक बात
back
देख भाई
foot.
तू, मतलब उसने स्मोक के बाहर से मारा तो उसने स्मोक के बाहर से ट्रेड भी ले लिया, मतलब कुछ भी.
He's now going to be slowing down.
Crazy.
Mata has been their entry, has been that selfless player, and now they don't have him. This does give it some pause to NRG.
Yeah, now they're going to have to do a little bit more diligence. No man tucked into that corner.
Don't think he was spotted.
Yeah, he's looking for Arga. Oh, they try to get the timing and they can't.
And now they know. Confirming that there's 2 players at least on this side of the map. Starting to drift over towards the A site. Mysore gets caught out on the swing.
I'm out of here.
तेरी फट के 4 हो जाएगा टर्किश देख
Clear the turret. They're trying to get everybody clustered together now. One but down to watch the flank. The slow scale.
हाँ ये लोग टर्किश है ना ये कहना चाह रहा ना तू
starting to tuck back over towards
ये जो लोग
spawn,
खेल रहे
trying
हैं
to make up his mind, try to see where they anticipate this spike to land. It's 20 seconds remaining. NRG now getting ready to hit the accelerator. Quick clear on the recon, and Raga needing to hold his own, but Ethan will spam him down. Leo able to find the one, but nothing more with the stinger in hand, and that leaves it just to Noman to try to see if he can pull out 3 kills, pull out a clutch. As NRG will lock up the 10-2 half. Every angle needing to be cleared. Doesn't even want to make a peep to set up the turret, but now knows that time is starting to work against him more and more, and it will be Ethan from on high to strike him down. A 3K for the IGL, 10 rounds for NRG.
Your defending world champions look like they are picking up right where they left off in 2025 on the global stage. It's so methodical, so efficient.
It really is. Well, XLG need to pull a rabbit out of a hat, and they need to do it very quickly. We're going to go to the halftime break. When we come back, we'll see if they can get it done.
Red Bull gives you wings.
जो कि इंडिया में ई स्पोर्ट डेड है अभी ई स्पोर्ट डेड है ना 5 साल के अंदर तो देख 2030 तक पता लग जाएगा तेरे को तो भी बात कर रहा है ना अभी हम भी इधर ही हैं और तुम भी इधर ही हो देखते हैं 5 साल में क्या होता है इंडिया में
Gentlemates, aquí tenemos un fan de Gentlemates. Yo quiero que ustedes me ayuden, los cosplayers que me ayuden, porque ya gritamos el CHI, ¿no? Lo hicimos bien. Pero ahora vamos a gritar con toda la gente que está aquí en Espacio Riesgo. El oe, 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 Chile, Chile, oe, 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 oe.
तो फिर कहाँ है क्यों नहीं है सब है मतलब ये तो देखेंगे ना हम मतलब इंडिया में ई स्पोर्ट कितना कैसा आएगा
This crowd is having one hell of a time here, and this is just day 1.
It's been awesome. It is so loud in here. It is unreal. I mean, just the building is so alive with energy. Love what the fans here in Chile have brought, as they have come in hot from the start. Over 3,000 fans have showed up today, and they have brought tons of passion. And they are so happy to have VALORANT here, and so are we to be here.
Yeah, it's been just gorgeous. Oh. The weather, the scenery, everything so far has been fantastic to see. And they are maintaining that energy. Doesn't matter who's up on that stage. They're just pumped to have VALORANT here in front of them, as are we. But now, the question becomes, once again, XLG, what do you have in the tank remaining to try to rally back going into this second half? An 8-round deficit, needing to find a pistol here.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's so difficult with NRG on this map because they're just as good on the defender side.
जो ऐसे famous लोग हैं भाई जो अमीर लोग हैं वो बता रहे हैं.
Oh no!
Just high-low setup there at Plat, 1 kill apiece. And some damage dealt to Raga as well.
मैं नहीं कह रहा मैं क्या कह रहा हूँ भाई मुझे सम्मान नहीं कह रहा था भाई एक इंटरव्यू में कह रहा था वो कि कुछ सालों में 5 साल के अंदर 2030 तक इंडिया में जो ई स्पोर्ट बूम करने वाला है वो मतलब म्यूजिक और मूवीज और क्रिकेट इन सब से आगे जाएगा वो कुछ टाइम में
Able to clean that one up, but still damage is found. Ethan down to 45, Kiko to 48, but Kiko still able to find a frag as Raga will fall to push into the corner. Scuba to deliver the final nail. NRG.
और भी 2-3 लोगों ने बोला है भाई जो famous है.
And they will take themselves up to 11 round wins. 2 more to go to close out this map.
Just no rust here on NRG.
क्योंकि
the polish on the pistols remains clean.
मैंने example इसलिए दिया
like we saw in America,
क्योंकि
they were
Geo
one of
launch
the
करी भाई
best
Geo.
in the planet in
और
pistol
Geo
rounds.
future proof भाई कोई उसकी
They've already
टक्कर में है
gone
नहीं.
2-0 on their
Geo
map
की
pick
टक्कर में
of Haven.
Geo ने पूरे इंडिया में पूरा जाल फैला लिया अपना.
From XLG,
तो
as
मेरी
you would
बात
kind of
मान.
expect.
Sell yourself.
And a Spectre
Good
maybe in
enough
there
now.
for No Man. A couple of them. Sheriff, Bucky, Stinger. So some firepower going to be brought in.
Sell yourself. Good enough.
भाई
थोड़ी सी हिंदी बोला करना यार.
NRG just fully anticipate
देखो
this.
हिंदी में थोड़ी ज़्यादा deep में समझ में आता है.
This is the part of the map that XLG really likes to attack early on their attacker side is the mid area, and look how quick NRG is to react.
Fast lane through, Snakebite to try to slow things up. That alarm bot had gone off, and there's a spot on the one as Lysor just goes TPing forward by himself. Judge in the corner to clean him up, and Raga sliding across, has the puck here, has the ball! Holds the choke, and guns down 3. And now it is just No Man rerouted through Garage. Mata hot on the rotation, tucks away inside the window.
DC Discord की बात कर रहा है ना तू? इतना short form भाई. Gen Z भाई मैं हम लोग आएंगे तुम हो भाई.
Still going to be playing into 2. Ethan and Brock, the damage dealt, the spray down found. 12-2 NRG. Speed running their way through their map pick of Haven.
And again, I mean, NRG does their homework, and this is just a huge tip of the cap to Bonkar and the coaching staff, because there's an alarm bot here early, but again, not much pressure anywhere else on the map, and they're so quick to read that XLG is going into their comfort, which is mid. You know, a lot of times XLG might push Garage or B or kind of flirt with both, but this time they try to just step it up to try to catch NRG off guard. With that Judge already in place from the very beginning of the round, they knew from the get-go.
So final timeout call from XLG. Trying to drum up a coin-based win condition for XLG from this point. Feels very difficult. The buy coming into this, it's going to be rough. You just forced in the previous round. You just lost that. It's going to be a similar scrape here. A militia buy of whatever weapons they can possibly find around the house.
The win condition, win-based win condition, miracle. Truly, that is it.
2003
you need 10 in a row just to go to overtime.
2007 के बाद होता है ना Gen Z.
What a display that would be. But right now, it seems like maybe best to just focus forward, get ready for that Abyss, your map pick, your comfort. Desk was talking about it plenty. This map, not something that we've seen from XLG much at all. They played it once during kickoff. Close map versus AG in that upper final. But were unable to find victory on this map since they beat Sentinels back at Champs.
Yeah, it's been a while. And it makes
Shout
perfect
out to
sense.
Ewok.
चलो भाई अभी comeback देखते हैं XLG का.
ठीक है. But all right.
Comeback करेंगे
Another
XLG
goal
अभी
for
देखना.
XLG. No Man with that Guardian. Looking for that to do some damage at range.
कैसे comeback करते हैं
Couple
देखते हैं.
judges. One of them going to be on this A site in Mata's hands again. Rock just jiggling the angle. Confirmation.
Here's a clear and takes a shot to the foot. Drone now to try to check in towards Sewer. Raga just to tuck away. Gets the peek over to Long as well and sees the scale forward. And there's the swing coming in. Just trying to get a relay pull out, but Mata not showing them any wiggle room. The push forward into the wall, cleans up the kill, slides in, does run out of shells, eventually will fall, but Kiko's here at hell. And he cleans up too. Now it is just No Man. In No Man's land. The paranoia cross blinded up. Now spotted out as well. Trying to fish through with the backstab, getting ready to come in. As the knife will be out, Scuba there. Here's the tap of the plant, swings it and shuts it down. 13-2, dominance on display.
This team is just so fearsome on this map. And they are continuing to show us why they won a world championship. You know, it was resilience in Americas just to get here, going into that lower bracket. They are getting it done here today.
Well, XLG need to rally back, need to find victory on Abyss. We'll see if we can do it when we come back from the break.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
He's hunting down that title!
The time to write the next chapter in the esports history books is finally here.
And they fold it in his hands yet again! Steps up to the plate, and he could knock this one out of the park! Now they shall be engraved alongside the greats!
मैं अपने से भी बात करके आता हूँ। हाँ ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है।
Yo soy la inspiración de los jóvenes de ahora. Sueno pega en la calle, también en la emisora. Puedo pegar 10 discos, pero no cambio mi core. Y ustedes criticando las 24 horas. La para de la menor es la que está rapeando aquí. La para de la menor es la que está rapeando aquí. La para de la menor es la que está rapeando aquí. Soy el fundo de tu funda, me dice la Tukiti. La para de la menor es la que está rapeando aquí. La para de la menor es la que está rapeando aquí. La para de la menor es la que está rapeando aquí. Soy el fundo de tu funda, me dice la Tukiti. La para.
Ponla pa' subirle esa chapa, me gustan pila y tú sabes que yo soy puto que estoy la es mentira. Full de los bolsillos pa' darte lo que tú pidas, ya están dándole a la exclusiva con un vuelo de ida. Ponla pa' subirle esa chapa, me gustan pila y tú sabes que yo soy puto y que estoy la es mentira. Full de los bolsillos pa' darte lo que tú pidas, ya están dándole a la exclusiva con un vuelo de ida. Ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla, ponla pa' subirla.
Jen here with Coach Bonker of Energy. Now, congratulations, Bonker, on Haven. Just a simple question. Gecko and Harbor, you've been planting the seeds. We didn't really see them on Haven, so I'm not asking you to give away too much. Just tell us this. Are they in your playbook already? Emphasis on already.
They are already in our playbook, indeed. So we'll see when we bring them out.
Yes, thank you, and good luck.
That's some damn good journalism there, Jen Lee. Way to go, kid.
I love that.
All right, well, we'll see what happens. But, of course, the sights and sounds here in Master Santiago, absolutely electric. Fans just lining up from the stage to the back of the building. Truly South America. does it right. Welcome back, everyone. Golden Boy here alongside Wyatt, as well as Sideshow. Oh, you look radiant. You look so electric.
The XLG believer right now.
Oh, yes. I'm so sorry, Wyatt.
Excited.
Oh, guys, we got to be somber for Wyatt here because he's a little sad boy right now because I don't know if you saw, but your boys kind of got trounced, bro. What's going on?
That was a fast game. Could have been an email.
Yeah, could have been a text message, honestly, at the rate that it was going at.
That was tough.
What happened?
You can look at the team breakdown here. Roger and Happyway, they were giving me some moments. They were injecting a little bit of hope when it went from 6-0 to 6-2, and Happyway got the 4K. They had a B retake that worked with the lockdown. That was all great, but yeah, the rest of the guys, they really just were not playing.
We knew it would be a rough map.
Yeah, this was. Wait, listen. I don't want to cope too hard, but this is at the bottom of XLG's pool and at the top of NRG's. I never felt like XLG would take this map of the ones in the series.
Yeah.
But also, I mean, you have to give credit to NRG for beating them in the map.
And you also do need to give credit.
There, but.
Yeah, I agree. You do need also to give credit to Ethan. This actually brings us to our Verizon high-speed moment because we were seeing some really quick pivots, fast calls coming out of Ethan that was really keeping with the speed of the Verizon high-speed moment, just in a bit of a different way, Sideshow.
Yeah, look at how they overwhelm the short player down here, No Man, and then when they realize that it's a flood defend, they instantly back out, and they've already defaulted over towards B at the start of the round, and so they're able to get in on B. And then Ethan does something similar almost the very next time in round 5, where they go and default over towards A lobby. They then realize that that is XLG fighting over it super aggressively, and Ethan evacuates out. Look here, they default A lobby, they realize, oh, this is a big A lobby crunch kind of round. And they're immediately out, and they go straight over towards C. Super fast pivot, always finding the weak site early on to keep this snowball going for NRG, and Mada just realized he could get in on C for free, actually for free.
And I feel like finding the weak site against XLG is just too simple because they play such a spread, slow, passive defense on so many rounds, which I think is kind of common just in the region generally to play very safe defense rounds, but they are a serious culprit of that. And to play that style on Haven, where retaking A, big retakes, nightmare. I mean, one of the only rounds they got was a retake on B because that's the easier site to retake on the map. And they used the lockdown that detained 3 players. But playing for big retakes on that map so passive, it's just not going to work, man.
Yeah, it's tough.
It's tough.
You also find yourself in a situation where you have all these players that are just, you were talking about hitting their shots. One player in particular, Mada, got to give him the flowers as usual. The man is just a human highlight reel. He's having fun with the crowd. He's thriving out there.
On the XX, he was running the anchors over. The Killjoy did nothing to stop him on the XX.
No.
He was just running through the mollies, dancing around with the fast lane, drawing the crosshairs to him, usually getting the first kill too. He was playing incredible, and his style, I think, just, again, it fully exploits what I'm talking about with this very passive spread defense. If you're one guy, if you're just No Man, you're not going to stop Mada alone. Even with a molly, it didn't matter.
Yeah, I think what I love about Mada playing the Neon here too is he's running around almost in circles on the site until his team catches up and then committing at the right moment. He's playing fast, but he's not overextending or committing too early. He still waits for his team to make sure everything's synced up really beautifully. But he has to play this well because he's the only guy that plays duelist for this team. They don't play double duelist on a lot of their maps, right? And so now we can shift back to talking about that kind of stuff because now we're back into XLG's comfort territory of double duelist maps. That was the one where it's like the black sheep.
Now, I would love to cope. I was ready to come here and cope.
Yeah, that's what
but after that result, it's tough for me
That's what I'm saying.
Man.
I'm like, listen,
if XLG got like 5 or 6 rounds,
that's what I'm saying.
Coping.
If we were at like a 13-7 or a 13-8, I'm gonna be like, you know what, you can sell me. But no, there's no selling, okay? I got nothing. I don't know what's gonna happen. I need to be sold right now. And thankfully, we're gonna get words from the XLG coach. We have Jen Lee standing by.
Jen with XLG to Voyat next to me now. Coach, tough game on Haven. We have Abyss coming up next. Kind of surprised that you picked it yourself since NRG have been very strong on this map. But I also do know that CN loves to play Abyss, and the region itself just has all sorts of comps when it comes to Abyss. So was that the logic behind your pick when it comes to the next map? You know, the amount of data that you have, comfortability, and the confidence in being able to adapt to multiple comps.
So basically, yeah, we know it's one of the best maps for NRG. Besides that, it's also one of the best maps for us. In this case, we just decided to go for our best map. Nothing special, and I hope it's going to be even the result. So we will see how it goes.
Thank you, and hopefully you guys turn things around.
Hey, and you know what? I can respect just a little bit of that humble, like, hey, well, let's see what happens, but and I get it. You just got trounced 13-2. Like, it wasn't pretty. So you just learned today what NRG is all about, Wyatt. But there was a great point there, of course, that Jen was bringing up, that, you know, the CN region, they like this map. They like playing it. Is that a thing that we should be hanging our hats on here?
Also, it's a straightforward map, and that might be what they need.
Yeah.
Just going back to the comfort of the double duelist, it's not complex. You can just slam these sites. I think it's one of the maps where No Man has looked better on the Waylay. Yeah. This and Bind, I think, were maybe, for me, the top two in the pool when they play them. So, yes, I think they have things going for them, but it's still tough to cope after the 13-2 because no one was shooting outside of Rarga and Happyway.
Yeah.
They need the rest of those guys to get their heads in the damn game, GB. Or else I'm going to look like an idiot, man.
What I'm concerned about is that they're starting on defense here, which was so rough for them. I think the silver lining to that is that it's the map in the pool at the moment that is best for playing retake. You know the attackers are going to be popping into you on sites. You can play fast retake styles, and that should lean a bit more into the way that XLG want to run. But really, when I've watched this team play on Abyss, the things that I've liked are their big executes. The way that they use the Yoru and the Waylay to create a lot of pressure on their B execs, for example. Things look tight, things look clean, but that's the second half. And you need to make sure you don't put yourself in a hole like you did on Haven.
Yeah, and if they are in that situation, because you got to call a spade, right? Yes, there's the stats and there's what you like and there's your comfort, but once those rounds start to get added on, once you start to see NRG build that confidence, you're just getting gunned down by an Odin. Mata is just breaking your ankles. Like, it's really, really tough to dig yourself out of that hole. So they're going to be leaning on Happyway and Rarga here yet again.
That's the kind of situation that NRG have no problem getting out of. Abyss was the map that their run of champions started on when they were down 10-2 at the half, bring it all the way back, win an OT, and then go on to win the total event. XLG are going to have to show some serious resolve. This is exactly what we expected from these two teams.
How often is CN playing against Atejo?
I mean, not really.
I'm trying to. Most of their games were mirror, if I remember correctly.
A lot of teams playing the double duelist kind of stuff.
Yeah.
There's a large variety, but nobody in the world right now plays the way that NRG does.
Yeah.
And you have to be ready for the stuff that Viper is going to do on this map. It creates walls for you to flood defend, and on the attack side, when you look at the way that Scuba takes a main, that is going to be a big challenge for someone like Rarga, who wants to defend that area, and suddenly there's a wall in your face.
Yeah, I'm hoping that with Rarga playing the Yoru on this map, that the defensive setups will just be better from XLG than the way they were unable to effectively rotate around the map and play together on the defense on Haven.
All right, well, let's send it back over to your casters. Here is Achilles and Paper Thin from map 2.
Thank you very much, GB. Here we go, Abyss. This has to be the rally point for XLG to come back into this series and extend it all the way over to Pearl. We're talking about it, that's talking about it. Okay, NRG's map pick, yes, you get dominated there. Now you're going over to Comfort, but it's also still Comfort for NRG.
Exactly. This is a very good map for NRG, and on this attacker side to give some flowers to NRG. It's the way that they execute. It's similar to XLG in some ways, but they're even better. You would think. We'll have to wait and see, but
spotted on the one. Rarga able to find a kill before getting taken down. Quick little trade, and Scuba able to go ahead and expound on that as No Man will fall. Happyway up at heaven, quickly dealt with. As NRG are looking to go perfect in the pistols. Maybe start another perfect streak to this map. Scuba going to be spotted out, just uses the wall, gets out towards safety. Minor damage going to be suffered, but now players on the approach from the flank, needing to take down 4 and get to the defuse.
Love this change of pace from NRG. Get the spot, set up the crossfires.
Sees the one, shock dart on point. Here's Leo able to find Scuba. Another one lobbed in, some more damage going to be found. Brock down to 20. Time, however, starting to get away from them, so they need to make a go of this one as Leo. Last one standing. Clock working against him. Ethan around the corner. Playing it patiently, swinging, poking, and prodding, and killing NRG. They will find another 1-0 start.
They do so much well in this round to NRG. It's pretty simple at the beginning, just trying to push in towards B, but it's that extra layer. You know that the natural kind of tendency, the natural protocol for a lot of defenders is to go in towards the very back corner of the site, and that's where Scuba's going to find a big kill to follow up. You know, you're often going to have a player on top of the box on site as well. That one's dealt with quick, and then Scuba's there for the follow-up, and that just breaks everything open. Then Scuba gets the spot on the player coming in through the mid-link, and he's just like, guys, we're going to group up and we're going to shut this down. And it almost goes through for XLG. Leo tries the damnedest, but still not quite good enough. And they're just happy to take a ton of space here through mid.
Completely ignoring the extremities. It's just Scuba sat back watching for any aggression out of A main.
That's a great way to avoid the stacks. You know a lot of teams are going to want to try to obscure their presence as best as they can. Go for a 1-4 or sometimes a full 5. This is a nice way to kind of deal with all of that. Pinging towards B, though. The only kind of disadvantage is you don't have a lot of early info, and XLG on a timing start making their move.
Swing coming in. Kiko spotting out multiple, hearing those guns ringing through. Sees the stack, and now it's going to be a full send towards this A side of the map. Door broken. Mata will just join in with the rest of the team, it seems, go through main, where it is just Leo. An attempted hero from the previous round to try to guide them, and it looks like the bot doesn't get the spot out, but they will just go ahead, jump through. Scuba leading the charge, drawing the crosshairs for Kiko to go ahead and collect. Right now coming in, 4-player tower approach from XLG as they look to try to flood their way out of this one. Massive swing coming through from all of them, but it's just the 1 kill found as Kiko will fall. Just a ghost lost, and 2-0. Again, clean start for NRG.
Yeah, and just really nice round for Kiko here. Doesn't overcommit when he sees those players pushing in towards B main. Just says, oops, I see the big stack. Let's go the other way. Doesn't, try to go for the, double kill or something like that. And he's following up nicely there with Scuba on the entry to A, gets a kill. And that just is basically round done and dusted. XLG tries to go for the flood, and that's going to give a few extra orbs over towards NRG. Start stacking up these ultimates that they are so efficient with, especially on this map. It's another reason you love the Tejo here. You can break open those doors, and it is something that NRG is really good at, is making you so uncomfortable in vent.
Still that doubt. I'm sure you never know when that lurk could be coming through.
And if they catch you in there, they're going to smother you with util.
Brock almost caught Raga. Put one into his shoulder. Just on a timing there. I don't even think Raga had really made any noise. Gives a warning. He would be right to do so. 3 players lurking around this mid position. Stealth drone ends up getting cleared out.
5 and out is 0.
Yeah, they're not going to put any more pressure off of that. Oh, Kiko able to get out of there.
But do they read that No Man's going to be on their heels this quickly?
Exactly what I was thinking.
Well, it seems like Scuba about to check back in for this one, but eyes are tied to the wrong angle. Lysor at the same time, up top, over the box, able to find Mana. Goes for the entry. The cleanup is there. Now it's a 3v5 for NRG. Trying to get this bonus converted. Flash sent up and over the top. Raga able to collect one. Lysor gets another. Now just Ethan. Absolutely and certainly screwed in this position. We'll just go ahead and grab the orb and see if we can get anything else, but it's getting spammed down even lower. The spot on the 1, but No Man has the cleanup, and XLG this time around are able to get themselves on the board nice and early.
Yeah, and this is something that we didn't see much on Haven, is the confidence to get aggressive on the map. And this time, they're going to let No Man off the leash just a little bit, and he pulls right back. He gets his kill, he's got his piece, Guys, this might be a B lean with the way that, you know, they're kind of seeing the positioning and things like that with the util. They do a good job just knocking them out of the round there. And something that both teams really like on this map is that mid space, is that mid congestion. I mean, look at the map right now. Look at where XLG is positioned. 3 players in mid. They love to have control of that territory.
Oh.
And they're on the hunt.
That they are. We'll have the relay that there's a drone going out towards that B main. So wrap around the back, going to look to try to get a catch here onto Brock. For the moment, holding, anticipating this aggression, but I'm not sure if he's going to be ready for 2 players to come swinging out.
This is definitely a little unorthodox, so XLG showing that they have done.
They're going to try to drone him out, and there's a swing coming through, but Brock just massacres them, ignores the drone. Eyes focused on the players, cleans them up. Nice and easy, and Scuba finds Raga at the same time. What a play from Brock. And that just seals the round.
My jaw was on the floor. I think this is a pretty good macro idea from XLG. It should be at worst a trade, you would think, but the Champions MVP had other thoughts. Unreal.
Just disgusting from him. And it's a great idea from XLG. Get the drone, make him uncomfortable. And he's got eyes on it first. Meanwhile, Mana, not sure where he was going. But will be Leo. Traded out in the end.
एक ही line of fire में आ गया.
As the spike will go off and NRG will secure a 3-1 lead.
Crazy. Just, it's everything for NRG. The little things that they do so well in the macro, in the big picture, but this time it's the micro, it's the individual effort. Oh.
एक ही line of fire में नहीं आया भाई.
Yeah.
Oh.
मैंने ध्यान ही नहीं दिया.
Immediate reset. And the second kill.
Flick मारा भाई दोनों.
Mana has that bait for Scuba to cleanly scale forward into the site.
And that's something they do incredibly well. Is Mata's so good at spotting out that player. They're able to use that util to either smother their opponent out or at least back them off and create space. And that's why they love to have him on the waylay. A lot consider him to be the best waylay in the world, and hard to argue with it sometimes, that's for sure.
Best waylay.
Continuing to get more and more ults going. Both Hunter's Fury's in play, but Ethan also has the Armageddon. And that's going to be able to create space, or they could save it for the post plant. See how they want to navigate all this. Seems like they're setting up for some kind of big B execute. They're looking again towards that window to see if there's another push from XLG, to see if they're going to double down on that. Realize that it was a good idea, just didn't go their way.
Swap of the weapons as Mana joins in on this side of the map, just passing that out all into Brock's hands. As Armageddon pushing him away from that connector side. So Waylay go up and over, and Raga on the peak is able to find one happy way. Similarly, able to find a kill. Lysor be the one that try to get themselves a player advantage, but swiftly does end up falling as Snowman considering going for the dash to try to close the gap. Stealth drone sent out around the opposite side. There's the push coming through. Brock a little bit too late to try to save his IGL's life. Does bring it now into a 1v1. Both Sovas to try to play this out. Recon available for the side of Leo. So it will just be the drone over the top. The shot unable to be found. Recon gets the spot. The push coming in. Shocker to try to soften up into the spray down. Brock, another multi-kill round. It's another round locked up for NRG.
It's the individual efforts for NRG that are winning rounds now.
Incredible.
Pretty good ideas from XLG. I like the way that they play around this box, where this time they kind of remember back to the pistol that, okay, if we just go into that back corner, it's not going to work. Instead, they reposition. Happy Way bounces back up on top of the box, and they get a fair exchange, a better than a fair exchange. They come out with the player advantage, but XLG can't get it done in the long run, because now it's Brock's turn. And it's a timeout for XLG, another early one. They know how important it is to get some rounds going, to get some confidence boosted for that attack side of their own.
Oh, for sure.
भाई ये BGMI कितनी बढ़िया है, BGM कितना बढ़िया है.
They committed the Armageddon into the round, otherwise you're very much coming up empty-handed off the back of that one.
अरे मैं चाय कॉफी नहीं
पीता. A smattering of sheriffs and half armors. Ghost perhaps here for Rarga as we get ready to go into this next one. We're talking about it in that first map. It's that shrinking win condition that's open to them. They need to find conversions off of this coach interference.
अरे हाँ ना एप्पल रखे हैं, मैं एप्पल खा सकता हूँ मैं.
And they have brought some new ideas here to this map, but it's been Brock who shut down a couple of those rounds. So if anything, at the very least, maybe this timeout just to cool him off. Maybe you've got a couple ults to potentially toy with. You could steal a couple guns away from NRG here as XLG.
मेरे को नींद बहुत जरूरी
है
और मैं सुकून से सोना चाहता हूँ बढ़िया और मैं डेली सुकून से सोता हूँ बढ़िया सोता हूँ तो बढ़िया एकदम खो जाता हूँ वैसे नींद चाहिए मेरे को.
So timeout, full focus on the upcoming round, on this buy, not trying to give it a go on the Thrifty.
ये भी है XLG हार
गई. Handing over the round win, flawless fashion to NRG.
NRG बहुत तगड़ी टीम है भाई.
Now with an operator online.
And you just can't let the alt cycle continue to get out of control for NRG. I respect this decision from XLG. You know, you could be getting Mata into that convergent pass when no man's convergent pass. You would hope that it could come online just a step sooner so you can get a little bit of value out of it. Keep Scuba's ult out of play. Don't let Ethan scale in towards another Armageddon.
Looks like we might have some tangling going on here. Mata's side of the stage. So yeah, just got to get the headset back up and going. Earbuds in. We should be underway, so ought to be a pretty quick fix.
He turned around to hype up the crowd after everybody just jumped off the map.
Ran over his cable. Well, we've all been there.
He doesn't have a kill yet, and he's still having fun out there. That's okay.
I mean, he's another one of these players who can just go out there and take over a game, but also do nothing in the frag department, but then still enable the team to be set up for success. That's what makes NRG so scary, and it's what got them a trophy.
You're right, and it's because he's so selfless. He knows when he needs to take fights and go for those big moments, and he knows when he just needs to do his job, to get the info, to either commit or dash back, let his teammates follow up. That's one of the advantages you have with this double initiator comp that they like to run, is you have that extra layer of follow-up behind Mata. You can either direct the Sova util or you can direct the Tejo util, depending on how you want to do it, depending on how you want to force your opponents to react. Mata he's just so good at being present and making the right decision at the right time. I mean, I think back to that Haven disrespect of the alarm bot that he had on C-Long, just in the moment, just saying, no, we're keeping going. We're going to catch him off guard. I know it. And that's calls that he can make, as that entry duelist.
What is this, though? Mata has the spike in hand. He's dropped it just outside of Pisa. Looks like he's going to try to maybe go for a fake. Are they going to just try to pull players across the side of the map? Okay, no. We'll start pivoting some players over very quickly. There goes the TP as well, as Ethan gets the spray down onto No Man. Stealth drone in, finding the suppress. Kill comes across, and now it is just Lysor alone at A main. Well, NRG quickly get their ducks in a row and get ready to attack B.
It's a read that No Man wants that orb so he can get his ult. They've got a play to shut it down.
Up and over, will have spotted that operator. Looking for the lob in on that saturate, would have connected. So quick TP to exit from Maraga, but it's not too far off. Joins in here at the connector, and now tries to go for the peek to get the Punisher onto Kiko, who's just fishing through the smoke. The kill goes his way. Operator now lost. The flank will get broken down. Brock on the floor. An opportunity perhaps here for XLG, but it's happy when he goes out. He's alone. Leo's been held at bay by Mata, who very much gets himself on the board with these 2 kills. Now the spot out the... Ah, he forward off the side of the map! Oh, we might be getting a little silly, but the round is still NRG's.
Oh, Scuba! Oh, no.
he just, you know, he really wanted Mata to get the last kill.
Yeah. He felt bad. You know, Mata was having a little bit of a tough go of it in the kill department. Mata plays this round extremely well. The spot there.
Can't exit, can't dash.
Finisher. But Mata plays this corner. He disrupts the timing for the swing from Heaven.
There goes my hero. There's no bushes at the bottom of that one. Well, some silliness perhaps, but still dominance on display from NRG, just surrendering. The one bonus round. Hunter's Fury now out, tags coming through, looking for that third and final pump, but Happyway will be able to survive. At the same time, Lysor trying to pinch in, trying to find a kill of his own. He'll get tagged up, but manages to TP back over to safety.
Use this to set up your convergent paths here as XLG.
Leo able to find Mata. Plant now getting ready to come through, but Leo going to be on the trade as Raga just going for the exit here within the smoke. The clone out, up over the top of the counter spam. Respecting his position, takes him to 56, has the spot onto Kiko, but cannot confirm the kill. Now, the push forward, the gun barrel going to be spotted. He's so damn low. Eventually will fall, but no man now. Arriving when they need him the most. The pit's still going to be there in their faces. Saturate lobbed over to the side, but Brock pulling back, further disconnected position. Not going to get spotted. He gets a fadeaway shot on the Lysor. And now it is just down to No Man, who has that kill, but cannot find Scuba. Not fast enough. 7-1. XLG have to be scratching their heads. They have to be considering the second and final timeout.
I think there's a lot of confusion in the XLG camp right now.
Breaking Bad, तू कह रहा है कि mod मतलब subscriber only mode नहीं कर सकता, ये कैसे कर रहा है?
Feels like he's trying to use the dimensional drift to set up
for that convergent pass Breaking Bad है, ये भी mod है.
But they never really get on the same page with all of it. He just sticks in there and is trying to cause chaos. Happyway's diving in.
तू कर देता है, पता नहीं कैसे.
It doesn't look organized. It doesn't look efficient. Meanwhile, NRG absolutely do.
Drone cleared, TP out. Will arrive over towards backside, but Mata just double dashes, gets himself into position. Now there's a poison orb that they're going to have to try to push through. Shock darts just a bit too deep. It's an off default plan from Brock. Get the spike in play. Wrap around the back, long rotation here from No Man. Getting ready to square off against Ethan outside of A main. Ethan pulls away. There's a window of opportunity potentially there on that flank, but Kiko snappy on the readjust for that shot, but Happyway and Lysor answering back in kind. No Man now arriving, striking, but whipping the final shots. Is unable to find Brock, and now the 2v2. Happyway up over the top.
One enemy remaining.
Gets himself into a 1v1. The smoke there, the cosmic divide going to be invested. The jump forward, and Happyway has the headshot. What a play from him to get the defuse across the board.
दूसरी आईडी में है भाई, दूसरी आईडी में.
On the back of this Astra, XLG will find a second round win as chaos explodes on this map.
That's classic Happyway. When he's on Astra and he's in a clutch and he gets his ult, he'll sometimes just throw it. He'll just go for it. And I was going to be so ready to just sing NRG praises again with the way that they're watching for the lurks and all this other stuff, but like you called it, Ethan just pulls off right at the wrong moment. It looked like it might not have mattered because Kiko got so fast, but then
ये नहीं कर पाता यार, ये नहीं कर पाता.
Get the sheriffs
इसके में access नहीं है, पता नहीं क्यों
नहीं है. Now you're trying to just dash on in, Mata through. Poison orb there, guide him in, and Kiko's got his back.
And he does. Happyway should have had that kill. Kiko with the covering fire, keeping Mata protected. Takes a tiny bit of damage, and now you've got the convergent path set up for this post plan. Rock similarly one away from having the Hunter's Fury online. And the ultimate will just be committed, sending him out, trying to slow things down. A swing onto the corner.
भाई तो यार क्या बोल रहा है?
Eliminated, No Man now gone, Lysor. So much more to be done, a 2v4, the snake bite layered in, just delay tactics on delay tactics as the shock dart would land.
मैं सीरियस पूछ रहा है भाई, वो सीरियस पूछ रहा है मतलब कैसे चेंज करते हैं?
Lineup Larry's for days, but it's round after round going the way of NRG. Now up to 8 is Mata. Can he take away the final weapon? Tries to go for the pre-fire and will eventually fall. But I don't think he's going to be too bothered about that.
Not even a little. Great setups, the convergent pass there.
Dance वो कैसे नहीं कर पाता है ये बता.
The retake for XLG, something
मतलब
I'm
उसके
sure
पास
that's
ये
in the
access
back
क्यों
of their
नहीं है जो तेरे
minds
पास
is
है?
they don't want to let NRG get comfortable in those post plants because of the rain of utility that will come their way as they try to get into that defuse. And now NRG is just over-committing to the flanks because they know how important it is for XLG to get back in there to disrupt those post plants because of all that utility.
There they are.
Nothing seemingly going XLG's way. Have some ideas, but NRG is always a step ahead.
Even there, just taking spam off the timing. Down to 59, that's one of your players with that rifle in hand. Hopefully want to see that passed over to the likes of No Man, just has a classic. But NRG not taking any chances here. They'd already given up the one thrifty, don't want to have it happen again.
Pretty aggro. Frack back for No Man though. And now they know that A is clear, so they should be able to lean B. I wonder if Leo's going to commit the ult here. Feels like you kind of almost have to with the way things are going. You got to throw everything in the kitchen sink in these rounds.
He's 1-1, and Raga, he's widely stuck in position, doesn't have an exit strategy, so it's going to be up and over the top, into the smoke, into his death. Mana able to find the one heavyweight here on high, comes up with 3. And blink and you miss it. It's another MasterCard thrifty here at the hands of XLG.
Oh, the timing this time for Happyway, very good. Waiting for that Mata entry, waiting for the refract before he steps in towards that lane, towards jump. Oh, and the reaction there on the pop out of the smoke from Kiko, so good. And that allowed him to triple down. We're able to get in towards window. So some of that good macro coming in, and XLG needs this 4th round.
That they do. Hunter's Fury still available here on either side. Mata, range, that Judge not going to find much value at all as Lyser forward onto the box. Cleans up the enemy waylay. Hunter's Fury fishing for a little bit more. Brock doing very much the same on the opposite side, but Kiko able to stabilize just fast enough to take down Leo. Brings it into a 3v3. Push coming through. Happyway watching the angle, trying to get the reset, but Ethan will be able to strike him down. 2v2 now. As the B site completely opened up for the plant, and that's going to give him the Armageddon for the post.
So much util.
Paranoia sent to try to clear that closed connector, but no one getting caught. It's just a full disconnect. You still have a salvo, the stealth drone, the stun, the Armageddon, a recon, 2 shocks here for NRG. It feels like XLG absolutely need to try to close the gap on this. Armageddon going to be cycled in first. Flysword checking, seeing if there's going to be a flank around the back of mid. Salvo now going to be invested. Raga taking low. The smoke's at this betting, but Raga still able to hold his own. Finds the headshot as Ethan tries to separate, and he has! Gorgeous isolation for the Red Bull clutch. Ethan gets 3, and that's all they surrender to XLG in the half.
NRG so in control of this game. And this time it's Ethan's turn for the step up, for the clutch. Saw it from Brock earlier, but this time it's the IGL's go.
9-3, not a 10-2, but XLG similarly need to come back in fired up and win a pistol round. Can they do it? We'll find out after the halftime break.
मैनेजिंग मॉडरेटर ही है तू भाई, मैनेजिंग मॉडरेटर है. एक स्टैंडर्ड होता है, एक मैनेजिंग होता है. मैंने तेरे को मैनेजिंग ही बनाया. पता नहीं, never mind. हाँ कोई ना कोई ना.
Backs up against the wall. XLG down by 6 at this half. Have yet to find a pistol in their favor. Absolutely needing it here to rally back on this abyss.
And there's so many compounding problems again for XLG. NRG very good on this defender side. They're gonna throw a lot of weird little tricks at you. They're so good at mid control. If you try to take any of your own, something XLG really likes to do on this map, they've got a lot of great ideas on how to do a little bait and switch, how to get Mata into position, shut you down from time to time. But here, a little bit of an interesting start, 2-2-1.
ये important round है भाई
NRG. You can see that Leo was going for a bit of an explore, but a couple smokes are going to keep anybody from seeing each other on either side of the coin. And instead, XLG just going to commit. 5-man stack in Kiko's direction. But the players are already leaning this way.
अपना comeback वैसे है तो.
Three nearby to try to slow this up. Kenji coming through and Kiko going to be caught there. No man forward into the smoke and Raga able to find Mata at the same time. Best odds at a pistol win that XLG have had all series long. Plant in, Brock trying to find something, but will fall to the wayside. It's still 5 players alive and well here for XLG. Raga will eventually get taken down, but the cleanup is there. And XLG at long last get themselves a pistol.
And this time, it's NRG that feels a little disconnected in terms of the timing. You know, when Kiko's TPing in to try to make his move, he gets caught. Yeah, he gets spotted as he's doing it, and that throws everything kind of off balance as you're trying to create a push there to open up a little bit of extra space for that follow-up rotate that's coming in behind you. Just isn't able to get going, and XLG just a little bit ahead of the ball. Come on, guys. They're going to get themselves a chance to get within 5, 4. And everybody on NRG, I think, considering a trip off the edge of the map potentially.
But I actually like the delay because you do have, you know, you basically are forcing some util out. Granted, playing this far away, you're not going to be knowing exactly what's being invested here, but drones out, that's going to be another reinvestment. Just, you know, try to chip away at the money where possible.
For sure. You're definitely getting a little bit here and there.
But looks like they might actually try to go for this.
No, maybe.
Okay. Seems like they want to just open up the A site, see if they can get a flood retake going, should they hear that tap, but Gamble on the wrong side of the map. Now we'll look to try to play this one out. Happy Wayne mid, not going to be able to find a catch. Just going to be full 5-player death ball approach through that mid connector. Salvo going to be invested on the side. A little hip fire, Raga able to find himself 2 kills. Back pedals, goes fishing for a little bit more. Lysor able to find a piece of the pie. And Raga with 3 will eventually get taken down for the round. It still goes the way of XLG. Now just 4 away from tying it up.
Okay. Things going very nicely.
कितना लंबा comeback easy तो नहीं है, लेकिन
XLG's favor. Lysor actually on top of the server right now in the kill department with 13. So
क्योंकि अब उनका बाय है, इनका बोनस है.
XLG is
ये राउंड तो गया. 10 हो जाएगा उनका.
Just have to wait and see how this next round goes. You can see already that some of that early main aggression that NRG loves to bring on this Abyss being thought about over on the A side, but XLG can maybe just do a little death balling, try to create some chaos. Scuba behind the mark there, clearing the drone, so.
Brother try to delay, double dash, going through, refract, just back out, while Scuba seeing the TP, anticipate that Lightsword's going to be there above the smoke, now falling. Scuba able to readjust, finds himself at second. Keeps the numbers evenly matched. Spike recovered the plant. Bit of two in the hands of Happyway, but Ethan, just reading Licewor's position, spams him out through the smoke. Spicing, killing off the enemy Omen. Now, a player advantage for NRG. Look to deny a bonus conversion. Stealth Drone sees nothing. Up, Salvo down, no man. And he pushed forward, but Kiko right there around the corner. Arms open and ready to take him out, and Ethan on the approach from behind will find the kill. So 3 players surviving, bonus conversion not to be found. NRG will close this one out and get up to double digits.
A nice stabilization there for NRG. It looked like this one could be a bonus going in the favor of XLG. We'd have a definite map on our hands had that been the case. They overstacked the default side of the site. But then it's just a really nice retake in terms of using all that extra util that you have built into this comp to clear space. It's a paranoia down one side, a stealth drone down the other to clear things in on the dice that are over on the B site. And then you're trying to get even further forward scaling. And you've got XLG pinned in the back because of that. And they're just so efficient. Plus Ethan's awareness is off the charts, and he is one of the smartest players that we have in Valorant. He's one of the best big game players on top of it.
Taking that back.
Too true. Well, now, bit of a high-low. Mata here on the corner. Will be the dimensional drift out from Raga, however, to spot them both. Be a quick little fadeaway and a reposition, and Scuba now needing to hold his own. No man starting to scale, trying to go ahead and close the gap, and will be Raga on the exit, able to find the enemy Viper. 3v5 for the attempt at the retake. Heal on the one, but out of sight. Behind the box, for find a punish.
Spike planted.
Still, long flank coming in from Kiko. I believe that this has been heard. Leo there in mid, goes for the peek, has the shot. That should pretty much be the final nail in this round, but Brock is still fighting. Ooh, found himself a second. Had he been able to stay alive, NRG could have made a real go of this, but instead, Ethan will just stay tucked back. As XLG continue to try to fight their way back into this map.
Yeah, the fact that you're able to fast track Raga's ult gives you so much extra oomph on these executes. They're able to identify and clear out the players on site very quickly. Because of that, Leo is going to find Ethan in the long run, so no guns carried over for NRG. 6-10. Starting to feel like this might be doable. I'm starting to see some really nice things that, you know, for XLG, their game plan just seems to be stick together, let's just have some good executes. Doesn't matter, you know, if we run into the strong side or the weak side. We're going B a bunch, seems to be working. There's going to be a timeout in response from the NRG camp.
Sending out their first, never got that second from XLG. Thought we would have seen it in that first half, given how dominant it was for NRG, but they still do have that behind in case NRG re-steadies their footing. Blancard, so far, 100% conversion rate. Has only used the one time out on Haven. We'll see if he can continue that here.
What a stat!
It's true.
Yes.
The math checks out.
Yeah, your math is good. I'll give you that.
Technically correct, the best kind of correct, but
hell yeah.
I don't think we're going to be seeing that here. It should be XLG coming out with this one. We'll see what the investment ends up looking like for NRG. They have the money to try to go for a decent investment here, but it won't be able to find full weaponry. So do they go for a half buy, just go for a save and maybe try to get something like an operator online? We'll have to see.
Yeah, I think you're going to err on the side of caution here. I think an operator could be something that's very useful here for giving you the ability to hold a main and give yourself that extra layer of information, the extra ability to rotate faster, because you're going to be able to know pretty quickly, you know, with Mata pushing a little bit further forward, which site they're likely to be going to, and how you can kind of use that against them. Ethan with a Bucky. Ghost in there for Mata. He's gonna be a little bit sneaky here. Doesn't get anything out of it.
Abandons the ambiguity of it all, and Happyway will just scale the stairs, find the kill. Mata taken down in mid. I don't think Ethan's Bucky as well likely to find too much value as XLG continue to scale forward in mid and could just go for the quick pivot over towards the A side of the map.
They might go B.
Oh, they're hearing the footsteps now. And yep, it's going to be lambs to the slaughter. Scuba had already been heard, and Ethan to that range won't be able to get that shotgun to do too much of anything. Find themselves in a pretty awkward position here, do NRG. As Brock, just a classic in hand, alone at the base of tower. Trying to see if he can catch somebody off guard. Raga, oh, there's the spot out, the drop down, eventually finds a headshot. Should basically be a flawless round here for XLG to continue trim away at this gap.
Looking to try to avoid any contact, at least for now. Recon dart will make Ethan a little bit curious. Swaps to the Bucky. Not ready for it.
Well, it's been too close up, so there's the flawless confirmed for XLG. 3 rounds away now, but NRG, timeout call, have to anticipate that is very much for this next buy round. So far,
बच्चा बार-बार खड़ा हो रहा है भाई, खड़े होकर देखना पड़ रहा है
towards an operator.
No. And it's a lot of half armors here. It is kind of their style. Now they're starting to see a little bit of swap up. A couple full armors, but kind of curious. Looks like a little bit of a change in how they're handling maybe some of that B site pressure. Ethan tucked in on the corner, just at the top of the ramp. Right in the smoke. He's falling back. He gets paranoid. He's going to get spotted.
Double dash up and over the top, and there's the timing. Raga just swinging as that dart is pinging. Ethan and Scuba both going to be taken down. Mata able to find one. Happy Way dead at the bottom of mid. Goes forward to try to get on the flank here with Kiko, but had taken damage. Down to 45 is the NRG duelist. Give it the flank. This does allow for NRG to not have that much concern about a Hunter's Fury, because Leo's not able to get into a decent disconnected position for it. Jumping the final gap, and Kiko will be able to take his head off. Now a 3v3. Time still starting to work against NRG, but Mata finds another kill. No man dead. The double dash forward. Raga trying to hold his own. Planted in position as Mata rewinds right into his crosshair. So damn crisp from Raga. And XLG continue marching their way back into this map.
And it's still a lot of the same kind of ideas for XLG. They're just going to group up, pick a site, and challenge NRG, defy them to stop it, because so far they can't. This is beautiful stuff from Marga. He is really starting to feel it. He is caught up to Lysor in the kills department, only one behind him there. He's looking really sharp and steady and stable and aware. This is the first time we're seeing a little bit more of a spread here for XLG. They're starting to think a little bit differently.
This is also where things get very chaotic. Both teams are one charge away from having full 5 ultimates online. Mata just cheating on this corner. If he swings out wider and wider, might be able to catch a glimpse here on the Lysor when he does. That's a spike now spotted. Gets his, gets out. Quick little exit play. Spike will be recovered at the same time, just walking forward steadily. Leo holding W. Gets himself all the way over towards backside. Scuba boosted up on top of the box. Has he spotted a pixel out of place? He sends out the ping. Looks like he's reading this or has seen it, but they're not going to pursue deep enough for him to spring the trap.
Going to get the lean in.
The plant coming through in no man's hands. That could very well just give it to him, but now they're just trying to couple in with that Hunter's Fury, try to get a catch. Scuba tucking back, avoids the saturate. No man makes his exit after getting tagged up. Just a single pump there on to Kiko, putting him down to 45. Paranoia through towards tower, only going to be catching onto the clone as now the ult gets sent in. Leo finding one. Kiko trying to fight back. He gets stunned up here onto the corner, cannot get that crosshair swung around fast enough. Leo ends up falling. A 3v2 with 2 players down so very low. Just 50 health, now Brock down to 9. So much damage dealt. XLG should be well poised to close this out. The bound forward, but Brock somehow finding the shots. Swap of the weapon for Happy Way, but the defuse still not held up to half. Pushing forward frantically, trying to find something through the smoke, but NRG! How in the hell have they won that round?
Make it make sense. It looks so good for XLG. I love the way they think about this round. They know that there's so many other ults on the other side of the equation. Because they've created for that space for themselves, they can get in. They're sending
9 health.
I know, 9 and 10. Nice. That's how much health was left. 19 total. And again, the ideas are really good here for XLG. They're trying to get into NRG before they can really set up for that big retake with all of those ults.
It's just absolutely chaotic. And yes, another timeout call here, the final one for XLG, at least in this map, but maybe for the series. Unless they can keep running this back, but losing a round like that, knowing how low those players are, could absolutely be a tilter. Boya coming in to intervene, to try to re-rally the squad that was on such a good streak.
And it's so backbreaking as well because it would have been so economically damaging to NRG. So to compound everything into the problems that round just created for XLG, for how much more difficult they just made it for themselves to get this map win, to send us to Pearl. Hard to explain, but...
I mean, and you have 3 ultimates invested on both sides in that previous round, but you look at the 2 remaining for NRG, the Viper's Pit and the Armageddon. A bit more oomph to them compared to Lysor's ult and a Cosmic Divide.
Right.
So XLG gonna have to be extra creative going into this.
Right here.
Let's see what the play call looks like. NRG are looking to take this up to match point.
Yamada. Love these little bait and switch positions here. Nice. Combo.
Sat around in the corner. Will hit the catch, and will just have to use the double dash to get himself out towards safety. Armageddon at the same time. Called in to try to escort the board. Leo still able to win out for 1, so ends up being a 1-for-1 exchange. At the same time, Cosmic Divide called in on the B site. The scale forward is there. As XLG tries to get the plant in play with the push forward out of the smoke. Happy Way taking down Kiko. Traded out as well, as it's just an absolute bloodbath. The spike now dropped up top. Pit blooming from Scuba immediately going to be abandoned as they rotate across towards tower. Learning where the spike had been dropped. Raga jumping up to his demise. And it is just No-Man, the double face that killed a Scuba. And match point now in the hands of NRG.
Oh no, the mental, I think, is crumbling for XLG. It looked like they had recovered, but they had the spike in Lysor's hands the whole time, and he TPs up on the Raptor, and that's where he dies, and that's where it goes down. It's unrecoverable there. Oh my.
It's so very close. Nearly having them lined up, but it's a great double face for NRG to secure the round win. And now XLG need 4 rounds consecutively to take this into overtime if they want to have a chance of getting us to Pearl, of getting a victory here in their opening series.
Fake.
Attempt at it at least, but Scuba now going to be taken down. That should give NRG a decent idea as you see Ethan scrambling to get into position, but the ult's committed to. And this is XLG in position. Plant again. Ready to start getting that spike down on the ground. Double watch on this flank with No-Man deep into mid. Nothing to be spotted there, but might be able to find a massive backstab opportunity. Drone spotting out on the 2, has the dart to Mata. The TP forward into the smoke, sees it all. Believe he gets a follow-up beat as well, but Kiko, he just shrugs it off! He's out there in the open, there's a spotlight on this man, pinging his position in real time. He will finally fall, but man, he made XLG sweat. Should have never been able to get kills in that spot, but XLG not done yet.
Ooh. It looked a little dicey there for just a brief moment for XLG, but that long lurk from No-Man comes to fruition. Lysor on his feet wants to try to rally the troops. Okay, love the fake here. This is something that I thought could be used against NRG when I was watching their VODs. They do often, especially on this map, really
बच्चा
commit
चिल्ला रहा है भाई
to those hard
थोड़ी सी
rotates, to
जान
those
है चिल्लाने में
early
निकलना
entries.
जाए
Now,
भाई कहीं
the thing was, is XLG didn't need to fake because they were just winning in terms of just sending 5 and execute. You didn't, why fake when it's just working? But now they've had to dig deeper into that playbook. But is it going to be too little, too late? Is NRG
अनमोल
use
भैया
their
क्या
second and
हाल
final timeout
भाई
of
बढ़िया है भाई
regulation?
सब रोशन भाई आप तो ना आप गेम नहीं खेलते क्या आप
What is going to be the adjustments here? Economy is going to be scuffed.
रिसिटी कब से देखने लगा तू मैं तो कब से क्या बहुत पहले से देखता था देखता हूँ वॉच पार्टी नहीं करता था
For NRG to try to keep this going.
वॉच पार्टी भी अभी आगे नहीं करूँगा ज़्यादा कम ही करूँगा
XLG,
अभी खेलने
don't want to
फोकस
see
करूँगा
that
आज
sort of
करके देखा बस
notorious
कैसे होता है क्या
problem
कैसा क्या है
that the Chinese teams have, where they give up ecos, where they lose
जो मेरी
big
फेवरेट
rounds
टीम है
like
उसकी
that.
वॉच पार्टी किया करूँगा बस
Need to see them stand firm, keep the ball
MIBR
rolling,
किया करूँगा
try
बस
to get this to overtime.
So far, he's been solid in that regard, but NRG want to try to rewrite that script a bit.
एक काम कर अपनी आईडी पास दे दे मेरे को वैलोरेंट की तेरी आईडी से खेलता रहूँगा मैं
Even that will get
तू तो
changed
खेल ही
up
रहा
here.
है
Just be a sheriff making its way into his hands. So very light purchases from NRG. Going to just get through this round, see if they can finish it in thrifty fashion. If not,
न्यू स्टोर ओपन किया उसे
focused up the
बिजी हूँ
game
हाँ
plan,
देखा मैंने
ready.
देखा अर्पण करके स्टोर तेरा है
Round 23.
And by the way, the economy's not super great for XLG.
Oh no, these rounds have been so damn scrappy.
Yeah. So I think you're seeing them kind of flirt with some ideas in terms of just buying armor and going with what you can. You know that NRG's economy is also going to be in the bin, so
You can keep running this, XLG, they can get themselves into a pretty decent ult economy as well. No man 3 away from having the convergent paths. Leo 2 off the Hunter's Fury drone to try to lead the charge here as Brock quickly backpedal his way up into tower. Just the 2 bandits, all the firepower that they have, and for the moment, not really on this side of the map. Scuba going to be taken down, trying to go for the flank. Happy Way handles mid. Now it is just Ethan and Mata trying to see if they can make something happen. Bit of a ring around the rosy here, riding the rope up the top. Happy Way checking, not spotting anything. Ethan has to read this, does, but cannot win it out. Happy Way with a 3K. Now just Mata jumping off the side of the map, not willing to give them the ult charge. A flawless round for XLG. Off the back of NRG's timeout, but now we go into the buy and see if NRG can bring this to its conclusion. Or if XLG will be knocking on the door of overtime.
now you're going to be able to get into all those rifles. It's XLG. If you can get this round to go, you're going to give yourself economically a great chance, a great look at overtime.
मैंने भी फोकस है अभी गेमिंग छोड़ दिया बढ़िया है भाई और कितना पैसा कमाएगा भाई इतना पैसा तो है तेरे पास
Just Brock all on his own over here at A. A lot of early pressure. Here comes some of that mid aggression, some of those mid plays that XLG really favors. Look at the response from NRG.
Oh, he's just forward in the tower, looking for a catch from Brock, able to backpedal fast enough. Now has to be wary, but no. Never mind, the double face into mid. Kiko once again covering for his teammates, finds that kill. And the crunch is looking fantastic as Kiko comes up with 3. And the game plan, the strategy is sound as all hell for NRG.
No man now.
A 1v4 looking like an impossible task. As NRG will not go hunting, they will pump the brakes, plant themselves in position, and wait for no man to misstep. Swing the corner, and Keiko gets it, the 4K to close it out. 13-10, a damn solid rally back attempt from XLG on their map pick. But as was stated, this is still comfortable territory for NRG.
Absolutely. NRG will get a win on the big stage. They've made it to Masters to try to defend that champion's title at another global event. And it's a pretty good start. Haven, obviously, unbelievable. Abyss, a little shaky. I really like some of the ideas XLG had on both sides of the coin. I felt like a lot of times I was looking at the map going, wow, these are really good ideas. These are really good pressures that they're creating. But the caliber and talent of some of those NRG players like Rock, like Ethan, won them rounds they shouldn't, and that's probably a big reason we're not going to Pearl.
Well, for NRG, maintaining dominance, maintaining a little win streak here on the global stage, picked up from champions Paris. For XLG, down but not yet out, obviously still plenty to play for, so plenty of opportunities to earn their way back in, but they will be kicking off the Swiss stage with that 0-1 and score line for NRG. Sometimes it's that first hurdle that is the toughest to cross, so they'll be breathing a sigh of relief that they got through this one in a relatively clean fashion.
Usually, they're a team that says they like to go through the deep end to get to the, to the big stages. This time, they're starting off strong. They're starting off high. See if they can keep it up. See if they can make a run through Swiss.
Nice little springboard for him, but that is it for NRG and XLG. But for now, let's go ahead and send him down to the stage for Horizon post-match interview.
2-0, se va la victoria para el actual campeón Chile. Una vez más para EDG, por favor.
उसमें पूर्व वाली में नाइफ किसके ने तेरे में?
Mara, I'm gonna talk to you real quick. So, first international event after champs. How are you feeling in the stage right now?
It's amazing to be back.
Definitely. And how's the crowd?
I love you guys, Chile. I love you guys so much. The energy is amazing. Energy's crazy.
Y le pregunté cómo se está sintiendo después de Champions estando en este escenario. Dice que se siente increíble, se siente genial. Le pregunté sobre toda la gente que está acá. Dice que los ama, Chile, que les encanta cómo están también apoyándolos. Now, for my second question, the last time that I talked to Bonkar, he was saying that you guys were like having some trust issues like in your game plan, in yourselves. How did you guys manage to arrange that for this competition?
मिलते हैं फिर कभी आना कभी फिर स्ट्रीम पे मेरी.
It's a lot of hard work.
अभी तो जा रहा हूँ. Good night. असल भाई good night. नींद आ रही बहुत तेज.